Chapter 21:16. The arrival of a new immortal emperor was felt by the other emperors as well, evident by the gentle ripples in the atmosphere. Ordinary people couldn't detect this minute change, but the emperors could sense it and tell that a new emperor was coming. They were surprised as well because this was too early, not knowing what was going on in the 9 worlds. Why did one come into being so fast, and why is this person ascending so quickly as well? They wanted to know the reasons behind this development. The emperors and monarchs began to gaze across the 13 continents. Some focused on calculating the coordinates of the ascension. The top-level ones were able to do it. However, immortal emperors were on patrol while South Emperor personally prepared for the reception. The grand emperors that have figured out the coordinates didn't dare to act recklessly. Everyone knew that South Emperor was a disciple under the Dark Crow. His reception must be representing the will of the Crow. This being was unstoppable right now and could make emperors shudder. He recently killed more than 10 emperors and made a Dark Overlord run for his life. Even World Emperor lost the previous time. Anyone else that goes against him simply had a death wish. Boom! Dazzling light oozed out with laws after someone broke through the barrier. This person ascended in a domineering manner. Nevertheless, his clothes were still tattered. One could imagine how hard the trip must have been. The emperors from the 13 continents were quiet before this sight. Ever since the appearance of the Dark Crow in this generation, the situation wasn't favorable for their races. Though Dao Dragon Heaven Emperor was the first to ascend, then Jin Gu, South Emperor, got 4 primary wills next. The Grand Emperors felt pressured because this was someone who could grab 12 wills. Now, a newcomer was here from the 9 worlds. If the 3 races didn't produce several more Grand Emperors, they would completely be overshadowed by the 100 races. This was before mentioning someone as terrifying as the Dark Crow on that side. In this second, these emperors could envision a future where they were oppressed by the 100 races. Nevertheless, they didn't recognize this newcomer. South Emperor led this person to see Li Chia. Li Chia was surprised to see the new emperor. It was indeed an old acquaintance, or rather, an old enemy. This was a man beautiful to a devilish level, more like a supreme beauty. His white robe fluttered alongside his cold temperament, akin to an apricot flower in the midst of winter. Words couldn't describe his wondrous appearance. If he exerted his imperial pressure, it would still be imposing with a masculine air. However, he recalled his aura before Li Chia, so if he were cross-dressing, people would mistake him for a woman. Mei Aoshua. I guess it's not too surprising for the descendant of the Jianlong to shoulder the heaven's will. Li Chia chuckled and said after meeting him. He had met this beautiful man back in Stone Medicine. They were enemy back then. Icebound young noble, Mei Aoshua, the successor of the Jianlong, Mei Aonan's older brother. He was relatively unknown compared to the ambitious Aonan. In fact, many didn't know of his existence in Stone Medicine, only Aonan. Alas, the sister didn't become an emperor, yet her reclusive brother actually became one? It was indeed surprising yet expected due to his talents. Greetings, Your Excellency. The new emperor didn't put up an act at all and bowed before Li Chia. The Jianlong is now a sect with 4 emperors. Looks like your ancestors didn't neglect you, Tu Xian told you? Yes, Your Excellency. Ancestor Tu Xian and Grandpa Shi gave their regards. Aoshua bowed again. Despite being an emperor, he didn't have enough experience nor the qualification to learn about the Dark Crow. His ancestor, Tu Xian, spilled the beans. Tu Xian had participated in the fight against the Divine Beast Realm and went to see Li Chia after the destruction of Heaven Hoof, so he was aware of Li Chia's true identity. Ah, you and your sister have the same master. Li Chia nodded with a smile. Grandpa Shi was his sister's master, the golem that was exiled from Bayan. He later became Aoshua's Dao protector. The golem and Tu Xian repeatedly told Aoshua to rely on Li Chia after coming to the 10th world. He would be perfectly safe under Li Chia's protection regardless of how strong the hunters were. Li Chia started the conversation. I had several potential guesses about the new emperor. Your little sister is one of them, so it's a bit surprising that you're here first. Your Excellency, my sister is actually in hibernation right now, or I wouldn't have been able to win. Ao Shue humbly said. When Aonan lost to Li Qie and saw his invincible means, she knew that she had lost her chance to compete. Because of this, under her master's advice, she chose to seal herself. Her older brother also did the same. However, Ao Shue came out first while Aonan was still underground. This was how he took the new generation's heaven's will. From now on, the Jianlong had become a sect with 4 emperors. There was limitless potential for them, especially after the destruction of Soaring Immortal. No need for humility, your talents aren't inferior to your sister, it's just a lack of ambition. Li Qie disagreed. His lack of fame didn't mean that he wasn't as talented as his sister. He was just as powerful, and more importantly, he adored her. If she wanted to become an emperor, then he was willing to let her win or even become her supporter. Li Qie had also judged the guy very highly back then, but he had no interest in becoming emperor. Ao Shue only smiled after hearing the praise. There was no need for arrogance since he still had a long way to go. There were many powerful beings in the 10th world. This is only the beginning. If you maintain your way in the future, I'm sure you'll be brilliant. Our 9 worlds do not produce weaklings. All immortal emperors have been chosen through trials of blood. Li Qie said. I understand. Ao Shue cupped his fist and sincerely said, I am new here and will need your guidance and the help of the seniors. Your clan's immortal emperors are still alive. You can go meet them and they'll certainly show you the rope. Li Qie said. Ao Shue rejoiced, he didn't expect to still be able to see his ancestors in the 10th world. Chapter 21:17, What's happening in the 9 worlds? A new emperor is coming so early. Li Qie smiled, seemingly in a good mood. Ao Shue gently shook his head, the 9 worlds have enjoyed peace since you left, Your Excellency. Nothing had changed much, but the world energy had become denser. In my opinion, it has something to do with the void world. The energy in there is incomparable and is spreading out to the rest. The void world was naturally the area inside the void gate. Li Qie had blessed it into something unique. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that its level of energy was comparable to a primordial land, more than enough to handle all living beings in the 9 worlds. I see. Li Qie nodded, understanding the void world more than anyone. If the energy there was expanding outside, it would make sense for the heavens will to form early. The two of them talked about the 9 worlds for a long time, about the events after Li Qie's ascension and also old friends. At the same time, Li Qie told Ao Shue about the current situation in the 13 continents and the cultivation method here. Ao Shue lacked knowledge about the 13 continents, so this conversation was quite beneficial, especially on the cultivation front. Go now, it'll be good to meet your ancestor emperor. Li Qie eventually told the youth. Ao Shue stood up and bowed deeply. He then went to say goodbye to everyone else before going to find his ancestors. Everyone, keep training. I'll be in reclusive meditation for a bit. Li Qie told the rest. The others didn't wish to disturb him. Li Shuangyan's group personally guarded his room, not allowing anyone to bother him. In fact, he was actually sealing the room in order to reach the most mysterious location in Arrogance. This place was impossible to trace since all were hidden. He stood there, waiting for someone to come. The person finally arrived with his appearance and everything else shrouded. No one was allowed to know his identity. Even the strongest being wouldn't be able to calculate anything. You're late again, seems like I'm the punctual one between the two of us. Li Qie said with a smile. There are even more eyes on me now than in the past. You should know how hard it is to make this trip, we shouldn't meet up too much. The mysterious person said. I know, this might be the last time, so before leaving, I'll hand you a few things as ace cards for this world. Li Qie said. You want to go to non-existence? The being could guess his intention. These two visionaries have been scheming for so long and had many beliefs in common. Yes, I have too many things to do and can't be held back by the 13 continents. If my goal is the final battle, then I need to go to this world. No one can be truly confident about this path, too many failures before. Li Qiye said with a serious expression. The mysterious person was silent. He was also capable of fighting to the very end where others have failed. Alas, he had too many things to worry about, unlike Li Qiye, who could go all out. There will be no answer or an end at the final battle. No one has done it since the start of the primal chaos. The person said. I know, but I have to keep going since someone has to do it. Who else are we waiting for? The Dark Overlords? Or the villainous heaven? Those Dark Overlords are simply cowards. If they do not dare to come out today, they certainly won't do so in the future. We can't rely on these men who won't guard their own epoch to come out for the final battle. They only want to live a borrowed life. Li Qiye uttered coldly. True. The person sighed softly. The path ahead will be yours alone. I'm afraid no one will be able to work with you. Li Qiye said, this didn't matter in the past, but now, the Dark Overlords are getting impatient. Darkness will come soon. I know. The person nodded. You know, my path will need 12 will emperors and ancient gods. Yes. Li Qiye said, when necessary, mortal reversion will help you, but this will expose many things, so be careful. As for Yi, he can't do much right now since he needs isolated cultivation. Another step forward. The person naturally understood this. If immortal monarch Yi could do this, then it would change a lot of things. We are missing emperors who can take on these dark overlords by themselves. That's why he's doing it. If our 12 will emperors can't take on the overlords, the situation would be very grim. You alone won't be able to handle the darkness for long. Li Qiye said. Heaven's will for anima to reach immortality. 12 wills are only the beginning, the path is still so long. The person said with a tinge of emotion. Anima is indeed supreme. Only truly reaching it would one be able to handle anything. Of course, it is still far off from immortality. Li Qiye nodded. No need to become an immortal. The person smiled, just taking these 2 steps alone would be enough. I don't believe anyone can be stronger than Samsara in this world right now. Li Qiye replied, that's hard to say. Some have been slumbering for a long time while some of the fallen are trying to evolve. Ultimately, relying on external items doesn't make one the strongest, paragon artifacts and heavenly treasures alike. If a person wants to truly jump out of the restraints, they would need to use anima. Thus, I can't guarantee that someone from the darkness hasn't made this leap. Well, I suppose you can call such a person an immortal. The person said. Li Qiye disagreed, it's easier said than done, becoming a true immortal that is. As far as we can see, the closest are those who claim to be pseudo-immortals. Of course, we won't see any real ones unless they were to descend from above. The person sighed again. The world didn't know about the dark danger looming above them or the tempestuous future. Since when are you so sentimental? Li Qiye joked. The person stared at him and said, how about we switch place then? I'm sure you'll be sad too. I have to deal with the mess you left now. Don't worry, people will help you. Our 12 will emperors aren't just sitting idly by. Like Yi, he just needs to take another step and his battle power will be immense. Li Qiye said. I hope he'll be able to truly grasp anima. We'll have another incredible general at that point, a firm pillar for the 13 continents. The person was certain of this. The future is incalculable and uncontrollable, but my massacre just now had somewhat flattened the way. At the very least, the chance of having backstabbers is lowered now. Li Qiye said. I hope so. The person said, what a shame, if only Flame Emperor and Min Ren are still here. If all of us work together right now, we would definitely destroy the darkness. It won't change too much since the darkness is only one corner of the overarching situation. Min Ren has his own goals and is walking even further on this path. Same with Fei and Origin too. Li Qie said. I guess everyone has a different view. The person added. Each of these beings viewed the situation differently, so they made different choices. Some chose to guard the epoch while others embarked on the ultimate expedition. 1. The latter is more of a joke. I wouldn't take this literally. He's not saying that there are immortals above. The tone is harder to convey here too. Yeah, this sounds like world. Chapter 21:18. Well, all I can say is that the situation is quite unfavorable. But don't forget, you're not alone even when I leave. You still have White Crane. White Crane Legion. The person said, you have brought this up back then. Ah, when you created this legion, you also destroyed the list. I'm the only one who knows the members in the 13 continents. Li Qie smiled and pointed at his head. However, you'll find out too. Li Qie paused and said, not only you but White Crane will also move forward. Of course, you'll naturally become its leader. But you won't give me the list. The person smiled, understanding the Dark Crow after cooperating for so long. Right, it's not that I don't trust you, but we don't know who else could be potentially eavesdropping. You'll find out all the members eventually. Li Qie chuckled. Then I'll look forward to it. The person didn't mind at all. Their trust was unquestionable, the guy naturally had his reasons. They'll appear when the time is right, just remember to not carelessly trust anyone. Li Qie said. I will. The person nodded. This legion has always been mysterious. Not to mention the 9 worlds, even few in the 13 knew about it. In fact, despite their long-running partnership, Li Qie had never revealed any member of the legion to him. When to start an expedition? The person eventually asked. Eventually. Li Qie said, the final battle will determine everything. A few things are unpredictable too, like the ancient Ming back then. I'm sure no one hopes for another race like that to come. The person became serious as well after hearing this name. It'll be really bad to experience another ancient Ming. Not just bad, a catastrophe. Li Qie said, so that's why the expedition will come, just not right now. I don't want any mistake along the way. But that's not within your grasp. Even if you don't start one, others might. For example, that great Buddha. The person said. He will do one sooner or later, maybe even before me. Li Qie nodded, but he won't be able to do it despite his confidence. Don't forget, he had prepared for this battle for a long time now, even longer than you. The person revealed. I know. Li Qie smiled, but longer isn't always better. Plus, he doesn't belong to our epoch, so he's at a great disadvantage from the very start. Otherwise, with his effort and accumulation, he would amount to even more. The final battle required our own epoch as the main banner riser, or it would be the reflection of the flower in the morning dew or the moon in the night water. The person contemplated for a bit and said, if you were to win, what will you replace it with, yourself? You're overthinking it. Li Qie laughed and shook his head. You think I would do something so tasteless? Plus, the world won't change when my dirty hands take over, not much at all. Then what? The person remained tense when asking this question. The judgment of the heaven and earth, the only thing that is impossible to fool in this world. Li Qie declared. The person's eyes became serious and eventually replied, I don't think it can be carried out. Who says so? Li Qie answered solemnly, you should know that it is very real, not just in theory. The thing exists but we simply can't touch it. Few understood this concept for what it is, limited to using the common adage to stand for justice, more so in the mortal world. However, cultivators were gods to mortals. They didn't need to believe in a higher power. Nevertheless, this mysterious person understood the existence of this ethereal arbitrator. The exact details remained elusive because no one could truly grasp it. I have toiled for generations, not for survival like those dark overlords and epoch lords that want to protect their world. All I wish for is to fight to the end. A terrible light flashed in Wuxia's eyes. One day, people might think you will become the devil as you keep on going down this path. The person said. And some might also think that I will become the high heaven, such as those hiding in order to live longer, but they don't know that has never been my wish. Wuxia smiled. The person sighed again. The dark crow's thinking was always unexpected because his vision was much more insightful than others. Being hated as a devil or being worshipped as the high heaven? Either one's fine. I will only be doing what I want to do, that's all. Wuxia concluded. The person looked at Wuxia and said, as you have said earlier, the future won't be easy, but I won't let the current situation fall completely. I don't care what you will do or become, devil, high heaven, judgment, whatever. Just guarantee me that a second ancient Ming won't appear. You are aware of the grave consequences of that happening. I can't. Wuxia replied, the only thing I can guarantee you is that if a second race of that nature appears, I will be the first to cut them down, no matter where I am, alive or otherwise. Is that enough? The person couldn't say anything after hearing this. This guarantee from Wuxia was stronger than everything else. They kept on talking about secretive plans regarding the fate of the 13 continents. Each individual plan was incredible and would certainly astound emperors. Eventually, the conservation was heading to an end. The person said, I wish you luck. Maybe you will meet immortals or become one yourself. At that point, no one will be able to catch up to you. The person sighed. Regardless of the future, the Dark Crow will still be the Dark Crow. The existence of immortals might not be a good thing. My becoming an immortal will not be good news either. If you catch wind of this news, I'm telling you, run as far as possible, dig yourself a hole and hide, don't ever show up again. Wuxia said slowly. It sounded like a joke but carried a realistic stench of blood. Alright, I'll be the first to run then when that happens. The person joked back. The two of them disappeared without leaving any trace of this meeting. No seer could ever detect or calculate it. The 13 continents were quiet after the battle at Celestial like a serene pond. Many imperial lineages have closed their doors and connecting portals. People even felt as if the emperors themselves didn't dare to breathe loudly right now. Everyone was playing it safe. All of this was interrupted by auspicious energy coming out of nowhere, something similar to when Racier Mushroom came out. In just one night, majestic power of Grand Tao and chaos energy slowly emerged. The world seemed to be heading towards the original chaos once more. All of these powers were connecting together and headed for the same direction. Though it wasn't that fast, the sheer amount coming from all 13 continents gathered like endless rivers with loud detonations. These rivers flowed above the sky and everyone could see and hear them. 1. A sign of good luck. Chapter 21:19. Someone wants to shoulder the heavens' wills. The powerful masters naturally understood the gathering of chaos and Tao energies. Of course, people weren't too surprised because only 4 have done so in this generation: Tao Dragon, Jin Gu, Virtuous, and South Emperor. Outside of Tao Dragon, the other 3 haven't done the second shouldering process. Wait, just 2 because Virtuous was dead now. Thus, there were plenty of wills to go around. Everyone knew that several more monarchs could appear from the 100 races. Why just the 100 races? People didn't need to waste words to understand why. The power of the wills emerged, letting people know that someone powerful was going to take them. Something's different. An emperor immediately recognized something peculiar. The scale is too grand. Someone is moving all of these wills. What are they doing? Chasing away the wills or some other reasons? What technique is this? This Tao is strange too. A high-level emperor could sense a majestic Tao, different from everyone else. This Tao was one from the beginning of the world. Another master is appearing? They began to calculate, but this Tao was too dense and vast. There was no way of seeing through it. Perhaps it has something to do with a heavenly treasure. Another said with uncertainty. The sheer amount of this Tao and its crazy transformations were too much for one person to do. Plus, not long ago, a dark overlord came with the death coffin. The appearance of a second one would shock the 13 continents. Amidst the confusion, the wills were gathering in arrogance, engulfing the area with chaos and energy. Each grass and leaf in the area was permeated with this force. Divine beasts were jumping in the chaos, phoenixes and dragons. These wills were full of life and power like spirits brimming with the presence of Grand Tao. The emperors became increasingly confused because such lively heaven's wills were practically unheard of. Even World and Profound didn't create this visual phenomenon during their ascension. Must have something with their cultivation Tao. Finally, a high-level emperor concluded, it's not from our Tao system, so strange, similar to immortal Tao city. All eyes were on the place whether the wills gathered. Everyone understood that someone was about to ascend, provided that there was no interruption such as an ambush. An ethereal figure took form in the chaos, dressed in a white robe, as transcending as a supreme immortal with features beautiful beyond description. However, the spectators were confused because no one, emperors and geniuses alike, could recognize her. Weird. A knowledgeable sect master curiously wondered, who is that? An unknown person actually becoming an emperor? Others felt the same way. Someone who was about to become an emperor should be a supreme genius or a dominating master. However, no one has seen this beautiful woman before as if she had just come out of thin air. Lunar Grasp Fairy. However, South Emperor could recognize her. Empress Hong Tian in the past and Lunar Grasp Fairy now, the world is so cruel. He helplessly added. Those not from their era would never understand how monstrous they were. Hong Tian, the ill-starred conqueror, Jian Wenxin, the ocean's wisdom, Mu Yueli, the immortal's legacy. These brilliant women overshadowed all the men during that period. Empress Hong Tian was the least talented out of the three but also the most terrifying one. She was someone who would become fiercer as a fight went on. A battle against her would result in a bloody spectacle. No one was able to suppress her undying battle intent. Jian Wenxin was the wisest, capable of scheming behind the curtains for a battle 1,000 miles away. She normally didn't need to fight and could still lead someone to their death. However, Lunar Grasp was the most gifted and sharp among them. South Emperor's talents were considered peerless, but she wasn't necessarily inferior to him. The most dreadful thing about her was her chill-inducing murderous Tao, needing only one strike to take someone down. She wasn't a woman of many words. Because of this, people got chills whenever they heard her name back in that era. Lunar Grasp was only a literary title for she was the clutch of death. Life Grasp would have been much more accurate. South Emperor shook his head with a wry smile. Fairy Grasp was also here, on the verge of becoming a monarch. Such an unexpected development. Suddenly, Li Chia emerged next to him. You should feel pride instead. The two of you are from a majestic era with the most impressive and beautiful competition for the heaven's will. South Emperor agreed. Their era had too many geniuses and stars. Alas, they were still overwhelmed by Empress Hong Tian and Lunar Grasp Fairy. He pitied his fellow geniuses. Just him alone was bad enough, but the other three women as well? Well, that's bad luck for you, being born in that era. He said wistfully. The competition back then was incredible, especially when Empress Hong Tian took on everyone by herself, unleashing one secret art after another and sweeping through the enemies. No one could stop her emperor suppression art, so she paved her bloody path with bones of geniuses. She couldn't become an immortal monarch, but she was about to write a new tale by becoming a monarch. She remained emotionless inside the chaotic expanse, as calm as a well before her ascension. It seemed that nothing could make her happy or sad. Buzz. A portal appeared not far from her. A muscular old man came out with 4 followers. Divinity pulsed around him with waves of light. He stood there, seemingly capable of ruling the 9 firmaments with the power of the gods. His followers had the same aura and could crush the stars with a single swing. Nyo Rue Chang. A monarch was surprised to see this old man. A few high gods felt the same way. One of them said, "Bull Chief, an 11-totem high god, ancestor of Bull Mountain, why is he here with 4 other gods? Does he want to take this woman down?" The sudden appearance of this group naturally scared some of the crowd. Lunar Grasp turned and coldly stared at the uninvited guests. "Ma'am, we come bearing no ill wills, as long as you tell us where your grand Tao is from," Bull Chief said. "And if I don't?" she said in a cheerless manner. "Then we must take action and force you to hand over your Tao origin." The high god's expression darkened. People began to wonder why a high god like him would care about the Tao lineage of a nameless junior. Chapter 2120. Though Bullchief's interest remained a mystery, a few top emperors could tell that this woman's lineage might have something with immortal Tao City. This was one of the 9 heavenly treasures, so it made sense that the high god would care so much about it. Fairy Grasp looked as imperious as a noble lady and sneered, "Don't overestimate yourself." The disdainful comment made it seem as if nothing in this world could enter her sight, not even an 11-totem high god. People took a deep breath after hearing this. This nameless woman was quite ferocious and arrogant. Bull Chief was a big shot in all of 13 continents and could be at the top of the experts list. Moreover, the 4 gods behind him were powerful as well. This woman has yet to shoulder the heavens' will but was already so haughty. The truth was that even after ascension, a monarch was still much weaker than a high god of this level. "Isn't she too much, talking like that to Bull Chief?" someone murmured. A high god couldn't help but comment, "He's a leader among the high gods, low-level emperors can't speak in this manner towards him." South Emperor was amused yet pained by the situation. This woman was the same after all of these years. He looked over at Li Chia and thought that it made sense that she was so arrogant, being pampered by the Dark Crow. His followers usually had this style to them. Bull Chief was naturally displeased to hear this. He was famous alongside 9-sword high god in arrogance, respected by everyone. Some low-level emperors even referred to themselves as juniors when speaking to him, let alone this nameless junior. He sternly scolded, "Little miss, you are very capable with a pride-worthy grand Tao, but there are plenty of hidden masters and invincible experts in this world. The path is long, and so is yours. Not to mention that you're yet to be a monarch. When you become one, know that there is always a higher mountain." She waved her sleeve and interrupted the high god's advice as a senior. "So what?" The 5 gods' expression turned ugly due to her domineering attitude. Even ordinary people wouldn't stand for this, let alone big shots like them. "Junior, you're too arrogant. Do you know who you're speaking to? You'll be afraid after learning who we are," someone behind Bull Chief said. "Don't know, don't care. Just some random dogs, no need to learn," she said flatly. This high god almost vomited blood from anger as his face turned red and hot by the verbal slap. "Wait, these words sound familiar," a top-level emperor murmured to himself. This contemptuous attitude and domineering tone seemed to have been used before. The majority of cultivator here was astounded. They wondered about her identity and background. Was it enough to justify her arrogance? Ignorance can breed bravery. A high god said with a tinge of emotion, "Maybe she has just debuted recently and doesn't know who Bull Chief is. She'll regret her attitude soon enough after finding out how terrible he is." Bull Chief took a deep breath to quell his fury and uttered coldly, "Little miss, because you're a human too, I won't stop you from becoming a monarch. Nevertheless, I need to teach your uneducated and rude self a lesson. Since you're so confident, I'm sure your Tao protectors are amazing. Tell them to come out so I can ask them what kind of manners they have been teaching you." The crowd agreed with the high god. The woman certainly had strong Tao protectors in order to act like this. "I alone am enough." She still looked down on him just like before. "Haha. I see." The high god, smiling yet not smiling, was tempted to kill now as his eyes flashed fiercely. "Then I'll teach you a lesson in your senior's stead." Bull Chief is really mad now. This little lady is going to get it now. A high god said after seeing that smile. Interesting. My people need someone else to teach them a lesson? A nonchalant voice with a touch of laziness answered before Lunargrasp could. A seemingly ordinary man was standing next to her, cool and collected. Oh shit. A top high god saw this man and his jaw nearly dropped to the ground along with his knees. No wonder why their attitude is so familiar. 111 Will High God smiled wryly and no longer dared to comment on the situation. Who is that? Many big shots weren't familiar with this man since they have never met him before. Bull Chief was thunderstruck and stood there awkwardly with his mouth agape. Nyo Ruechang, come teach me on how to educate a junior then. The man looked at the high god and smiled deviously. Fool. How dare you call the high god by his name? A high god behind Bull Chief shouted, unaware of this man's identity. Tragedy befalls those without sight. Another top-level emperor shook his head and said after seeing this. The ordinary man ignored this person and continued to stare at Bull Chief. Ruechang, I'm waiting. Boom. Bull Chief turned pale after regaining his wits and immediately kneeled down, not daring to utter a single word. My lord. The high god behind him was stunned. Kneel, Bull Chief spoke softly. The confused high gods also followed suit. Your Excellency, I might as well be blind, not knowing that you have arrived or that this ferry is under your banner. Please excuse my disrespectful tone that is worthy of death. The high god bowed his head continuously. Powerful and arrogant he was, but this was nothing compared to the existence standing before him. In his mind, dying was just fine. However, angering the Dark Crow had worse consequences. His disciples and perhaps his entire clan would be wiped out. This being had done this plenty of times before. Because of this, he didn't care for prestige, reputation, and personal honor. Accepting defeat was necessary in order to save his clan and people. Plus, it wasn't that shameful to kneel before the Dark Crow. How many would dare to stand straight before him? Chapter 21-21. The sect masters and ancestors nearby were speechless. They couldn't imagine what could scare an 11-totem high god act like this. I'm still waiting. Li Chia said with a smile. Please punish me for being blind, Your Excellency. Bull Chief didn't try argue in favor of himself, only hoping that Li Chia would spare his sect and race. Just one word from the Dark Crow was enough for numerous emperors to destroy their Bull Chief mountain. The immediate concede from Bull Chief made the gods and emperors sentimental. A while ago, a few top experts were courageous enough to speak boldly before the Dark Crow. Alas, after the battle at the Academy, this was no longer the case. He massacred more than 10 emperors, including big shots like Free Sky and Dragon Spear. Even a Dark Overlord started running away in defeat, same with World Emperor. Nowadays, no one wanted to provoke the Dark Crow. Even if they weren't afraid of death, they still needed to think about their descendants and race. Forget it. Li Chia gently waved his sleeve after seeing the kneeling high god. It's not easy for someone to accept defeat, so I won't make it hard on you. Scram now. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you for sparing me. Bull Chief was ecstatic. He didn't expect to leave this place alive and was already content with Li Chia sparing his sect. But now, this was a special showing of mercy. He bowed again and took a hike, not daring to linger around. After the 5 high gods left, the emperors knew that it was nothing to the Dark Crow to kill an 11-totem high god. That's why the begging worked. The Dark Crow was too lazy to kill him. Only 12 will emperors and dark overlords could pique his interest. As long as people didn't provoke him, he wouldn't give a damn about them. Meanwhile, Lunargrasp only scowled after seeing him. Okay, you can continue now, I am your Tao protector. Li Chia turned and smiled at the fairy. He wasn't only telling her but also the rest of those qualified listeners in the 13 continents. He couldn't make it more clear that she was under his banner. It meant that anyone who dared to ambush her from now on would better think twice about this suicidal endeavor. No one dared to comment, realizing that this woman was untouchable. Just good at bragging. She didn't feel grateful at all and commented. I'm just waiting till you're strong enough to challenge me. Li Qie leisurely said, not minding her attitude. I will, you won't be so arrogant for too long. She coldly uttered. What can I do, it's a bad habit. If you don't like it, come cut me down. Li Qie said with a smile. One day I will. Her calm self was finally annoyed and angrily said. She was the only one who dared to speak to the dark crow like this. Boom! The chaos in the sky finally connected together to form a maelstrom. Rumble. With continuous detonations, the wills followed the flow of the chaos around the maelstrom, seemingly wanting to turn into one gigantic one. Humph. The fairy scowled and focused on the heaven's wills with a fierce flash in her eyes, like a divine sword unsheathing. She had prepared to go whenever. At the same time, Li Qie nonchalantly stood there as if he didn't care for the ascension. Of course, just his presence alone was the biggest deterrence. He had already made his stance clear earlier. Rumble. The wills resembling dragons jumped up and down, wishing to run away towards the high firmament. Now! Li Qie shouted after seeing this. Despite her irritation, she still trusted him like before. Clank. Dao laws soared to the sky and locked the fleeing wills. The world seemingly stopped as if the sky vault was being dragged away. An indescribable power engulfed the area. It broke apart the ocean of chaos energy and revealed the lock wills inside. 12. The crowd was slack-jawed to see her locking 12 wills at the same time. This was too greedy, attempting this impossible task. Even Li Qie smiled wryly and simply watched on without commenting. Down! She ordered with a voice as wondrous as a phoenix cry, capable of piercing through the world. Rumble. The 12 golden wills were actually dragged down, but they struggled in order to escape from the laws. Clank. Her laws emitted a terrifying aura with an ancient glow. They didn't seem to belong to this particular era, each was filled with primal chaos energy as if they were stored away for a long time and finally got out right now. They became thicker and maintained a firm grip on the wills, there was no escaping. She roared and pulled down, causing the space around her to crumble. She mustered all of her strength and was extremely tense, not giving up while utilizing her Tao to obtain those wills. Does she want all of them at the same time? Someone murmured while watching this insane scene. She can't do it. An immortal monarch replied. Chapter 21-22, Boom. She was winning in this struggle since the wills inched closer and closer. How can she do this? If she could shoulder 12 wills in one attempt, it meant that she could get 36 in total, and no one could match her afterward. Someone was startled after seeing Lunargrasp's ambition. The emperors present were astonished by the sheer insanity of this task. She's unbelievable. A low-level Grand Emperor said, Does the Dark Crow not know that this might bring about the heavenly execution? Not necessarily. An older top Grand Emperor spoke with a discerning glare. The Dark Crow is allowing this, it might have something to do with a legend. The low-level Grand Emperor asked, What legend? Rumor has it that a very long time ago, our Grand Emperors were just like the immortal emperors, needing just one shouldering process. The old emperor slightly raised his eyes. Just one time to shoulder all 12? Does that mean 36 in total? The low-level one said. The old one replied, 12 wills are our ultimate limit, one process or 3 alike. No one can break through this limitation. However, the legend says that we didn't need 3 processes in the beginning. The low-level one remained skeptical. Really? That shouldn't be possible, it's not written down at all. He didn't have that many heaven's wills but had lived for a long time. One Grand Emperor was able to do it, Pure Wood Divine Emperor. The older one revealed. Pure Wood. The low-level one was stunned. This was a mysterious emperor that couldn't be traced. He also had 4 primary wills and have gone further than all the other emperors. Really? He got 12 wills in one process? The low-level one said, not quite believing it. I can't confirm, but one thing is for certain, the 3 processes began with Qian Dao Heaven Emperor, progenitor of the Qian clan, rumored to be the next Grand Emperor after Purewood Divine Emperor. The Qian might not be the first sect with 9 emperors, but it was certainly one of the oldest lineages in the 13 continents. Qian Dao Heaven Emperor had 9 wills, so he wasn't that exceptional. However, he was virtually a living fossil, the only person confirmed to have met Purewood Divine Emperor in person. He had experienced the long history of the 13 continents. Rumor has it that Purewood shouldered 12 wills at the same time, but Qian Dao Heaven Emperor tried to grab 6 and failed. Later on, Purewood taught him to divide the shouldering process into 3 stages. The old emperor explained, "That's something I'm sure of. The current ascension system started with Qian Dao Heaven Emperor. What's the benefit of grabbing all 12 at the same time?" The low-level emperor inquired again. No clue due to a lack of records. The old emperor said, "Some speculated that doing it in one go allow the wills to fuse together in complete harmony, or greater power. Or, doing this allows the 12-will emperor to reach an even higher level easier. But then again, who knows if this is true or not." He then turned his gaze over towards Li Chia. "That dark crow over there knows something we don't, that's why he's not stopping her." Boom! The 12 wills were very close to the ground now, but they were finally tapping into their true power. This was quite a devastating event. All the spectators held their breath, wondering if it was truly possible. It would break the common belief for millions of years. If this woman ahead could do it, she would be giving an answer to this particular mystery. The wills exploded with their real power, something completely unimaginable. The torrents assaulted the mountains and rivers nearby, truly splitting the earth apart. Crack! The laws locking them couldn't withstand this and had cracks all over, on the verge of crumbling. The fairy was being dragged upward since the wills wanted to escape. She vomited blood from the sudden impact. "Let go if you can't." Li Chia calmly gave a piece of advice. Though he wanted to help, the ascension process was a personal event. No one would be able to help her since it could call down a heavenly execution. Otherwise, so many emperors would be born and the realm itself would be meaningless. Come! Lunar Grasp wanted to go against Li Chia even more. This was her stubborn nature, never giving up. She was very similar to Empress Hong Tian in this regard. The two of them refused to lose and would fight every time upon sight. Boom! Her vitality erupted with endless runes surging out like a tsunami. It was a peerless and ancient power engulfing her very being. Buzz! Immortal strands of light emerged behind her and illuminated the world. She already resembled a fairy, but now, she became even more transcending, freed from the flaws of the mortal realm. Inside the radiance was an expanding boundary, a kingdom of immortals. Deeper in there was a floating city shrouded by the myriad laws. Though blurry in appearance, it still emitted a terrifying force. It was as if all the Tao in the world originated from this place. It was capable of deriving and creating everything. Even emperors couldn't see through it. That's Immortal Tao's city? The emperors were instantly interested. They opened their heavenly gaze in order to see the very source and Tao of the city. Rumor has it that this was one of the 9 heavenly treasures. Alas, no one had confirmed this because none had seen the real thing before. The visual phenomenon behind Lunar Grasp made them wonder if this was that legendary artifact. It certainly fitted the descriptions. If this woman actually had the real thing, it would be incredible, enough for others to palpitate. If it wasn't for the dark crow standing right there, some emperors would definitely come and ask her already. Chapter 21-23, Immortal Tao City was full of mysteries. Some said that it was the origin of all the laws in the world. Others believed that it could create any merit law. Possessing it meant that merit laws and techniques were no longer a secret because one would be able to create any of them. Even the Tao runes of a high heaven scroll could be derived. Of course, these were still legends since it had no known owner. At this moment, all eyes were on this city behind the ferry in order to learn the real secrets. Alas, the city was hidden completely. Even the strongest could only see tiny aspects. Everyone understood why the Dark Crow was here now. If it wasn't for him, some emperors would have taken action. The city was too tempting, no one was an exception. Li Qie calmly watched the whole scene, not surprised to see the city behind her because no one knew more than him about this secret. Of course, this wasn't the real city. If she actually had it, she would have become an immortal emperor long ago. Nevertheless, the city behind her was indeed related to this particular artifact. The primal power from her empowered the 12 laws. They became much more terrifying and amplified the pulling force. Rumble. The stars lost their color and the myriad things lost their light. The world fell into darkness as Lunar Grasp devoured all of its power. The 12 wills lost ground to her domineering style. Maybe it is possible if you have the immortal Tao city. A monarch felt dread after seeing this. The rest watched with bated breath. If the woman could do this, it would be a miracle of the ages, the birth of another immortal monarch with 12 wills. Boom! Suddenly, a lightning bolt thrusting through everything descended. Nothing could escape from its unopposable punishment. Heavenly execution. People turned white at this sight, including emperors. The only way to survive was to run back to exploration grounds. Resistance was futile. How can this be? People were confused. An emperor of the current generation had a negligible chance of experiencing these executions. Some even believed that the probability was virtually zero. Only the unluckiest emperor in history would have something like this happen. But now, she has yet to shoulder the heavens' wills, but it was descending down on her. They were witnessing an impossible development. Pluff. She already spat out a mouthful of blood even before the bolt made contact. The power of this tribulation was insane. Death was certainly her fate if struck. The emperors could sympathize. They have experienced this terrifying tribulation before and knew that there was no resisting. Come. Li Qie was waiting for this moment, the reason why he was here in person to be her Tao protector. His eyes turned resplendent, all other lights paled in comparison. With Heaven Seer, his 13 palaces and the 4 symbols emerged as well. The towering pillar of life protected everything and penetrated deeper into the sky vault, the origin of the execution. The spring of life poured out healing power for Lunar Grasp. Her wounds were closing at a visible rate. The cauldron of life issued rambunctious detonations with runes appearing, intending to refine the execution. The bolt slammed on Li Qie instead and destroyed his outfit. Blood still spilled, but he managed to divert some of its attention. Lunar Grasp moved next to him for protection while the water of life was curing her wound. Normally, a wound inflicted by the execution would leave behind a permanent wound, but the water could alleviate this. Crackle. Li Qie withstood the bolt, then threw it at the sky straight for Celestial. The ones at the academy were horrified to see the execution and thought that it wanted to destroy the school. Boom! Li Qie aimed it at the small mountain in study room. In fact, it has been assaulted by lightning bolts the entire time. More runes were lighting up. The additional bolt slammed into the cliff and joined with the existing one, amplifying the force. Rumble. The entire place was being split apart. What the hell are those rocks? People were confused to see the area withstanding the bolts the entire time. On the other side, Lunar Grasp finally took the wills down. She instantly opened her palaces in order to shoulder the wills. The emperors were nervous since they were on the verge of witnessing a miracle, 12 wills in one go. Boom! However, one of the wills exerted an unstoppable power. The law restricting it shattered, so it was able to jump and disappeared into the sky. Rumble. Nevertheless, Lunar Grasp was still able to take in 11 wills into her palaces. Buzz. The chaos disappeared and she had an imperial radiance illuminating the entire world to her now. The aura of a monarch ravaged arrogance and the 13 continents like a tsunami. When she opened her eyes, she could create a world inside and devour the stars. She was the sole ruler of this new creation. Your Majesty. The cultivators nearby prostrated on the ground to show their respect. Other emperors were in awe of her ascension. The ordinary people couldn't watch the sight from 10 million miles away, but they had to kneel before her imperial aura. One shouldering process for 11 wills is a miracle. A monarch murmured. This miracle can't be duplicated. It's still best to do it 3 times. A grand emperor spoke with certainty. People understood why the emperors needed 3 ascensions. Doing it in one go would incite the wrath of the heaven. It didn't matter if profound divine emperor created it or not. The 3-step method became necessary, a blessing for the rest. Plus, Lunar Grasp Fairy had both the power of the immortal Tao City and the protection of the Dark Crow. Otherwise, she would have died under the execution. Thus, this achievement was also partly due to the Dark Crow's protection. She couldn't do it by herself. Chapter 21-24. The miracle of the new monarch attracted all eyes. The emperors didn't know how to feel right now. Grabbing 11 wills with one go? They have never seen such a thing before. Li Qie smiled after seeing this. Even from a neutral standpoint, Lunar Grasp was eligible to become an immortal emperor back in the 9 worlds already. In terms of talents and power, she was capable of going head-to-head against Empress Hong Tian. She was indeed the biggest rival of the Empress during that competition. Unfortunately, the Empress was unyielding and never afraid of losing. She would always rise again and eventually took the throne. This ascension right now made up for Lunar Grasp's loss back then. Li Qie also made it up to her by being her Tao protector right now. She deserved all of this. Forcefully taking them might not work, any mistake would leave behind long-lasting flaws. Li Qie looked at her and said. In fact, she could have done 3 processes and still had a big chance of becoming a 12-will monarch. If Li Qie was there all 3 times, it would be guaranteed. Alas, she was always this stubborn. South Emperor did it 1 step ahead and took the 4 primary wills, so she wanted to take all 12 for better harmonization. This would allow her to go further and reach a greater height. This attitude almost left her an indelible wound from the execution. Ultimately, she was still going to be a 12-will monarch after grabbing 11 right now. None of your business. The fairy coldly glared at him. Alas, this coldness had its own kind of charm. It only lasted a split second, yet words couldn't describe its allure. Li Qie smiled and said, if something were to happen to you, that would be 1 less person wanting to kill me. Being too invincible is quite a lonely life. Having people who want to take me down makes it more exciting and hopeful. So shameless. The fairy said. Her coldness was dwindling down a bit compared to before. That's nothing new. You already know that I'm shameless, but being shameless is a type of art too. Li Qie retorted with a free and comfortable smile as if he was basking in the spring sun. Wait till I have 12 wills, I'll take you down then. She glared at him with a touch of coquettishness. I'll be waiting. He said, but it's such a mood killer to talk about killing each other. We're still old friends, I have some nice immortal tea leaves and good water for brewing. How about a nice talk? You wish. Lunar Grasp didn't like wasting her precious words. Nevertheless, even her harsh comment sounded so pleasant and warm to the heart. Of course, this particular tone was for Li Qie's enjoyment alone. She gave him 1 last glare before drifting towards the horizon. He smiled while watching her depart without holding her back. A talk would come when the time was right, he was patient enough to wait. He then shifted his attention towards the execution, hitting the cliff back at study room before leaving as well. Will 2 12-will emperors come out in this generation? A monarch wondered with a serious expression. South Emperor had shouldered 4 primary wills, so he was highly regarded by his peers. If he continued to work hard, the chance of him grabbing 12 wills was very high. Of course, this was predicated on nothing unexpected happening. And now, this lunar grasp fairy came out of nowhere and took 11 wills. Though she couldn't obtain the last one, she still had 2 more attempts to finish the task. The probability of success couldn't be higher. It meant that 2 top emperors could emerge for the 100 races. This potential future left the Grand Emperors breathless. If it came to that point, the 100 races would become too strong since they had immortal monarch Yi as well. Nevertheless, her miracle broadened everyone's horizon, opening a new door. Looks like the legend is true. Profound Divine Emperor could have grabbed 12 wills in one go. The old Grand Emperor concluded. Lunar grasps showing today made people rethink the common belief of 3 will shouldering processes. No one knew who created this method, perhaps Purewood Divine Emperor. This started with Qian Dao Heaven Emperor. If one could separate the execution from the potential emperor, then they could indeed grab more than 4 wills in each process. This would give future experts a better chance at becoming a 12-will emperor. The emperors here were all contemplating about this possibility. However, there were 2 difficulties. First, the genius must be at Lunar Grasp's level or they wouldn't be able to grab so many wills at once. Perhaps someone as supreme as World Emperor during his youth would be capable of doing so as well. Anyone less talented couldn't replicate this task. Secondly, they needed someone to divert the tribulation, up to 3 times potentially. Thus, the problem is finding someone who could withstand the execution. No emperor wanted to try it for their juniors because death was the most probable outcome. This took them back to the starting point. They understood that there was no replicating this miracle since there was not another Dark Crow in the world. The older emperors thought that Purewood Divine Emperor came up with this 3 processes method in order to give future generations a bigger chance, reducing the difficulties of reaching the throne. It's only in theory now. A high-level monarch smiled wryly, knowing that the Dark Crow was the only one who could do this. Maybe Purewood Divine Emperor can do it as well. A Grand Emperor said hopefully, believing that Purewood was on the same level as the Dark Crow, capable of creating this miracle. Alas, this emperor was too mysterious and elusive. Few had actually met him, so even if he was capable of doing this, they couldn't find him anyway. Chapter 21-25, Lunargrast's shocking ascension miracle moved the other emperors. Just a little bit from a full fusion of 12 wills. That would have made her life much easier in the future with anima, faster than those before her. A 12-will Grand Emperor slightly raised his brow and said. The top emperors felt regretful about the failure, because it could have been a good point of reference for this future path. Legend stated that a fusion of 12 will from one shouldering process would boost cultivation speed. Of course, no one has been able to verify this. Purewood Divine Emperor was the other potential candidate, but he was too elusive to be studied. Flame Emperor and Origin Heaven Emperor have made their way onward, but they didn't leave behind their system. Now, future emperors could see potential in this despite it being unrealistic to carry out. Some other emperors were jealous of her grabbing 11 wills at once, but the 12-will emperors only felt bad about it. They speculated that this path has been won before with a complete system. However, someone has erased all traces of it. Thus, future descendants could only try to learn once more. The path of anima would take longer for her now, so these top emperors couldn't use her as a reference to boost their own cultivation, a new path that might reach immortality. Thus, her failure made their path harder. The chance of becoming an immortal remained unreachable. The 13 continents had been rowdy with recent events, but it finally calmed down a while after this ascension. Everyone focused on cultivation without leaving their sect. On a random day, the mountain and study room finally attracted attention with loud explosions. The cliff area seemingly split apart. The truth was that after so many days of being attacked by the execution, the cliff had changed in appearance. There was a portal there now with an endless vastness of lightning currents inside. Any intruder would be destroyed instantly by the thunderous destruction behind the shaking portal. It wasn't a mountain at all. An emperor who had been watching the whole time said. These emperors paid attention. After all, a mountain that could withstand the execution was certainly interesting. The portal now made them realize what was going on. One said, it was a spatial coordinate. The execution only forced a path open to another world. Li Qia, who was meditating, stood up and said, time to go. He hugged everyone to say goodbye. The girls didn't wish for him to leave, but they knew no one could hold him back. All they could do was wait. Li Shuangyan asked, young noble, when will you return? One day. Li Qia wiped the teardrops off the corner of her eyes. Silly girl, it's just temporarily, I'll be back soon enough. Plus, even the villainous heaven can't take me down, so no one else can. Just be good and wait for me. The girls forced themselves to smile and saw him off. He headed straight for the academy. Someone over in the horizon was watching him in the air. The guy stopped and noticed that it was Lunargrasped Fairy. She didn't say anything and only watched him. I'll be back. He smiled and waved at her before entering the academy. She didn't answer and continued to watch until he disappeared from sight. Words seemed to be unnecessary between the two of them. The ancestors of the academy were waiting at the portal to see him off. Even soaring immortal prince also came out for this departure. The emperors were also watching, especially the informed high-level ones. They cared more about this than anyone. Maybe such a world exists. An 11-will emperor spoke softly. Some of them didn't know what the Dark Crow wanted to do, but the informed ones were aware of certain secrets. The 12-will emperors were very interested in this journey. They knew that the Dark Crow was not only going to another world, but he was also finding clues about an age-old question, immortals. These top existences wondered about reaching immortality after surpassing the apex. Alas, their worlds certainly didn't have immortals. Perhaps this non-existent world might? Because of this, World and Profound were certainly watching. Perhaps he would be able to answer after coming back. If immortals were around, then they would have a new goal and stronger motivation for their path. If immortals didn't exist, the future was full of the unknown for them. Maybe this will be the ultimate miracle of our epoch. One of them said. In fact, even the ones in the shadow were watching him. A dark overlord mumbled while feeling quite complicated, non-existence. They naturally have searched for this world too, but they lacked the timing and luck. Plus, they didn't want to take the risk of traveling through that boundary. Failure meant death. The Dark Crow was one step ahead of them in testing this world, so they didn't know how to feel. Of course, from a selfish perspective, the overlords naturally wanted him to die there and never come back. No one would be able to stop them in the future calamity. However, his death would mean losing a chance at concrete evidence, an opportunity of learning more about this mythical world and a chance to break free. Thus, they all had conflicting feelings. Let's do this. Li Qia took a deep breath while looking at the ocean of lightning behind the portal. Take care, Your Excellency. I pray for your early return. The prince said, the 13 continents need you, the future requires you to pave the way. I will return. Li Qia smiled and nodded at the group. Boom! His vitality erupted as he prepared himself. All eyes were on him with bated breath, emperors, monarchs, and dark overlords alike. Li Qia looked back at the world and said, goodbye for now. With that, he decisively entered the portal and was swiftly met with an ocean of execution bolts, intending on drowning him. Chapter 21-26. Li Qia was well prepared before entering this world. He was in his best state with supreme laws and Tao for protection on top of the crystal physique. All of this culminated in what was perhaps the best defensive line. Crack. The ocean of execution smashed straight into him and the crystal physique instantly shattered. Many emperors took a deep breath. They understood how strong this physique was, but the ocean instantly took it down. This was perhaps several hundred or even tens of thousand times stronger than the execution experienced by the emperors. They would instantly be turned to ashes in this particular space. Pluff. Blood gushed out of his body since the executions penetrated his body just like arrows and turned him into a sieve. Their power was beyond description. Few beings were stronger than Li Qiye right now, but under his full defensive state, the executions still made short work of him. Dark overlords narrowed their eyes. If they had the fortune of stepping into this world, would they be able to survive this execution until they make it to the non-existent world? The girls gasped while covering their mouth after seeing this. Activate. Li Qiye roared and opened his 13 palaces, revealing his primordial will. The 3 maelstrom and 12 laws came together to form an impregnable battle armor. At the same time, he put on the human skin and covered himself completely. The last line was chaos energy and more laws tightly wrapping him up, resulting in a cocoon shape. The execution crushed through the chaos energy and laws, smashing into him once more. Everyone was horrified. Even 12 will emperors and dark overlords wouldn't last that long in this ocean, let alone finishing the journey. The waves of currents lifted him up and threw him deeper inside as if he was a tiny boat experiencing the worst of storms. The spectators saw this and wondered if anyone could make it through this ocean of lightning? And returning alive too? The portal crumbled into dust afterward and the torrential world disappeared. There was no trace left of the portal as if it never existed in the first place. What a shame, only one opportunity. A dark overlord said with a tinge of regret. It would be impossible to try again unless they could find another set of coordinates. Of course, they didn't know how the Dark Crow found it in the first place. Years after years passed in the 13 continents. The emperors stopped showing up, same with the high gods. The dark overlords didn't make any move either. Some began to celebrate the absence of the Dark Crow. If he were to really die in there or never able to return, it would be their era in the future. They would become the real rulers of this epoch. Our time is coming, we should descend soon to take our epoch. Others are just passers-by, we're the real masters. Someone claimed in the darkness. The myriad races are only our slaves. One being woke up with a terrible gleam in his eyes. They were anxious now after sleeping for so long. The disappearance of the Dark Crow exacerbated their impatience. Dark Crow, you have to return soon or it will be over for the 13 continents. Nothing but wails of lament will remain. A guardian of the 13 continent could sense the unrest. One side was ready to make trouble while the other side was worried. Many years later, visual phenomena descended from the sky and the world changed completely. In the ocean of heavenly executions and the unceasing thunder, the assault continued on Li Qiye. However, the Tao of the world protected him. Each time it crumbled, chaos energy rose again to build completely new Tao and laws to form a new barrier. This process of creation and destruction went on and on. This ended up refining his Tao even more. Each destruction and recreation was a chance to improve, to become even stronger and purer than before. Just his Tao alone was not enough for protection in the beginning. However, the primordial will and the human skin underneath were still protecting him. If these two defensive lines could be penetrated, nothing else could actually defend him from this assault. This ocean was truly terrible. As time went on, the human skin was finally broken through in multiple places. Remember that he got it from some Samsara wild ancestor, skin rumored to be from an immortal. Truth or not, its toughness was unquestionable. Nevertheless, the bolts still made it through. Luckily, the primordial will was still there in its armor form protecting him. This was Li Qiye's biggest ace card and most powerful defense to survive this ocean. Just the myriad Tao and the human skin weren't enough. If the primordial will wasn't this heaven-defying, then the everlasting, Shao Shi, from Immortal Demon Grotto wouldn't have been searching for it. Several epoch lords desired but failed to find it. It wasn't easy reaching the non-existent world. Only epoch lords could do so using their own power to make it through this ocean. Anything less would certainly die. Li Qiye's current cultivation wasn't enough. The only reason why he dared to do so was due to his artifacts and different methods, but most importantly, the primordial will. Chapter 21-27, Rumble. Nothing but explosions and waves of heavenly execution were happening in this world. No creature could actually survive in this place. It was one of true death. Emperors, dark overlords, and even the mythical epic lords would still be rendered to ashes here. Of course, this wasn't completely accurate, perhaps a slight exaggeration. Li Qiye seemed to be drifting aimlessly in this ocean, but his head was actually aiming for a certain place, hopefully, the other shore. It acted as a compass, maintaining his direction regardless of the huge waves of lightning flipping him around. He was in hibernation, albeit not intentionally. Even someone as strong as him was helpless while being assaulted in this ocean of lightning. However, he had the human skin and primordial will protecting him. The effects were minimal. Sun, moon, and other celestial bodies were absent in this place. There was no concept of time either. 10,000 years seemed like a day and vice versa. This place had jumped out of the regular cycles and river of time. It had no connection with the outside world. A tiny light was pulsing during his journey at the very beginning. Li Qiye didn't notice it since he was sleeping. Perhaps one would mistake it for a flashing current from an execution, but this wasn't the case. It has been following Li Qiye the entire time while keeping a certain distance, whether it be when he was blown up in the sky or just gently drifting with the waves. The gap grew increasingly narrower. Once it was close enough, people would find that it was something staying in this ocean of executions. This was truly impossible. Even epic lords would be frightened by this scene because nothing could exist under the destructive power of this ocean. Alas, this certain thing was indeed following Li Qiye. It seemed to be capable of moving freely in this ocean and without any sound. No one could detect it without its permission. As time passed on, Li Qiye was slowly waking up. It wasn't that he actually noticed the thing following him, but an item inside his fate palace was reacting strongly, the egg that he found back in the treasury of cleansing incense. No one knew how the ancestors of the sect got this item. Later on, it drank a lot of myriad star water and continued to stay inside Li Qiye's 13th palace. He had gestated it for a long time to no avail. He even gave it the item he found from the old man back in the machine world, but nothing changed at all. But now, it was reacting quite strongly inside the palace, seemingly wanting to wake him up. He woke up and didn't know what was going on. Bang! 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 The egg slammed his fate palace and wanted to come out. Buzz! Li Qiye opened it and the egg jumped into the ocean, as agile as a fish. There's something. Li Qiye became attentive and finally noticed the flashing item beneath. The egg and the flashing item disappeared into the depth of the ocean before he could understand the situation. Who knows if the egg was chasing the item or if the item had lured it. All in all, both of them have disappeared. Shit. It was too late since he couldn't get the egg that has been with him for so long back. Your father wasted so much on you throughout the years, even the temporal item from the machine world, but now, you leave just like that? He smiled wryly. There was nothing he could do since the two of them were gone now. He went back into slumbering and stopped thinking about the egg. If it meant to be his, then it would come back to him. After all, it had stayed in his fate palace for so long, so there was a unique and indelible marking there. Other marks could be destroyed by different methods or the long years, but one made by the 13th palace was peerless. As long as the egg was around, so would the mark. He drifted across this ocean with no concept of time. He couldn't sense any difference even if 1,000,000 years had passed. The lightning bolts became weaker and weaker while the ocean became smaller. The heavenly executions eventually disappeared altogether, leaving only behind weak lightning currents. He finally made it out of this ocean after an unknown period of time. When he opened his eyes for the second time, the ocean was far behind him now. The world of execution was over, next was a vast, empty expanse devoid of everything else, the same deathly stillness as before, just like the perimeter of another world. Chapter 21-28. The sublime and solitary expanse devoid of life would drive those with a weak Tao heart crazy. Li Chia inside the cocoon continued to drift as if he was a corpse. There was no noise or action. This cold world was as still as a stone. Time had no dominion over this area. There were no celestial bodies floating in this place. Who knows how long he has been floating here, 1,000 or 10,000 years. It could also only be the blink of an eye. Time seems so unimportant in this forever unchanging world. 1 billion years ago was like this, the present was like this, and so will the future. Eventually, he finally drifted to what was called the other shore. Immortal light pulsed in this place, visible even in the far distance. It was full of life, something akin to the prosperous and rowdy world of the mortals. People couldn't help envying and chasing after it. The light came closer. He wasn't that far off now. The drifting cocoon finally stopped, waiting for him to wake up. He eventually opened his eyes after an unknown period of time and felt as if he had just taken a nap. Of course, he was aware of the temporal changes due to the change in his body. Clank. The myriad laws in the form of the cocoon receded and he finally got up, a real awakening this time. He looked down and saw numerous holes on the human skin, damaged beyond repair and usability. This was another testament to the power of that ocean earlier, capable of destroying this bulwark of an artifact. He took it off and praised his fortune that the primordial will beneath was just fine and well. This armored form of it was simply unbreakable. If it wasn't for the will, he wouldn't have made it to this place. The laws in human skin could only weaken the execution, not nullifying it completely. He smiled and took a deep breath. Ultimately, he had survived the hardest part. Everything else was much easier compared to the ocean of executions. He stood up and looked around, noticing the pulsing radiance ahead. These pillars of light towered endlessly. This was a world full of immortal energy. Perhaps immortals truly lived beyond this point. He took his time moving forward, but each step encompassed the distance of an entire world. As he passed by each ray, they seemed to be sweeping through him with a slight pulse in order to figure him out. Li Chia ignored this reaction and acted as if nothing was happening. After crossing through the strands of light, he saw a moving fire wave ahead, a wondrous and colorful spectacle. There was an eternal figure standing calmly in this flame, seemingly already existing at the start of the world. No one could see the face of this figure, but the faint fiery glow jumping around him could incinerate everything in this world. Just an emperor could kill an emperor. One wouldn't be surprised if this was the figure of an immortal. Li Chia stood face to face with this being and stared, wishing to fathom its everything. The figure did the same. He smiled since the two of them weren't strangers. They had met before back at the mountain and study room when Li Chia was researching the human room. It was a gaze lasting for an eternity. This was only the shadow of a being, yet it emitted an unsurpassable feeling. As long as it wished otherwise, no one could get through via force. Li Chia eventually broke the silence. Is this considered a reunion? The two of them both managed to detect the other's capabilities, origin, and profundities. The figure didn't answer and turned to walk away from this place. The path opened before him, brimming with grand Tao and immortal energy. Perhaps this was the way to an immortal world. Li Chia smiled and followed right behind the figure, maintaining a fair distance. After a long time, two more figures suddenly appeared and walked together with the first one. They appeared to be friends who understood each other. These two new figures were just as incredible as the first, seemingly born from the same era and world. The one on the left had an indescribable rhythm around him. The Tao of the world were bending to his step, not the other way around. This was the master of the rhythm and flow of the world, their origin. The one on the right was full of life. Despite its ethereal nature, it still looked like a living being walking right there. More importantly, a medicinal fragrance permeated from him. After smelling this, one would feel a garden of the greatest medicine growing from their very body. The four of them walked quietly on this Tao path without saying anything to each other. Li Qiye was nonchalant and felt at ease during this particular trip. In fact, rushing was useless because there was no way of pushing ahead of these three characters. Even epoch lords weren't capable of this endeavor. Strangely enough, the three didn't interact or try to stop Li Qiye at all. They could even be construed as his guides, checking Li Qiye to see if he could follow them in the first place. As they made more distance, the figure became increasingly fainter and dark. Eventually, all disappeared as if they were never here in the first place. It was all an illusion. This was as far as they could take Li Qiye. The light was quite bright ahead with a plethora of colors, a scene of rowdy life. Merchants were shouting and female street performers were singing. One could find everything in this magical place. Chapter 21-29. This looked like an independent world, yet not after a close inspection. It resembled a large painting while the characters were magically animated. It meant that by walking forward, one would be entering the world inside this painting. It sounded quite ridiculous, but this was the only available path. Li Qiye chuckled and smiled. How interesting, this imitation. The end path of the other world also had a test like this, just a bit different. He reached forward to touch the boundary. Buzz. His hands seemed to be entering the painting itself. However, this success was short-lived since something repelled his hand and forced him to stagger several paces backward. The barrier denied him entry. This again? A defensive measure, but different from the one by that villainous heaven. Well, if I have dared to come here, I also dare to try. He smiled and said. He became luminous and a series of cracking noises resounded. His Tao foundation from the 10th world crumbled. The guy had actually just destroyed his cultivation. It's time for me to open a new epoch. The old ones will only serve as fertilizer for mine. Li Qiye remained nonchalant after destroying his cultivation. He trained quite hard after entering the 10th world, yet he was able to let go without hesitation. It wasn't only to get through the barrier ahead, but he wanted to rise in this world and create his own Tao system for his epoch. This was a place outside of the high heaven, so his new epoch shall begin here. There would be a completely new and unique way to cultivate. Welcome me now, for the future is mine. Li Qiye laughed crazily before releasing a ray of light from his chest. Boom! His Tao heart appeared, the source of this peerless ray. Nothing could stop the power from his Tao heart, capable of piercing through all things. The ray pierced through the barriers with a force capable of piercing through 3,000 worlds. The barrier was no longer the one in control of its own light. Li Qiye's Tao heart was illuminating everything now, turning him into the sole ruler. Even the world of immortals couldn't escape from his reign. The barrier lost its colorful light of the mundane world. Only a dazzling glow was left, representing Li Qiye's supreme Tao heart and immovable will. I am here now. Even if there are immortals, they will need to play nice or I'll kill them all the same. I'll be the last one standing till the end of time. He proudly claimed. His voice echoed across the area. If there were immortals across the barrier, they would wait for him with prudence after seeing the power of his Tao heart. Buzz. The barrier then turned into a watery expanse that started spinning, resulting in a large and blinding maelstrom. Pop. It sucked Li Qiye inside, allowing him to go through the barrier. This was no easy task, as always. Even a 12-will emperor would have a hard time doing so, but Li Qiye's Tao heart was terrifying and powerful enough. He instantly crossed through the massive space and appeared in a world full of runes. Exuberant continents were floating everywhere. Each continent had formed its own world filled with the power of the Tao, with life forms running around. The common adage, 3,000 worlds, would perfectly describe this scene of floating landmasses. Buzz. An erased memory suddenly popped in his head. This had to do with an old man's memory. In the past, the Dark Crow was captured by the old man in Drystone Courtyard. The old man investigated him for a long time. The two of them even exchanged their sea of memories. However, Li Qiye was able to turn the tide and managed to escape on top of stealing many things from the old man's memories. However, in order to avoid complications, he erased the important memories so that the immortal demon grotto couldn't have them. Right now, these memories were resurfacing after reaching this world. There was no doubt that the old man underneath Drystone had been here before. He also left behind markings that would invoke these memories, a welcoming of sorts. Over there. He latched onto a set of coordinates after gaining new information. Clank. His primordial will focused on it and took him there. Clank. However, the moment he got there, a layer of ice was invading his space. The primordial will became an armor and protected him from any damage. Motherfucking old man, you even left a trap here? I'll peel your skin after coming back to the 9 worlds. The moment he finished cursing, he became an ice sculpture. This freezing power was too much. An emperor would be killed instantly, but the primordial will manage to protect him. Nevertheless, he still fell into the old man's trap after coming to this world. Of course, this wasn't a trap specifically created for Li Qiye. It was meant for anyone who could obtain his memories. This world was named 3 Immortals, or 3 Worlds. There were explanations and legends for the name. One believed that it was to remember the 3 grand emperors, Sui, Shi, and Nong. Another belief was that this was only a general designation for the Tao systems of the 3 worlds, immortal lineage, imperial lineage, and myriad lineage. The people here didn't know anything about the 9 worlds or 13 continents, similar to how the 9 worlds didn't know about the 13 continents. They were only aware of their own 3 worlds. Grand Sword Gate was an insignificant sect in Insane Court, a system belonging to Myriad Lineage World. Because of this, it guarded the most desolate border for Insane Court. Chapter 2130, Grand Sword was a Tao lineage in Insane Court, a very small side branch of the Insane Scripture. The cultivation methods and mantras from the sect all came from this particular scripture. It was once glorious as well, with considerable power, and had many meritorious contributions in battles for Insane. Unfortunately, it fell after a power struggle and was forced to move to the border. They served as tomb watchers for the ancestors of Insane and became a tiny sect henceforth. This so-called ancestral tomb was only a large crater called the Ancestral Abyss by Insane Court. Rumor has it that the ancestors with great contribution were buried beneath. Plus, some even believed that Insane Ancestor, the progenitor of Region, was also here. Insane Ancestor created this place to honor his forefathers. People said that he buried himself down there even before dying, waiting for another day of shedding his mortal shell. All in all, few specific records existed about the Ancestral Abyss, such as details about the exact ancestors who were buried here. Because of this, only the oldest ancestors of Insane Court were buried here. Future generations didn't have do this. In theory, being the tomb guardians was an honorable matter. Alas, the ancestors here were from the ancient time while the recent ones weren't buried here. Thus, this tomb was more in name than anything else. It was deserted by this point. So, Grand Sword being sent here was prestigious on paper, but it was more of a complete exile. There was nothing it could do either as a side branch. How could it oppose the order of the court? It only hoped that its elite students could come out and strengthen the sect back to the central region again. The disciples needed to work hard for the sect to rise again or pray that their ancestors would bless them with luck. However, Grand Sword was indeed meeting a stroke of fortune, as if the ancestors of Insane Court were coming back in spirit. On this early morning, a wooden coffin was floating out of Ancestral Abyss. Look there, what is that? A disciple from Grand Sword was the first one to spot it. He and his martial brothers were on patrol around the abyss, and his eyesight was keen enough to spot this coffin. The abyss looked like a beast opening its bloody jaw. Looking from the distance would make one shudder. It was also bottomless. No one knew how far it went down. Ever since the exile, people have come down to look around, but they didn't get very far. The further down, the colder. No one could withstand this temperature. The abyss has been very peaceful with nothing notable happening. Because of this, the disciples have grown used to this serenity. The sudden appearance of a coffin shocked them. This particular coffin had an archaic style, perhaps millions of years old. There were pieces of ice left on it as if it had just drifted from a near-frozen river. The disciples glanced at each other nervously. One of them eventually regained their wits. "We must report this to the sect master." The current master of Grand Sword looked like a 50-year-old mortal man. He was a capable expert, 9th-level true apprentice. Of course, this realm was nothing in the grand scheme of things for insane court, let alone myriad lineage. Alas, the sect had declined and had no one stronger. Thus, a true apprentice still became the sect master. Zhu Qi was his name. After hearing about the floating coffin, he was naturally startled. Nothing has happened in the abyss ever since they got here. He calmed down and summoned several elders before running for the abyss. The group glanced at each other while looking at the coffin. They had no idea whether this was a blessing or a disaster, so they felt quite helpless. Though they were sect master and elders, they were inexperienced, no different from country bumpkins in this declining sect. "Did anything happen last night?" Zhu Qi asked a disciple. The patrollers looked around and all shook their head. "Sect master, we didn't notice anything during our patrol." "Pull it up," the sect master ordered after a brief deliberation with the elders. These elders used all of their might before being able to drag the coffin out of the abyss. They were quite worried, not knowing what was inside. In the end, they took a deep breath and worked together to open the lid. It was quite easy due to a lack of protection seal. A young man was lying inside to their astonishment, so they quickly pushed the lid back on. "Bring it back to Brocade Chamber," Zhu Qi told the disciples. After returning, he ordered, "Do not leak this information or there will be strict punishment." The disciples actually didn't see what was inside, but they didn't dare to show any slight after hearing his stern voice. Brocade Chamber was a place meant for important guests. But now, it was so strange to see a coffin there. The disciples eventually left, so only the seniors were left. They personally destroyed the coffin, leaving behind a large ice chunk with the young man inside. His armor didn't seem to be from their era. The moment they got close to the ice, even their bodies started to freeze. It wouldn't be easy melting it away. At the start, they thought it would be an ancestor inside, so this caught them off guard. But the most pertinent question was whether this young man was still alive or not. Maybe it's a coffin from outside? Someone else threw it down there. An elder speculated. "No way, it would have sunk to the bottom and there's no coming back out." A different elder disagreed. "Some disciples have fallen down there to the death." It was a common belief that falling into that abyss meant no coming back up. "Maybe it is an ancestor from our insane court." An elder boldly guessed, "Don't we have a rumor saying that one day, our ancestor would return to life to become an immortal in the three worlds?" Zhu Qi and the others exchanged a glance. They have heard of this legend as well, but no one took it seriously. After all, the abyss has been quiet for millions of years now and stopped being a tomb for future generations. Tell an attentive student to take care of it. We'll figure out whether he's alive or dead after the ice melts. Zhu Qi decided. A careful and patient female disciple was chosen to take care of the ice sculpture. Of course, this young man was Li Qia. The memories of the old man below Drystone surfaced the moment he made it to three immortals. He wanted to enter the old man's Dao lineage, but when he used that set of coordinates, he instantly fell into the old man's trap. Chapter 2131. The melting process took several months to even begin. Crack. The girl watching over it felt her soul leaving her body from horror when there was movement from the young man inside. She has been here all along. Looking over a potential corpse was naturally scary. What if the corpse came back to life as a monster and jumped out? Fortunately, there was no reaction at all, so she eventually felt at ease, until this moment. Nevertheless, the corpse didn't break out of the ice. After regaining her wits, she immediately went to report to the sect master. Zhu Qi and several elders were alarmed and ran over. They saw Li Qie waking up from his slumber and slowly sat up. In the beginning, the others thought that Li Qie was just a corpse inside the ice. Seeing him coming back to life made them lost. He glanced at the group and calmly spoke, "Who is in charge of Insane Court right now?" This comment was more than telling enough and shocked the entire group. Grand Sword had fallen to the level of an unknown sect and had no contact with the central power. The Lord of Insane Court was an unreachable character for them. Thus, they were rightfully horrified after hearing this and didn't know how to answer. Insane Court isn't under anyone's rule right now. Zhu Qi felt his mouth parched, unable to speak clearly. This youth was very young but instantly asked a loaded question. Could this really be an ancestor of Insane Court? Li Qie gave him a leisure stare, but his free attitude shocked everyone once more. May I ask how to address you, sir?" Zhu Qi mustered all of his courage and asked, still feeling afraid inside because he didn't know of this youth's identity. Any provocation might end with the destruction of their sect. "Oh. Want to find out who I am? When I discussed the Tao with Insane Ancestor, your ancestors have yet to be born, so you won't know even if I tell you who I am." The group turned pale while their legs trembled like crazy. Insane Ancestor was the progenitor of this region. The entire court and Tao system were created by him. Now, this youth claimed to have discussed the Tao with Insane Ancestor. It meant that he was either someone close with Insane or another ancestor on the same level. The group all thought that they were meeting an old ancestor from Insane Court right now. In fact, Li Qie wasn't lying about this at all. Insane Ancestor was the old man beneath Drystone. Back in his own epoch, he had come to 3 immortals in order to find a few answers. For some unknown reasons, he decided to return back to his epoch. During his time here, he experienced many things on the cultivation path, resulting in this Tao lineage named Insane. Of course, he wasn't called Insane Ancestor in his epoch, only in 3 immortals. Later on, he caught the Dark Crow and the 2 shared memories. During that long and boring period, he did indeed talk to the Dark Crow about the Grand Tao of 3 immortals. Li Qie decided to erase the memories of these conversations in order to avoid the grotto from knowing about it. Only when he actually made it to 3 immortals did these memories resurface. Zhu Qi and the elders, frightened, all got on their knees. "Your descendants didn't know you are back, venerable ancestor. Please forgive our impropriety." They were stammering, too afraid to even lift their head and look at him. He waved his sleeve and said, "Leave, I'm a bit tired and need to rest." These guys were completely obedient and bowed their head again, not daring to interject before quietly leaving in fear. Li Qie meditated because too many things have popped up in his head, memories of Insane Ancestor and more information about Immortal Demon Grotto and even Samsara Wild Ancestor. When he defeated Samsara, he took his everything. Thus, hidden knowledge of Samsara also surfaced after coming here. From this massive trove of intelligence, Li Qie had a good understanding of 3 immortals and the current situation here. Meanwhile, Zhu Qi and the elders met again in another room for a discussion. They didn't have a good plan to deal with this. An ancestor with a shocking identity appeared out of nowhere, so the inexperienced group was lost. We should really report this to Insane Court." One elder suggested, "This is a huge matter. If we don't report it, we won't be able to bear the consequences if something happens later." The other elders agreed. They had no excuses not reporting the resurrection of an ancestor from the court. "Well, this is also a huge opportunity for our sect." A different elder became excited. "We're the ones who found him, so we are at the top of the contribution list. Maybe this could even be our chance to rise." The rest of the group became excited. Their sect had fallen beyond repair. Only an old ancestor coming back to life could solve this. But what if, just what if, he is a fake? A relatively cautious elder quietly said. The rest felt that someone had poured cold water over their head, their excitement extinguished right away. The group became skeptical. Of course, they wanted Li Qie to be the real thing, but what if he wasn't? Maybe we can try to find out? One elder began to plan. How? How do we figure out if he's real or fake? If it's the former, he'll be angry if he knows what we're up to. Just one finger of his alone would destroy our whole sect. Zhu Qi said. The elders became quiet because they had no method of verification. Zhu Qi was right, they couldn't afford to provoke the real thing. We have to ask Ancestor Yang then. An elder came up with this. No, we can't. Ancestor Yang is our only backing, the only person who could speak for us at the court. If we were to involve him and fail, we'll lose everything. Another elder said. Then you have other ideas? Plus, you think the court will believe just us if we tell them we found an ancestor coming back to life? If Ancestor Yang stepped up, he could at least talk to the court. He's much more experienced too, maybe he can tell if the guy is real or not. They deliberated for a while before Zhu Qi made up his mind. All right, go invite the ancestor, at least there's hope in this. An elder was sent to personally invite Ancestor Yang afterward. Chapter 2132. Sometime later, Li Qia opened his eyes and saw the face of a young girl. This was a disciple from Grand Sword who has been taking care of Li Qia. These last few months have not been easy for her. In the beginning, she thought that he was a corpse, so it was very creepy watching one all day. What worried her the most was the corpse coming back to life and suck her blood. Fortunately, she found out that he was still alive, an ancestor from Insane Court coming back. Alas, she didn't get to breathe for long since the responsibility of taking of him fell on her. This was a big deal to a nobody like her. The consequence of mistakes would be too much to bear. Because of this, her days of living in anxiety remained even after Li Qia woke up. Nevertheless, Li Qia had been meditating for the last few days without eating, just like a statue. The girl was tired, so she leaned on the wall to rest. This didn't last long since he woke up. She stood up and respectfully served by his side. Ancestor, do you need anything? The girl stammered due to her inexperience with true big shots. The biggest character she had met with Zhu Qi, the sect master. So now, serving an ancestor of Insane Court was too much responsibility on her shoulder. Keep in mind that Insane Court was an unreachable existence for even Zhu Qi, let alone someone like her. Furthermore, Zhu Qi would need to bow to a regular disciple from Insane Court, but this guy was an archaic ancestor. Li Qia stretched leisurely before looking at the disciple. She was relatively pretty with clear skin and spirited, rippling eyes, tall and slender as well, definitely beautiful enough to have a taste. Of course, she wasn't comparable to girls like Mei Suyao at all. Nevertheless, she was definitely top-notch in this remote region. Her pure face looked like an untouched gem, just waiting to be carved. Li Qia didn't focus on her facial features but rather her white as snow, soft neck, to be more exact, the slightly glowing lines running down her neck. It truly resembled a necklace, but the shape by the chest area was hidden by her shirt. She also felt his gaze on her neck, so she pulled up her shirt in order to hide the symbol. "What's your name?" he asked. "Ancestor, my name is Zhu Sijing." The disciple spoke with her head lowered. Despite maintaining her composure and speaking quite clearly, she was still as prudent as ever. "Mutebane race. Quite rare," Li Qia stated while looking at her. A majority of his memories has returned, so he became even more knowledgeable than before. He had other sources beyond Insane Ancestor as well. Sijing lowered her head even more, not daring to meet his eyes. She didn't know what to do aside being a nervous wreck. Though Mutebane was very rare in 3 immortals and unknown to most, they were still isolated by the mass. No one would take one in as a disciple. "I didn't expect to see one here." He smiled, aware of the race's many secrets. The girl's heart skipped a beat, not knowing the outcome of this revelation. She quietly said, "I will spend the rest of my life to repay Grand Sword for taking me in." Not too many Dao lineages would take a Mutebane in as a disciple, but Grand Sword didn't do it out of benevolence either. After being banished to this region, they had a serious lack of recruits. Even mortals knew that joining this fallen sect meant a grim future ahead. Sijing's talents weren't bad at all, the only thing unfortunate was her origin, so no sect wanted to take her in. Grand Sword, on the other hand, wasn't in a position to be picky. I have no prejudice against your race. Li Qie waved his sleeve and said, there are countless races in the world and they all exist for a reason. She heaved a sigh of relief because if he were to hate her race, just one word from him would mean banishment from the sect. Your true energy is pure, but still weak. Li Qie judged, your meditation law is only a minor branch of insane scripture. It's because I'm incapable, can only learn on the surface. She said with embarrassment. The truth was that her cultivation was quite good at Grand Sword, 6th level true apprentice. The sect master was only at the 9th level and she was much younger. At Grand Sword, she could even be considered a little genius. If it wasn't for her race, powerful sects under insane court would have tried to recruit her with haste. Let me take a look at your training. He ordered without passing judgment. She was surprised but didn't dare to refuse and got down on the ground with her legs crossed and hands on chest. She focused up to channel anima through her meditation law. A resplendent glow exuded from her body with a faint shadow 3 feet above her head. This was her anima, faint because of her weak cultivation. Her true fate came out and fused with the animal. It took a while but was relatively smooth. Her anima was also meditating and absorbing primal energy. This energy washed her body as a tiny maelstrom formed by her stomach. It absorbed the primal energy released by the anima and turned it into streams coming to one place. Using the anima to absorb primal energy, this was the cultivation method of 3 immortals. Next, turning this primal energy into true energy, something not restricted by the world. This was the biggest difference between the cultivation method of 3 immortals versus the 9 worlds and 13 continents. The worldly energy from the 9 and chaos energy in the 10th all came from the heaven and earth. It meant that the cultivators there would be restrained by this entity, unable to jump out. This wasn't the case for 3 immortals. The cultivators here had their energy coming from the anima, not the world. Back in the other 2 worlds, only high gods with a set of 3 totems of emperors with 3 wills could truly cultivate the anima. In essence, the cultivation basic there was much slower. In the early realms, cultivators from these worlds were virtually the same. However, at the imperial level or something similar, 3 immortals cultivators had the advantage. It meant that on the path towards the origin, 12 will emperors were slower than true emperors in terms of cultivation. From this, the gap would continue to widen. Li Qie continued to observe her meditation. He could be considered a master regarding the cultivation method of 3 immortals right now. Chapter 2133. After an unknown period of time, she opened her eyes and saw him quietly watching her. Ancestor, I can't do it well. She spoke with trepidation while looking down on the ground. He calmly answered, your foundation is relatively stable. What you lack is an understanding of the cultivation law. It is insufficient and must be fortified in order to reach a greater height. He and insane ancestor had debated about this cultivation method long ago, its advantages and disadvantages. The return of these memories has made him quite an expert. I'm foolish, unable to manifest and control the Tao system. She quietly said. She was not to blame. Grand Sword had fallen with few merit laws in their possessions. Thus, their methods were flawed, so how could she do a good job at cultivation? Insane Court's Tao system was opened by Insane and spanned for more than 10 million miles. The inner territories formed a separate world. This was another difference between 3 immortals and the other 2 worlds. The latter lineages, even the imperial ones, were built on the land themselves. Here, only true emperors could open a Tao system. They must also be powerful enough to reach the Tao origin. The weaker ones couldn't do so. At the right level, they absorbed the power of the celestials in the sky and opened their own world with a Tao origin. They then refined the land and turned the entire area with an all-encompassing Tao, resulting in a Tao system. Insane Ancestor refined a deserted location into a Dao land and opened a world there. He added a Dao origin to create a system with Insane Scripture as the main pillar. In other words, within the territory of Insane Court, all cultivation methods originated from Insane Scripture's main principles. It was indeed amazing, coming from the mind of a peak existence. Cultivating the laws in accordance with the scripture here would allow one to be close with the land. At a certain power level, they would be close to the Dao origin itself. This made one stronger and boosted their cultivation speed. It also meant that cultivating a different system in this territory would result in suppression. The speed would be slower while not having any help from the land and the Dao origin. The reason why Sijing couldn't get close to the Dao land here was that her cultivation law was only a minor part of the scripture, barely scratching the surface. To put it simply, the laws of Grand Sword were inferior, incomplete versions of a side branch. Li Chiye said flatly while looking at the scared girl, "Your law belongs to the repetition branch of Insane Scripture, something completely trivial. I will give you some mantras. It is up to you whether you can memorize and understand them." She couldn't believe her own ears. This was a blessing from the heaven, something others could only dream about, yet she was the beneficiary of one right now. "Thank you, Ancestor." She prostrated on the ground, overwhelmed with emotions. "Listen carefully, I will not repeat myself," he said before chanting the mantras. She hastily concentrated to carve each of his words into her mind. Even if she couldn't understand them right now, memorizing alone was good enough. At this particular juncture, not mentioning the foundation of Insane Scripture, Li Chiye knew supreme true arts and secret laws like the palm of his hand. After finishing the recital, he waved his sleeve and said, "Go now." "Yes, Ancestor." She bowed again, truly believing that he was an ancestor of Insane. "Don't call me Ancestor from now on, it makes me sound old. Call me Young Noble," he casually remarked. "Yes, Young Noble." Of course she didn't refuse and left in a respectful manner. He began to meditate again with his eyes closed, seemingly turning into a statue. Inside his fate palace was a boundless, fertile land with pulsing light, brimming with energy. The power of the Tao and laws were stored inside, continuously refined by him. His grand Tao had turned into this land. The Tao from the 9 worlds and 13 continents were all destroyed, but this was not necessarily a bad thing in his opinion. After the destruction, what's left became nourishment this land, all the Tao foundation, vitality, and previous polished laws. A seed was up in the flashing sky, peerlessly supreme and gestated by the myriad ages. The seed was finished during his journey through the sea of executions. It looked like a slumber, but he was hard at work. It included his everything, true fate, for symbols of the palace, and the 3 vessels. After the polishment from the lightning, it had a powerful life force as well. Poof! It landed into the fertile land and dug deeper within. His 13 palaces spun and poured out nectar like water of life. Visual phenomena appeared everywhere. This was a path he needed to take, the reason for his arrival in this world. He was cultivating something entirely unique, not an established system from any of the world. In other words, he was about to create a new system of cultivation in preparation for a new epoch. Of course, this was uncharted territory, but he remained confident and patient in this search. A summary for this new system would be, plant a seed to sprout a tree in order to harvest the Tao fruit. This path required fusing one's true fate and grand Tao together for a stronger power. Moreover, everything came from the self. The self was the Tao was the true fate, no more using the true fate to control the grand Tao or using the grand Tao to support the true fate. From this, one would no longer need to rely on the heaven and earth. It meant that he could jump out of the worldly restraints while turning everything else into a part of his true fate. This was precisely the reason why he wanted to come to 3 immortals. This land had already broke freed from the shackles. There were no heaven's wills or other control here. He could create his own grand Tao without facing resistance inside a world like this, an ideal situation for his new epoch. A while later, a budding sprout dug out of the ground. It was quite tiny and wouldn't survive in any other land. Li Qie had toiled to build a powerful foundation back in the 9 worlds and 13 continents. This foundation eventually became the fertile land for his Tao seed to grow. Necessary it was to guarantee a strong beginning for his epoch. Otherwise, all would be a pavilion in the air. A firm foundation was required for a building to pierce the sky. Otherwise, the result would be a loud rumble as it crashed to the ground. The fertile land was completely necessary for his new path and epoch. All of his accumulation thus far was to welcome this path and opening a new page. The little sprout began to grow with a sluggish pace. Nevertheless, it was full of power coming from the grand Tao, anima, and chaos energy. This symbolized the beginning of success. Henceforth, he was the grand Tao and the grand Tao was he. The heaven and earth would be him as well. 1. Unrealistic utopian construction. Chapter 2134. After several more days, Grand Sword's biggest backer, Yang Xingping, finally arrived. He was the only surviving ancestor from Grand Sword, the only one from this sect who could speak up at the court. For example, Zhu Qi might be a sect master, but there were at least 800 other weak sects similar to Grand Sword and insane and numerous stronger ones. Thus, Grand Sword was insignificant in this region. Because of this, Zhu Qi was still only a no-name junior, unable to say anything at the court. In fact, he didn't even have the privilege to enter the main dynasty. Xingping was also the strongest in Grand Sword, so his cultivation was not bad. Because he had lived for a long time, he knew many in the Tao system. Because of this, he could still speak his mind at the court. Zhu Qi and the other elders personally welcomed him with great reverence. This was the only capable big shot in their sect now. He contributed greatly to their continuous survival, regardless of how pitiful it was. Without him, they would truly fall into the abyss, never able to get out. He was a flourishing old man despite being the oldest in the sect with a pink complexion, brimming with vitality. He had heard of Li Qie, this rebirth ancestor. Nevertheless, he still listened to a more detailed report and contemplated quietly afterward. What do you think, ancestor? Zhu Qi interrupted the silence. He was quite nervous because their sect relied on this rebirth ancestor to rise again. I'm afraid I have no ways of verifying either. Xingping eventually answered, an ancestor from insane court would be unfathomable. I am but a speck of sand, how can I see through anything? Plus, the abyss is too old and untraceable. I don't think anyone currently in the court can remember the ancestors from back then either. Insane court had a long history. In the beginning, it was at the immortal level of a system, not the myriad level. However, it declined and fell down from the immortal to imperial then myriad level. Thus, 3 immortals had a clear boundary between each realm on top of a separate power system. It took many generations for an immortal lineage to fall down to the myriad level. Thus, the lineage itself didn't know how many ancestors it had. However, one that could be buried at the abyss would be among the first or second generation, the same era as insane ancestor. How could the juniors now recognize their ancestors from millions and millions of years ago? Thus, verifying was too difficult for Yang Xingping. Then what do we do? Zhu Qi didn't know what else to do. They couldn't directly run up to Li Qie and ask if he was real or fake. Such disrespect would result in annihilation if he turned out to be real. Xingping contemplated again. This was indeed a hard issue due to the grave consequences. If the guy was real and the sect didn't treat him properly, it would also be a sin of impropriety and disrespect. But if he was fake, it would be quite a headache as well, something akin to conspiring with an outsider to fool the court. Why don't we just ask the court to send someone here? An elder said. No, if he isn't real, dire consequences await us too. Another elder remained cautious. The entire group became nervous at the potential consequences. I'll invite him back to insane court. Xingping came up with an idea. Zhu Qi was startled and said, Ancestor, that's a path of no return if something goes wrong. If this matter stopped at their sect, then it could still be salvageable. Once Li Qie was taken to the main dynasty, it would be much worse if something went wrong. I'll speak to the queen about this. Xingping said, the situation there is complex too. The queen wants a breakthrough, perhaps this is a God-sent opportunity. It's definitely a gamble. If we win, then our sect might rise again. If we lose, it's all over. The group glanced at each other, realizing that Xingping would need to exert great effort for this. It wasn't easy for someone of his power level to speak to the royal family. Great amount of resources and effort would be spent to achieve this. Zhu Qi gritted his teeth and said, we have nothing else to lose. Guarding this area where even the birds don't want to shit. We're at the very bottom already, so what if we fall more? As the sect master, he had the power to make a decision about the fate of the sect. We agree with the sect master's view. The elders exchanged glances and felt like taking a risk was fine. They had nothing to lose, indeed. Then it is decided. Xingping said, I'll go see the ancestor and ask him to go back to insane court. The elders and Zhu Qi bowed deeply towards Xingping and said, the future of the sect will be up to you, ancestor. We'll follow all your orders. He was the only one who could do something at the court, so all they could do was rely on him. At this moment, Li Qie was meditating. A Tao spark was growing in his land with a unique energy, similar to chaos energy or the affinity of emotions and desires, or something like the force of the Grand Tao. He eventually opened his eyes and found Zhu Sijing standing by his side. Young noble, Senior Yang is here to see you. She had changed her address of him. He nodded and said, let him in. She immediately went out to invite Xingping. Meanwhile, the old man was feeling quite tense. After all, he was about to meet a first-generation ancestor from insane court. He took a deep breath to gather his composure after seeing Sijing. His mental fortitude wasn't bad as a true champion. There were also 17 realms and 3 immortals. The first 9 belonged to minor characters, billions and billions of them as the majority of inhabitants in 3 immortals. All were under a common classification, True Apprentice. This realm had 9 levels, from 1st level True Apprentice to 9th level True Apprentice. 8 more realms existed after this, True Warrior, True Mortal, True Hero, True Champion, True King, True Saint, True God, and True Emperor. Each of the realms afterward was divided into 3 minor ones outside of True Emperor. The power of this last realm wasn't classified so easily. Rumor has it that there was another realm after this, True Immortal. However, no one has seen one before. Xingping went inside and saw Li Qie while the girl quietly exited the room. Grand Sword's descendant, Yang Xingping, greets you, ancestor. He immediately got on the ground and showed his respect. In his mind, it didn't matter whether the guy was real or fake. This ceremony was necessary just in case the guy was real. Not doing so would be the greatest impiety. Rise. Li Qie waved his hand while still sitting down in the meditative pose. Xingping got up and didn't know what to say after seeing the guy in full. He was too young and looked ordinary enough to be forgotten after a glance. Chapter 2135. This common-looking young man had no oppressive aura or massive true energy. No one would believe a guy like this claiming to be their ancestor. In fact, they would give him a rough beating or think that he was simply insane. Alas, Li Qie was in a coffin floating in the abyss. This persuaded Yang Xingping otherwise. May I ask how to address you, ancestor? He mustered some courage and asked. Li Qie naturally saw the man's attitude and chuckled. You certainly think I'm a fake, that I'm too young and couldn't be an ancestor from insane court. 2 out of Xingping's 3 souls just left his body from fear. His legs grew weak as he lowered his head and apologized. I do not dare to, ancestor. This little one doesn't dare to have such thoughts. He then got on the ground once more. Li Qie waved his sleeve and said, it's fine, it's just honorifics. If you don't accept me as your ancestor, then you may call me Li Qie. The old man got up with cold sweats all over. He lamented his fate, and even if he was 10 times more courageous, he wouldn't dare to call the guy by his name. However, he racked his brain and couldn't come up with an ancestor with this name. Plus, too much time had passed already. The only ancestor that was still remembered till this point was their progenitor, insane. Please excuse my offense out of ignorance, ancestor. He bowed again, not wanting to offend this person or he might lose his head. The sect would go down with him as well. Li Chia said, "Forget it. You're here for something?" The old man hesitated for a moment before revealing, "Ancestor, this little one is here to invite you back to Insane Court so that you can take care of the administration there in the future." In his mind, nothing could be better if this Li Chia could take over. No, it would be the most joyous event for him and the sect. He looked at him and asked, "Who is in charge right now? Which blood lineage?" "Ancestor, the Imperial Dao shattered a while ago, so no one is in charge for now, but the Queen is acting as the regent." The old man was not at ease because their lineage had lost their imperial system not long ago. Right now, everyone had their own agenda with plans in the shadows. They were fixated on gaining authority, so the appearance of a reborn ancestor? This was too much of a coincidence. Skepticism was well warranted in this case. A reborn ancestor could definitely be a fake, but he didn't dare to make this assumption despite it being quite logical. From an imperial system down to a myriad system. Didn't know that was possible. Li Chia chuckled and said. The old man from Drystone had several goals in coming to 3 immortals. He spent a lot of effort in creating Insane Court in order to leave behind his vestige even if his epoch were to be destroyed. He utilized all methods to establish a firm foundation for this system, allowing it to reach the immortal level. Unfortunately, too much time had passed. It did produce some great talents who eventually became true emperors. Alas, they were no match compared to their progenitor. The withering was inevitable, from immortal to imperial then myriad. The sad truth was that even in myriad lineage world, Insane Court wasn't considered to be that strong of a sect. Nevertheless, weak it might be, it was still a behemoth compared to a tiny sect like Grand Sword. The latter was but a tiny branch of this sky-blotting tree. "All right," Li Chia said, "it's time for me to come back. Insane Court will prosper again after I take over." This decision was certainly whimsical, but ultimately, he still knew the old man despite being enemies. Today, coming to the guy's lineage and becoming an ancestor? He might as well go with the flow. His grand Dao still needed time, so playing in 3 immortals could make the trip even more worthwhile. "Your return will be just like a rising sun," Xingping instantly added. However, he was at a loss next. Ancestor, well, ultimately, he was just a minor character in the grand scheme of things. He was a master in Grand Sword, but in this system, he was only a regular expert at best. Thus, there were things outside of his control. Even if he was qualified to go to the court, he would only be another official. A close comparison would be the role of a sectional leader in a sect system. Just think about it, how could someone like him directly bring an ancestor to the court? He couldn't convene a meeting with the big shots there to see this person. "Go ahead," Li Chia said. The old man smiled wryly. "Ancestor, a state of panic is ensuing after losing the emperor passed away. I am only a nobody, unable to make any decision. All I can do is to ask you to return to the dynasty and talk with the queen and other elders about the future." He put it tactfully, not daring to be too direct. "I understand." Li Chia smiled. "You're still not convinced, so this is a way of testing my identity." No, of course not." Xingping hastily replied, "This little one absolutely believes you, but I'm not qualified to see the current ancestors. The only person I can speak to is the queen, so if you wish to talk to the ancestors in charge right now, you need to see Her Majesty first." In fact, he and the queen had talked about this already. He got an audience by spending a handsome sum of resources. If this was in the past, the queen might have exiled him for bringing up something so ridiculous. A punishment could be too harsh, but a scolding was certainly happening if he were to do something like this. However, the current turmoil in the court created a tough atmosphere. The Queen's branch also wanted a breakthrough. Because of this, they wanted to take the risk of letting Xingping bring back this ancestor to the court before deciding. Of course, this had to be done in secrecy because it would be unfavorable for the Queen if others were to find out in the case that he was a fake. It could affect her branch's position in the Dao system right now. Political strife, always inevitable even in the endless cycles. Li Qie casually stated, aware of what was going on despite Xingping's attempt of hiding it. All the old man could do was force a smile, not knowing what to say. All right, I want to see what your group is up to. Li Qie was carefree enough. It was too easy for him to flatten all opposition. However, his mind was focused on Dao cultivation. Other matters could be conveniently taken care of along the way. This little one has prepared a carriage. May I ask when you want to set off, ancestor? Xingping was happy to see that Li Qie was so easygoing. Right now then. Li Qie said. This little one will go prepare right now. Xingping was eager to get this done as fast as possible to reduce the chance of others finding out. As they were about to leave, Li Qie casually pointed at Zhu Xijing and said, this girl will accompany me. I wish to have a mute bane around. The group was surprised to see this. Many didn't like this particular race, let alone taking one with them. Xijing herself was caught off guard. Others kept a distance from her, but she was fine just staying in Grand Sword and didn't have other goals in life. At the very least, she could stay here without hiding in fear of pursuers. Chapter 2136. Being chosen by Li Qie came too sudden for the rest of the group and Xijing herself. She didn't know how to handle this pleasant surprise. She couldn't finish a complete sentence after a long time. Xijing, go pack up and follow the ancestor. Zhu Qi tried to wake her up from the daze. She quickly went to get her stuff and returned to Li Qie's side. Zhu Qi warned her again, do a good job of serving him, the sect relies on you. Having said that, he handed a few precious treasures to her and whispered, if you run out of money at the court, go pawn them to keep up a good appearance. He was quite hopeful about her because if Li Qie was indeed a founding ancestor, then he would definitely have authority at the court in the future. If she could be highly regarded later by staying with him, then their sect's future became more promising. Thus, he went all out and gave some of his most precious items to Xijing. Their sect still needed to maintain a good appearance at the court. The group was at the entrance right now. Ancestor, we are at a remote region with no Dao portal, so I especially called for a carriage from Arrogance Enterprise. Xingping quickly told Li Qie. A sect at this level naturally couldn't have a portal. Even if they could build the platform, they wouldn't be able to keep up with the cost. Ahem. A sound came from a carriage instantly appearing in front of them. Gentlemen, you called for a ride? An old man asked with a pair of radiant eyes, clearly an expert. 8 dragon horses were pulling this old yet stately carriage. Normally, young Xingping would be too frugal to call for something like this, but he decided to spend big just for Li Qie. Ancestor, please. He told Li Qie. The guy didn't board right away for he was looking at the insignia on the carriage. It wasn't that big, in the shape of an axe or an ingot decoration on a piece of earring. Below carved the word, arrogance. Xingping was quite nervous, afraid that Li Qie was thinking that the carriage and the reception party weren't extravagant enough. Alas, how could Xingping go all out? Li Qie's identity wasn't confirmed, so they couldn't go to the court with great fanfare. He finally heaved a sigh of relief after seeing the guy getting on the carriage. Gentlemen, we'll be at the royal court in 3 days. The driver shouted and set off. The carriage sped towards the horizon with lightning speed, far exceeding the traveling speed of a true champion like Xingping. This made it worth the high price. Li Qie looked at the flying dragon horses and smiled, arrogance, huh? A bit interesting. Ancestor, you may not know this, but this is the best carriage in 3 immortals. As long as one can pay up, they can go anywhere with these carriages, even to the immortal and imperial world. This is probably the only company with this capability. Sounds quite capable. Li Qie smiled. In 3 immortals, one wouldn't be able to cross through the Tao systems if they weren't connected. However, Arrogance Enterprise could go anywhere. One could easily imagine how mighty they were. It's the richest lineage in 3 immortals, but it's not quite a Tao system, only a business entity of sorts. These carriages are a very small part of it. Xingping added. The Enterprise is new, right? Li Qie smiled, understanding what was going on. Right, it is much younger compared to many Tao lineages in 3 immortals. Xingping said, approximately 1 billion years ago, a youth around 12 or 13 years old made a bold declaration, to be the richest in the world. In the beginning, everyone thought that he was joking, an ignorant calf. However, no one expected for him to actually succeed and create the biggest enterprise in 3 immortals, connecting all the locations. This allowed him to have stores in any Tao system. Xingping was excited talking about this because there were many legends about Arrogance Enterprise, more than enough to compile a book. There is a saying in 3 immortals, only buyers lack money, arrogance never lacks merchandises. As long as you can pay the price, they can satisfy all the demands. Even a few treasures from immortal lineage could be bought. He continued on. After hearing this, Li Qie smiled and asked the driver, your enterprise has everything for sale? Sir, as long as you can pay the price, we can get you anything. That saying is completely accurate. The driver proudly declared. That's great to hear. Li Qie smirked, then, tell your shop that I want to buy a true immortal. Money isn't a problem, I don't lack money, only a true immortal. The driver choked up after hearing this, not knowing how to respond despite being a seasoned professional. Xingping was surprised too. Where was one going to buy a true immortal in this world? These were mythical existences that have never been seen before. You're quite funny. The driver coughed. They indeed didn't know where to find one if Li Qie could muster up the payment. I'm not joking at all. Li Qie calmly said, tell your boss that I want to buy one, money is no problem. I'll be waiting at Insane Court. His expression seemed quite serious, so the driver became silent. Normally, the driver would assume that only a madman would boast about having enough money to buy something non-existent. The problem was that Li Qie didn't look like one at all. Xingping didn't say anything either, sharing the same sentiment as the driver. Alas, this guy was supposedly their ancestor and shouldn't be crazy. He didn't feel like Li Qie was messing with Arrogance Enterprise either. Not many would dare to do something like this, knowing the power of this particular group. The carriage continued swiftly across the sky as Li Qie basked in the sceneries below. Appearance-wise, the geography beneath wasn't that different from the 9th and 10th worlds. Yet, at a certain power level, one would feel that each inch of this blessed land was filled with the power of the Tao. The entire system was refined by insane ancestor. The land had become a boundary for the Tao origin. After numerous years of accumulation, the land remained incredible despite its swift decline. Imagine back then, this Tao system was like the stars in the sky, spanning on and on endlessly. Now, only this little world is left. Li Qie looked at the boundaries and said. Xingping felt sentimental. He had never seen the land when it was at the immortal level, but he had heard about how unfathomably large it was. Alas, it was only a myriad lineage right now. I'm not sure whether it is exact or not, but 1 billion it is. The regular usage for 1 billion is not this combination though. Any native Chinese reader, let me know if I'm missing something here. Chapter 2137. The Royal Court of Insane was the central hub of the entire system because of the Tao source there. The ebb and flow of changes in time didn't matter, the Royal Court will always be the political center. Though Insane Court had produced more true emperors later, they still chose to reign over this region instead of establishing their own sect. True emperors still needed to reach insane ancestors level before creating their own Tao source. That's when they were actually qualified to start their own sect. Otherwise, it would be a meaningless endeavor. Separating their faction from the insane system would greatly reduce their strength. Each generation in 3 immortals could produce one or a few emperors. However, one capable of creating a Tao source might not be available for several generations. The royal court was a massive city, spanning for more than the eyes can take. It had experienced ups and downs, destroyed and rebuilt numerous times. Countless generations of mortals have gone by here. Nevertheless, it remains standing. As long as the Tao lineage and Tao source were still there, so will this ancient city. Mountains presided majestically with buildings everywhere. Billions of inhabitants were here, so it would be more accurate to call this place a kingdom rather than a city. At the central area were stately architecture, soaring all the way up to the 9 firmaments. This was the royal palace of Insane Court. The most influential character in the system wasn't necessarily the emperor or the dynasty in charge. In spite of this, the decision-making process always came from this place. The most influential characters have always aspired to rule this palace. This was the symbol of power for the entire system. Thus, a more powerful being outside of the royal palace couldn't be considered the main branch because the Tao source was here. Therefore, it was easy to imagine how important this place was for the Tao lineage. Carriages rushed into the court on the large roads. Everyone appeared so tiny as they streamed in what seems to be an ocean of people. Zhu Sijing was stunned by the grand scene of this ancient court. Being in a desolate place like Grand Sword left her feeling like a village girl visiting a big city for the first time, no, even more shocked. Li Qiye only gave it a quick glance before closing his eyes to rest. As he came closer to the Tao source, he could sense its massive power. It was also quite close to him, not only because he had insane ancestors' memories and Tao laws but also because of his unique Grand Tao. His eventual system aimed to surpass the cultivation methods found in 3 immortals. Because of this, his art aimed to reach the myriad Tao. As long as there was Tao in his heart, he would be able to grasp everything else in the world, hence the close sensation. The carriage finally made it into the palace. Sijin was even more astonished by its unique and awe-inspiring aura. True energy and the power of the Tao engulfed the entire place like an ocean. Anyone who dared to spy on the palace would be destroyed instantly. Li Qiye wasn't too impressed, unlike the girl. Because his status wasn't confirmed, Xingping didn't dare to cause a big commotion, so they snuck through the back entrance. His words alone couldn't summon all the big shots in the court to welcome this reborn ancestor back. Ancestor, the situation here is complicated and Her Majesty can't use a grand ceremony to welcome you, please forgive us. Xingping was afraid of Li Qiye's fury and he was only a small dog here, any power could destroy him easily. It's fine, tell her to come and see me. Li Qiye sat down on the throne and ordered. Despite a lack of aura, his presence there still scared the soul out of people, oppressive without trying. After all, he was once an existence that reigned over everything, a butcher versed in massacres. Just a serious stare from him was terrifying enough. This little one will go send the message, please wait, ancestor. The old man felt his hair standing on end with his legs going weak. He regained his wits and went to send the message. He couldn't actually meet the queen herself because there were at least 8,000 other true champions here at the court. He wasn't special at all. It took a long time before the queen granted him an audience. He bowed his head and respectfully said, Your Majesty, the person you wish to see is here. Very well, prepare the palanquin, I'll see if he's real or fake. The queen immediately ordered. She was from the Wang faction, one of the 4 great powers at the court. Her official title was Insane Lineage Queen. Insane Lineage was a common name for this entire region. Any sect coming from this place could take on this name. Meanwhile, the ruling power was at the royal court and could take the name of a dynasty. However, this type of dynasty wasn't hereditary from father to son to their descendants. In other words, the emperor of this system was selected by the great powers. He might not be the most influential character, but he definitely represented the entire system. Powerful local tyrants might be, they were not allowed to oppose the official branch of the dynasty or they might face exile. This rule was necessary or chaos would ensue. These were the rules personally written by insane ancestor, so they were unquestionable. The queen's name was Wang Han. Her husband, the late emperor, wasn't a decrepit old man. His death came rather suddenly. He wasn't from a great power, but he was capable and married the right wife. He eventually garnered enough support to take the throne. Of course, his most powerful backing was still the Wang faction. Alas, his death was a great blow to both Wang Han and her clan. It wasn't easy to groom someone qualified to be the emperor. This person needed to be strong on top of knowing how to rule. They became the target right now after his death. People were eager to seize power in the system. Because of this, the queen faced great pressure, worrying about the eventual chaos from a lack of a symbolic leader. Nevertheless, they naturally wanted the next emperor to still be from their faction. Unfortunately, they couldn't find the right candidate in such a short time, quite a source of headache for everyone involved. Normally, if someone like Yang Xingping were to claim that he had found a reborn forefather, they would most likely chase the guy out or even exile him. However, because of the delicate situation right now, a being like an old forefather would bring hope to the entire Dao system and also a God-sent opportunity for their clan. Wang Han took a great risk to let Xingping bring this ancestor to the royal court. Ultimately, they didn't know whether he was real or fake. He could even be a spy sent by another power. Chapter 2138. Wang Han entered the hall with only Xingping as her company. The fewer people who knew about this, the better. Xingping quickly bowed on sight and quietly told Li Qia, "Ancestor, this is Her Majesty." Wang Han was surprised to see the youth sitting so nonchalantly on the throne. This ancestor's appearance was nothing like she imagined. In her mind, a reborn ancestor from the abyss must have gray hair and an immortal aura, someone who can threaten the world. However, this Li Qia ahead was very young and ordinary looking. He could be walking on the street and no one would give him a second glance. This was just another disciple among the millions in insane court. She immediately became disappointed with her heart hanging lower. She thought that she would be able to meet a true master, not such a person. Xingping. She stared at Xingping, thinking that he picked a random disciple to pretend to be their ancestor. Xingping was helpless, knowing that the skepticism was warranted. He had the same thoughts after seeing Li Qia the first time. "You're late." Li Qia opened his eyes and stared at Wang Han. "What's your name?" Wang Han didn't have any intention of showing respect for the above reasons. "On your knees." His gaze exuded an explosive blast like the ruler of the world. True emperors and immortal monarchs would all kneel before him. Bam! She couldn't react in time before finding herself touching the ground. Xingping was also horrified, for this was his first time seeing Li Qia angry. Not to mention a minor character like him, all the top beings would need to kneel before Li Qia. Wang Han struggled to regain her thoughts. She felt as if this was a dream. Despite being a queen, she came from the Wang clan and wasn't weak at all. Her cultivation was on the same level as the late emperor. However, a true king like her still fell before his glare as if she was but an ant. Li Qia still didn't exude his true energy or pressure, but his cold stare alone was enough. Wang Han felt an unprecedented and indescribable fear, straight from her instinct. He was at the top of the food chain and all would tremble before his breath. He closed his eyes again and didn't let the two of them stand up. Zhu Sijing, who was also there, was astounded. The queen of the Dao system was kneeling right there. Anyone from her sect would be doing the same after meeting the queen, but this great woman was being forced into submission. The palace was hushed. No one dared to say anything. Xingping didn't dare to move outside of uncontrollable shuddering. The rage earlier almost scared him to death. As for Wang Han, she had weathered storms and rains before in order to keep her position. This was someone who had met a true god previously. Thus, she was courageous with a firm Tao heart, not one that would yield so easily. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to hold on after the death of the emperor. Alas, she didn't dare to mutter anything right now. She indeed tried to struggle, but the fear was too overwhelming. Her legs became weak so she couldn't rise. Instinct was telling her that this man was the most terrorizing character, the origin of fear. Li Qie eventually opened his eyes after a long time and ordered, "You may rise." "Thank you, ancestor." Xingping seemed to have earned amnesty and bowed several times before getting up. "Thank you, ancestor." Wang Han quietly uttered without thinking. She was instantly convinced and dominated, no longer daring to oppose him. He took a good look at her. One must admit that she was quite a looker, and Zhu Sijing paled in comparison. She had an elegant and noble phoenix dress on. This style was naturally grand and oversized, but this wasn't enough to hide her beautiful figure, massive and towering breasts like two majestic mountains. The lascivious curve of her buttocks was clearly outlined. It could shake someone to the core with its well-rounded plumpness. Her fair legs accentuated her overall figure, perfectly sculpted, and only made her butt stand out even more. Her phoenix eyes were rippling and spirited with autumn waves. Just one glance could attract any man, causing their heart to beat faster. "You need to change your attitude if you want my help." Li Qie finally spoke. She lowered her head like a little lady that had just done something wrong. She already got her answer on whether he was real or not. Despite her early preparation on what to say, all the words were eluding her right now. In the end, all she could say was, "Your junior welcomes your return, ancestor." Li Qie said flatly, "I'm aware of the current situation in Insane Court. It's not hard to solve this situation, only hard work is necessary. It's not a sin to be foolish, only when one is both foolish and greedy." "I understand." Wang Han has been won over and became quite obedient. "Since I have returned, it is time to change this Tao system completely." Li Qie said, "An immortal lineage falling down to the myriad level? Is it even possible for you descendants to do a worse job? Without changes, Insane Court will cease to exist. If Geezer Insane were to find out, he'll crush all of you unfilial kids to death." Wang Han and Xingping couldn't say anything, only quietly listened to the scolding. Myriad was the lowest level in 3 immortals. If this path of declination continued, the Tao source would dry up along with the Blessed Land. From then on, only a ruined world would remain along with the wails of its inhabitants. "All right, I am tired now, we'll end this today." He waved his sleeve and finished. "Please rest at the Sky Shift Hall, ancestor." Wang Han said respectfully with a soft tone after taking a deep breath. "No, I'll be staying at Remembrance Palace." Li Qie demanded. "Remembrance?" Wang Han was stunned because she couldn't remember whether a place like this existed or not. "It's to the northeast." Li Qie said, "Looks like all of you have forgotten too many things, even the place where Insane Ancestor used to meditate to search for the Tao." Wang Han made the connection. There was indeed such a place, but it was deserted now, infested with weeds. No one has stayed there for a long time. Some records stated that their ancestors have left behind this place. People stopped staying there so future generations forgot its name. "Please wait, ancestor. Your junior will tell people to go clean up." She bowed. "Go now." Li Qie nodded, "If there's nothing else, don't bother me. And the current situation is also a test for you, go all out. Just remember one thing, those who dare to stand in my way, kill without mercy." Chapter 2139. For some reasons, she shuddered after hearing the words, "kill without mercy." She could sense a massive bloodthirst spreading to her heart, so she immediately left without refusing. Remembrance Palace was still tattered despite Wang Han's effort at cleaning it up with haste. She was worried that Li Qie wouldn't like it, but he didn't mind at all and walked straight in. He told everyone to leave and began to meditate in his room. Outside of Tao meditation, there was another reason why Insane Ancestor named the palace Remembrance. He wanted to recall his friends and families from his own epoch because this wasn't his true home. Of course, Li Chia wasn't here for that sentimental stuff. He had his own reasons unknown to others. He seemed to have reached a Zen state, not even his breathing could be heard. There was no visual phenomenon in the beginning, but as time passed, he seemed to be melting. Upon closer inspection, the space around him was the thing melting, not him. If one were in the room, they would have an illusion of bricks colliding with each other. The palace was continuously transforming into something else, a move through a different world and time while breaking and rebuilding. This illusion lasted for a while before all the bricks finally came into place. Li Chia was no longer in Remembrance but another palace altogether. No one could enter this one, not even those from Insane Court. This was actually a treasury with artifacts and chests as far as Li Chia could see. Li Chia opened one of them and dazzling radiance oozed out across the entire room. There were too many treasures to count here, wondrous items such as immortal heart crystals, spring-warmed jades, and small wells with gurgling golden water. Treasure metals piled on top of each other like hills. Even an ancestor from Insane Court would go crazy at this sight. Their sect's current treasury was completely inferior in comparison. Li Chia was still fine. This was still not a match for Samsara's treasury back in Pure. This old man is still so paranoid, not trusting anyone and left behind some good stuff. Maybe this is his backup plan? Li Chia smiled and said. Insane Ancestor hid this in secret instead of giving it to the future generation. He was the only one aware of this location, but because Li Chia also had his memories, he could easily enter it. This was the reason why he chose Remembrance. Outside of many treasures, there were also manual scrolls on the shelves. They encompassed everything, including Insane's own cultivation method on top of the ones from other Dao systems. Many of them were actually lost now in the present. Li Chia casually perused them, just for fun. He wasn't that interested because he already made his path. The merit laws of this world or those created by Insane were just references at best. Geezer, you broke my bones back then, so now, I'm taking all of your treasury. I wonder if you will faint after finding out. Li Chia laughed. He wanted to see Insane Ancestor's expression after telling him, perhaps the guy would go crazy. He didn't hesitate at all and took in all the good stuff, treasures, weapons, scrolls, and materials. Meanwhile, Wang Han especially called several high elders about the return of their ancestor. These were loyal confidants of the clan, so she could trust them. No one will believe this. The other officials will think that he's a fake. I believe that your majesty will be assaulted on all front. It won't be easy to maintain control. One of them said. She naturally understood this, but at this moment, she was completely convinced by Li Chia and had full confidence in him. I know what everyone else will think, but he is really a forefather coming back to life. Other things can be faked, but not that invincible presence. Wang Han said, this is naturally a good thing for our system. We might even rise again in the future. For example, in this generation, if we have a true emperor backing us off, there's no way to fail. Is he really a true emperor? I don't think so. They don't really linger around and would just go to immortal lineage. Why stay here at myriad lineage? Another elder said. Wang Han wasn't clear either. She didn't know how to describe him because his cultivation remained a mystery. He looked more like an ordinary cultivator. However, when she saw the unstoppable glint in his eyes, she was instantly conquered. I don't know his cultivation, but he's certainly not weak, probably stronger than any ancestor in the present. Wang Han said. The first speaker continued, it is a good thing if it's real. But right now, we don't have a ruler, so the appearance of a reborn ancestor is too much of a coincidence. I'm worried that it's someone from a different Dao system. Another felt the same way. What if it's a true god from another place pretending to be our ancestor? Our system will fall into the hands of an outsider. Wang Han agreed that this elder made sense. The timing was too much of a coincidence. If we can test him with the Dao source, we'll figure it out right away. She came up with a bold idea. If he's not a real ancestor, it'll be quite apparent. The first elder immediately shook his head. No, absolutely not. Maybe that's exactly what they want, just a plan to grab our Tao source. We would be walking straight into their trap. This requires further deliberation. A different one added, this pertains to the rise and fall of our Tao system, no, an existential crisis, even. Even if you want to test him with our Tao source, Your Excellency, it's useless with just our consent alone. Our faction can't make this decision. Wang Han gently sighed. She knew that this wouldn't be easy. Nevertheless, she had great confidence that he was the real thing. Intuition told her to trust this man, and she trusted her intuition. The return of a powerful forefather would definitely propel their sect back to its golden age. The problem was how to convince others to recognize him. Otherwise, the court would stay fragmented. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we don't hold on to this powerful ancestor, he might join any other faction and we'll lose this chance. We might even fall out of the central power after a swift decline. She solemnly concluded. Chapter 2140. The High Elders present exchanged glance with each other. The death of the Emperor was indeed a blow to their clan. Missing this opportunity could rob them of their current political influence. Insane court has been passed down for billions of years with a rotation of dynasties. So many sects that were powerful eventually collapsed and became the side branches or turned into nothingness. In the current insane court, there were plenty of powerful sects, but they primarily made up the side branches, leaves on this towering tree. The ones that were in control were the four great powers. The Wang faction was one of them. The other three consisted of the upper faction, Sacred Institution, and Chu Camp. These four branches have produced many true emperors, sometimes one had them in succession. Of course, none of these emperors could surpass the progenitor. It was indeed a great accomplishment for the Wang to reach this level, mainly due to their strength. However, so many other lineages inside the system were vying for their position. Just one wrong step and decline would be imminent, robbing them from the central power. We can't be too risky in this endeavor. One high elder suggested, if he is a fake that is scheming for our Tao source, it will be very dangerous for the source. At that point, our branch will become sinners, unworthy of the ancestors. We'll certainly be banished henceforth. The other high elders quietly contemplated. Grand Sword Gate was such a sect that was banished. This particular sect was very powerful in the past, but it had committed a big offense, so they were exiled from the main court. If such a thing were to happen to their clan, there was no coming back. How about we ask the ancestors who protect the Tao source to check? They should be the best reason. Wang Han came up with another idea. Plurality isn't clear either, guessing there are many since the elders contemplated after hearing this. There was no doubt that the strongest ancestors in the system right now were in this group. They had a prestigious position as well, so if he could gain their recognition, he would definitely be the real thing. They might not be on our side. A different high elder said. The other elders understood the implication right away. If this reborn ancestor was real, he would certainly make the system prosper again. He was a fat piece of meat, metaphorically. Not only would he take the reign, but this would also last for several generations. Their Wang clan naturally wanted to ride his coattails, and in order to do so, they must not let any other power have him. Flattery and taking the initiative were necessary. We'll invite our own ancestor first then. Another elder said, he's a true god with great knowledge and will be able to see much better than us. Afterward, if the guy is real, he'll be our biggest backing and we will fully support him. If he's fake, then we'll just kill him and no one will find out. Wang Han agreed that this was the best and safest course of action. She had absolute confidence in Li Qiye right now and would back him up. We need to take good care of this ancestor for now with the highest respect. But do not let this leak, wait until we clarify his identity before making a decision. The high elders decided. She sighed and had to agree. She couldn't change their mind and still needed their help to convince the other three powers. Li Qie didn't give a damn about the decision of the court. If he wanted to take the reins, he could do so quite easily, but he had no interest right now. He continued to stay in remembrance, spending most of his time cultivating. The Dao seed was now a tree inside his land. It wasn't skyblotting just yet, but there were plenty of exuberant leaves, full of life and joy. He named it Primordial Tree or Grand Dao Tree. The aura and energy coming off it were named Primordial Energy. This energy encompassed everything: chaos, myriad Dao, emotions, and desires. Everything started from this energy, that's why Li Qie named it Primordial. The denser the energy, the more life force the tree had. As long as it grew to a certain level, it would mature enough to have Dao fruits. When they ripen, that's when he would reach the Dao. This was a path never traveled before. After working on his Dao, he slowly took out an ancient book, something coveted by all, the physique scripture. It was filled with primordial energy now. It took on a form without pages and words, more like a brick. This was because of his new cultivation system, so the scripture had returned to the origin once more. When Li Qie forcefully opened the first page, the scripture would create an entirely new merit law, no longer the physique arts with the 6 words. When his Grand Dao finished, a new cultivation system would form and the entire would have to change to an entirely new epoch. Buzz. He touched the scripture, but there was no opening it. Open. An explosion of primordial energy erupted from him. He became eternal and turned into a world-creating progenitor. The energy drowned out the entire book. Of course, the book was also crazily absorbing this energy, wanting to suck it dry. During this process, the tree inside the land emitted more energy in an endless amount. This seemed to be the origin of all, never capable of running out of primordial energy. The scripture eventually stopped, seemingly had its fill. Buzz. The tree started to glow and a completely new rune came out. Nevertheless, it was ancient enough to exist at the very start of the world. It contained a majestic aura filled with life, a new life form. It then flowed across Li Qie's body and wove together to form a new law, containing the same archaic and primordial property. With that, the new law traveled to his arm, then his finger, then finally the scripture. The scripture began to glow as well. The light seemed to be carving a word onto the scripture, the formation of a divine scroll. Open. Li Qie roared again. The massive energy allowed Li Qie to separate from this space to form something completely new. There was nothing here in the beginning, but with a single thought of his, the celestials were born. Next, a sky appeared with beings coming to life. Boom! He was the Lord of all and nothing could resist his will. The scripture emitted a resonating blast across this universe and became an eternal sound. Chapter 2141, Boom. He finally opened the first and entirely new page of the physique scripture. Dazzling radiance shot to the sky and wondrous phenomena appeared. The scripture itself was deriving a new world with its own celestial bodies. However, in the next second, everything was replaced by new runes the size of planets. Nothing was as beautiful and moving as these runes. With a series of explosions, new runes continued to float around like the stars in a certain order. They lined up to form supreme mantras, the start of a new Grand Dao. Buzz. The mantras finally finished the first page of the physique scripture. It included a new merit law. From this moment on, it was no longer the same. The 12 immortal physiques would also disappear. He began to read these new merit laws as the first to learn them in the new epoch. In the next several days, he spent his time cultivating and reading, not bothering to care about the issue of being a reborn ancestor. He wasn't reading about merit laws from insane ancestors since he had too many already himself. He was focusing on history and old tales. Insane Court has been around for a long time and the library of this central area definitely had the highest concentration of books. One would find themselves lost in an ocean of books after entering the library. It has been accumulating books throughout the long years by its people. Some were given by outsiders as well. Of course, the majority of this was just regular books. The merit laws were stored in a more secure location. Outside of learning about 3 immortals, Wuxia also wanted to find the traces of immortals. After reading all of these books on top of having memories from the grotto and insane ancestor, Wuxia had a perfect grasp on this world and virtually all of its old tales. Even the ones with few records could be calculated from all the clues. This was his forte, extrapolating information when there is a lack of. These texts allowed him to find the necessary facts to dispel the fog, revealing the secrets within. As long as there were some clues, he could figure out what was going on. Nothing could escape his eyes and calculation. He even reached the very source of 3 immortal worlds and found some clues about immortals. Sui, Shi, Nong. He chuckled with this revelation. I can't wait till that day when we will figure out who is the real master of the universe. Having said that, he closed his eyes, seemingly entering a slumber. He continued to focus on cultivation and reading instead of worrying about the politics of the court. He suddenly had a new interest with all the new information, pill refinement and alchemy. There were many types of pills in 3 immortals, but the longevity pills stole his attention the most. Of course, low-level longevity pills were nothing, only the true emperor's level and up interested him. As a cultivator became stronger and eventually reached the throne, they would have tales about them in 3 immortals. However, one sudden day, these emperors could just disappear from sight with no trace left. Their final destination was a question for the ages, but it was too hard to verify. This was related to the more inconspicuous longevity pills. Wuxia found this matter very amusing after ample research. Perhaps the ones from 3 immortals didn't care about this. But anyone from the 9 worlds and 10th world would have a different perspective. 3 immortals were freed from the restraint of the heaven and earth, so cultivators started cultivating the anima at the very beginning. This was quite advantageous, something even more apparent after becoming a true emperor. But this didn't mean that a true emperor was superior to a grand emperor or immortal monarch. Their biggest weakness was longevity. For example, the grand emperors and immortal monarchs could live for a very long time after shouldering the heavens' wills, albeit, they needed to hide in exploration grounds away from the executions. If they could survive the execution and not die in battle, who knows how long the wills would allow them to live. This wasn't explored completely and lacked reference points. This wasn't the case for the true emperors. They could be immensely strong, but without the heavens' wills, they would eventually die from old age, for this was inevitable. There were many secrets behind this, but most didn't link it to these longevity pills. At the same time, only a minority of true emperors was known to die from old age. The majority of them simply disappeared from all the 3 worlds. Their destination remained a hot topic for many people to research. All of the worlds Wuxia has been to so far had a common pursuit: eternal life. Mortals, experts, and emperors all searched for the answer to true longevity, the ultimate freedom. Alas, such a thing didn't exist. Even the most brilliant and amazing person would have to return to the root one day. Both Insane Ancestor and the Grotto Master also researched these pills. Of course, they had their own method in doing so. Wang Han came to visit Wuxia. Though the Wang clan hasn't recognized his identity and status, this didn't affect her respectful attitude towards him. She would see how he was doing on a daily basis. Zhu Sijing was taking care of him right now, washing his feet while he sat with his eyes closed. Wuxia waved his hand, gesturing for Sijing to leave. He continued to sit there quietly with his legs dipped in the hot water. Wang Han crouched down and obediently washed his feet in a gentle manner. If anyone were to see this, they would become shocked. She was a noble daughter from the Wang, the queen of insane court Dao lineage. Yet, she was subjecting herself to this lowly task without any hesitation. Wuxia began to speak. One needs an iron fist to take care of this situation. You do things in a careful manner but lacks decisiveness, so nothing can get done. Insane Court was once an immortal lineage. In order to rule something like this, you need to be merciless in order to reign over the rest. Chapter 2142. Wang Han carefully mused her next response. She knew that Li Qie was testing her and that he was currently unsatisfied with her abilities. A Dao system shouldn't have internal strife and killing. She eventually replied. Though she had her own achievements, she wasn't a supreme character. Not to mention the entire system, she didn't have the most power in her own clan, subjected to being hindered. Before the death of the emperor, the two of them could manage, though with difficulties. Too many people coveted power in any Dao system. She acted as a virtuous wife and fully supported the emperor. Her clan, under her lead, supported all of his decisions. Furthermore, he had military power and could order the officials in the system. Thus, the situation was stabilized during his reign. She certainly suffered the greatest blow from his death. She didn't have a firm grasp on the military in comparison. Moreover, the Wang was also searching for someone else to take over. Ultimately, she was still a woman. Capable and powerful, but she lacked a merciless decisiveness. Li Qie's assessment on her flaws was spot on. She found it hard to maintain a grasp on the military by making decisive moves. Solidarity and great leadership are necessary before avoiding internal conflicts, easier said than done. One needs to quell unrest first before doing what they want via orders. Li Qie said. She opened her mouth but hesitated, ending with only a sigh. According to him, she would need to consolidate the Wang clan's power first because this was her biggest backing. Without them, she wouldn't be able to do anything, no chance of being decisive. The problem was that the clan itself was divided. The late emperor was the one keeping the morale high, allowing the Wang to support the two of them wholeheartedly. But now, there were ancestors in the clan wanting someone else to take over, hence her precarious situation. Shi finished washing his feet and began rubbing his legs. "What is your plan?" he said flatly. He has never been stingy with his followers. After all, everyone else were strangers to him in this Dao system. If she were to be loyal, he would be happy to lend her a hand. She hesitated for a moment before looking up to answer, "Please guide me, young noble." She changed to using his favorite honorifics to address him at this moment. The beauty was obedient and gentle right now. Such alluring charm could stir the soul, resulting in an indescribable scene. A snow-white valley full of spring and 2 ripe peaches. Others couldn't help but want to take a bite. Her full buttocks were beyond words, making the heart beat faster. He reached to gently raise her exquisite chin below her red, sweet honey lips and asked, "Do you trust me?" It looked as if he was flirting, but this wasn't the intention. He just did whatever he pleased, but it lacked any intent of disrespect and wretchedness. "I do," she said without any hesitation due to the unconditional trust she had right now after being convinced last time. Others might be suspicious of him, but not her. He smiled and closed his eyes again without responding. She didn't push the issue and continued to rub his shoulders and muscles. Being serviced by a beauty was an enjoyable leisure. She controlled her strength perfectly so that he could relax and love this feeling. "Your path isn't difficult," he eventually answered. "First is careful planning. Next is to follow it through no matter what. That's all you need to do, the sky won't fall down." She tried her best to understand what he meant and continued her task. After a long time, he continued, "I will leave the palace tomorrow to see an arrogance branch. I'll accompany you," she quietly said, as gentle and pleasant as the water in spring. He didn't refuse and continued his rest. On the next day, Li Qie was heading for an arrogance store in order to buy some items on top of finding some information. Yang Xingping and Zhu Sijing naturally accompanied him. Queen Wang Han also came early without any follower. She also put on a servant disguise and an old posture so that no one could recognize her. Because the situation was still unfavorable, she didn't want to show her face. "Let's go." Li Qie didn't comment on her appearance and ordered. He didn't use a carriage or air travel but strolled straight out of the palace, seemingly basking in the sceneries. Xingping didn't understand why he wanted to walk. This was a waste of time in his mind, but he didn't dare to ask. Wang Han, on the other hand, could see that each step was measuring the area. She shuddered despite not knowing the magical property of his action. Nevertheless, she was clear that he was measuring the entire palace. After walking through half of the place, he shook his head in response. This Tao system has truly fallen. Back when it was located in immortal lineage world, it was arrogant and imperious. But now, we'll be hard-pressed to find a true god that can ascend, let alone an eternal. Xingping and Sijing didn't react too much due to their lack of knowledge about the system. This wasn't the case for the queen since she took a deep breath upon hearing this. He casually stated the situation in their system, as if there was no secret to speak of. Only the big shots in the court knew how many experts they had. As for the true gods capable of ascending, it needed to be someone with a similar position and status as her. Ultimately, outsiders couldn't meet this level of an ancestor. Speculation was the limit. Nevertheless, Li Qie only needed to walk around the palace to clearly figure this out. This was quite a monstrous ability. She was shaken and became even more impressed and convinced of him. Such shameless boasting. Someone heard the conversation and mocked Li Qie. It was a youth pulling a stallion with the intention of leaving the palace. He wore an official robe with a stern glare. True energy surged from him, clearly an expert. This youth continued, "Brat, you're an ant daring to comment on a great tree. The power of insane court can't be speculated by you. Young Lord of the Peng." Yang Xingping immediately recognized the youth with a changed expression. Li Qie ignored the youth and continued forward. "What's your name, brat?" The youth was naturally annoyed at Li Qie's attitude. "I, Peng Weijin, want to know who you are, to see if you are qualified to talk like that." Li Qie was already far away after he finished his statement. The youth thought about chasing after him, but Xingping stopped him. "Young Lord Peng, please don't misunderstand. This young noble is an esteemed guest." Xingping wasn't a nobody. Though his background was terrible, he was still a true champion, not a coward. 1. I think these are new titles. I'll figure it out with more context later. Chapter 2143. The youth named Wei Jin coldly stared at Xingping for blocking his way and sneered, "Yang Xingping, I respect you as a senior since you're a true champion. However, don't forget that this is the royal court, not your tiny sect. True champions are everywhere in this place. I'm aware, no need for you to remind me, young lord." Xingping's expression darkened. For better or worse, he was still a big shot that had lived for many years. He naturally became furious after being sneered at by a youth. "Humph, looks like you got braver. Normally you don't leave your place at all." Wei Jing stopped caring about Li Qie. "I heard you're close to the Wang recently. Is that why you're so bold now?" "Young lord, no need to be rude," Xingping said. Wang Han was close and certain words couldn't be taken back. The situation would escalate for the worse. "Huh, you know exactly what is going on." Wei Jing snorted, "Don't forget, the emperor is dead now and the Wang might fall too. If you are smart, you will know what to do. We also welcome you to join our clan. As you know, upper faction is our backing. I will have to refuse your offer, young lord." "Thank you." Xingping quickly interrupted Wei Jin. At this moment, he had already chosen the Wang clan. More importantly, Wang Han was right here. She could become unhappy and question his loyalty. This would be quite bad for him and Grand Sword. "Humph, can't even appreciate a favor." Wei Jin coldly said, "If you wait till the Tao system situation settles, it'll be too late for regrets then." He turned and left after making the last words. Wei Jin looked down on Xingping, but he avoided a direct confrontation. He was only a true hero while the guy was a true champion, certainly stronger than him. Xingping became quite awkward, not knowing how to answer the rest of the group. "Your Majesty, please don't listen to his nonsense." He smiled awkwardly. Wei Jin was being too frank and challenged the Wang's prestige. Wang Han naturally wouldn't like it. "It's fine," she calmly said. This wasn't surprising because many people wanted her military power right now so that they could take over the main branch. The Peng was also quite influential in the court. More importantly, they were loyal to the upper faction, one of the four great powers. It has been wanting to take over for some time now and was growing impatient. Thus, Wei Jin's tone was within her expectation. Li Qie naturally didn't give a damn about these trivial matters. Upper faction? Peng clan? Ants they were. He focused on measuring the ground instead. After leaving the palace, he continued to do this surveying walk. The core of the Dao system was the court. Though the system spanned for 10 million miles, Insane Ancestor was able to refine every inch into Dao land after opening the Dao source. Nevertheless, he still spent the most effort around this area. As long as the royal court was around, the Dao system would be just fine. The other territories could be invaded and taken over, but the Dao system would live on with the court. Of course, if the court was destroyed and the other territories were still left, Insane Court would only exist in name only. Li Qie had a good understanding of the foundation now. This meant that if he wanted to use its power in the Dao source, it would be all too easy. He didn't need to use his own power in this land to sweep through everything. He was the lord of this region now. That geezer must have also loved this land to spend so much effort. Unfortunately, no lineage lasts forever. Li Qie murmured. This was his conclusion about the old man beneath Drystone. He truly wanted to create a sect to leave behind his legacy, or he wouldn't have spent so much effort to strengthen the Dao foundation and Dao source here. In the past, Insane Ancestor was exactly like Li Qie now, mere passers-by in this world. They never thought about truly stopping here. Later on, Insane Ancestor went back to his epoch and had done some crazy things. Nevertheless, the proof of his love for this place remained. He didn't only want to leave behind traces of him as time passed on, but also for this Dao system to continue. Even if his epoch was gone, this Dao system would still be around. This was the reason why it was so powerful back then. Producing so many true emperors across the long years couldn't stop the downfall through time. In the end, it fell all the way down to myriad lineage world. In fact, it wasn't even a top power in this world. Of course, the rest of the group didn't know that the geezer mentioned by Li Qie was their progenitor. A big difference between the two of them was that Li Qie never thought about creating a lineage or leaving his mark here. Ultimately, he would create and have his own epoch, so he didn't feel the same way. Let's go to Arrogance now. He chuckled after finishing his task. Yang Xingping immediately led the way since he was quite familiar with this place, even more so than Wang Han. When they made it to the store, they found something massive beyond words. In fact, calling it a store was inaccurate, for it was the size of a city with numerous buildings. It occupied a small corner of the royal court, but just this small corner was large enough to scare people to death. Only something like Arrogance Enterprise could have such a large territory in an important location of a Dao system. Other commercial powers didn't have this capability. In Three Immortals, people immediately thought of Arrogance Enterprise whenever they needed to buy or sell something. This was due to the Enterprise's golden reputation and prestige. Furthermore, it had everything one would want. Because of this, there was no need to worry about not being able to find something after entering a store. If one couldn't find something here, they wouldn't be able to find it in other places anyway. A youth named Arrogance created a miracle spanning across Three Immortals. Perhaps he didn't have any crazy battle record and wasn't a true emperor. He didn't create a new territory as a progenitor either. However, his name and business expertise resounded across the three worlds. He was even more amazing than some true emperors and progenitors. Throughout history, the names of these latter beings would be forgotten, buried deep in the river of time. Arrogance Enterprise, on the other hand, remained famous all along. Everyone knew about these stores, just not the secrets to their success. Li Qie smiled and commented with a tinge of sentiment after seeing the insignia again. The favorite son of the heaven, that's arrogance for you, the only one worthy of this name. There were beautiful merchandises everywhere to choose Sijing's astonishment. What she considered treasures before were up for display like common items. Even the legendary immortal medicines in her eyes were common alchemy ingredients here. This store was smashing her common sense due to her inexperience. Chapter 2144. This particular store in Insane Court wasn't the largest branch from Arrogance franchise. Nevertheless, one could find whatever they wanted here. If they didn't have it, just show enough money and they would go get it. This was the biggest advantage of shopping here. If one couldn't find something at Arrogance, it meant they wouldn't be able to buy it in any other store or with money. When Li Qie wanted to buy an immortal yet couldn't from Arrogance, he wouldn't be able to buy it from some other places either. This wasn't an issue that could be solved with money. There is a popular saying from the Enterprise, a problem solvable by money is not a problem. This was indeed a reasonable belief for Arrogance. Sijing felt that she was in a vast world while inside this store and got dazzled by all the treasures. Of course, the prices here were exorbitant as well. Each item here was too expensive for Sijing, not something she could save up for in her entire life. Not even her entire sect could afford one of them. Li Qie didn't have any interest in these treasures and only gave them a quick glance. His focus was on the alchemy ingredients and of course, this store also had the best selection in Insane Court for anyone with enough money. He was actually buying some common materials in mass and naturally, Wang Han in disguise paid for him immediately. Young noble, why are you buying so many materials? Sijing saw the amount and became curious. In the few recent days of serving him, she found him to not be imperious like a reborn ancestor but rather quite easy to get along with. It wasn't a bad time serving someone like him. Alchemy. He leisurely said. You're trying to refine some longevity pills, young noble? Wang Han was more knowledgeable than the other two and could guess his intention based on the list of materials. Right, bored enough to refine a few cauldrons. Of course, Li Qie wasn't trying to make some pills at the immortal level. He just wanted to practice and research these pills in order to find more clues. Ultimately, his previous experience was still peerless in this world. You also search for immortality? Wang Han was very curious about this ancestor. He wanted to know what he had experienced in his long life. No, just going to refine a few for fun. Li Qie replied. Xingping didn't know what to say. 3 immortals had all kind of pills but the longevity pill represented the apex of alchemy. Some true emperors searched for the path of the pills while others paid a handsome sum for them. Many alchemists took great pride in this ability but he was just doing it for fun. Quite a bold statement. Only a true forefather of Insane would be so domineering. As they were chatting on the way back, Li Qie suddenly stopped and turned his focus towards an intersection. Outside of the big store itself, there were many other side shops doing small businesses. A few cultivators would try to trade nearby with permission from Arrogance. There was an old man in a cotton robe with a big hat, covering not only his ears but virtually all of his face. His hands were inside his sleeves, seemingly very cold as he breathed out cold air. He didn't look too special but his 3 shiny items on display were incredible. More importantly, he had a plaque with ugly scribblings, "Move me and I shall give you a treasure." A crowd naturally formed because of the items and the challenge. Really now? Someone asked. Of course. The old man answered without looking up as if he was feeble, unable to open his eyes. What do you mean by move you? Another spectator asked. The old man didn't answer and continued to sit there quietly, seemingly asleep. In a short time, the crowd glanced at each other, not knowing how to fulfill the condition. Is he playing with us? What the heck does he mean? Another wondered. The old man ignored all of the questions. Are you for real? More and more people asked. Well, he can't be tricking us because Arrogance Enterprise guarantees the transactions here. If he does anything funny, arrogance will interfere. An older cultivator said. The spectators agreed with this and felt assured because of the enterprise. Nevertheless, they were still at a loss. Bang! Suddenly, a lowly-looking middle-aged cultivator got on his knees and shouted, "Father, I'm here to see you." The crowd was startled at first, but they quickly realized that he was doing and laughed. Haha, this guy got a father out of nowhere. They found this man very amusing. Of course, the guy was feeling quite hot and embarrassed. He was a nobody without a strong background. This was why he could kneel and call someone father without losing any face. He didn't have anything to lose, and in case of success, it would be a free treasure. Alas, the old man didn't give him the time of day. "Father, your son's life hasn't been easy, will you give me a treasure?" The middle-aged man bowed his head and asked. There was still no response. "Maybe he'll say yes if you call him grandfather." Someone else joked. "Yeah, call him grandfather, maybe that'll work." The crowd exploded in laughter. Grandfather. The man clenched his teeth and didn't mind being mocked at by the crowd. "Your obedient grandson worship you." Alas, the old man was still unmoved. Looks like you want to be his grandson, but he doesn't want you." Zhu Sijing, who has never seen something strange like this, became astounded. In the end, the man gave up and left. Robbing the old man was out of the question because arrogance was in charge here. People wondered again at how to move this old man. Calling him a father or grandfather didn't work at all. Nevertheless, they didn't want to give up on these 3 treasures. Chapter 2145. People stared and stared at the treasures with greed but unable to figure out a plan. "Grandpa, I have a bottle of spring wine, the finest brew from our leaf flow kingdom, do you want a sip?" A youth opened a bottle and the salivating fragrance of this wine permeated the air. "Damn, that's good wine." The smell made people swallow their saliva. "This is our finest wine, of course it will be good." The youth was quite proud. It wasn't easy for him to make something like this. "Grandpa, how about it?" He raised the cup before the old man. Alas, the same inaction happened just like before. The youth unhappily put away the wine and went back to the sideline. "Grandpa, I have cultivated for 3,000 years, enduring the rain and storm in the caves. For my grand Tao, I spent my time in the dark wilderness and faced the wrath of the beasts. All I want is a treasure for self-protection." A cultivator lamented his life, wanting to move this old man. The old man didn't open his eyes and ignored the guy still. Next, several cultivators tried different things to no avail, of course. Some spoke words of grandeur while others tried the pity game once more. A few tried to trade their own treasures as well, but the old man didn't respond. The majority became disappointed, thinking that he was only messing with them. At this moment, a girl walked before him. She was around 16 or 17-year-old with a coarsely made dress. She was cute with a cloth tying her hair. Of course, her appearance also made her poor background and weak cultivation quite clear. She stood there, slightly afraid, as if this was her first time speaking in front of so many people. She eventually gathered enough courage to speak, still softly. "Senior, I would like a treasure to protect our wood convent, because it's not safe there. Something evil is watching us." The crowd already awaited her failure. People have tried these sob stories before her and failed. But she didn't even finish her story before the old man opened his eyes and grabbed the middle of the 3 treasures. He handed it to the girl and said, "Just place it in front of the convent." The girl was startled because she had no hope of success. Alas, after thinking about the precarious situation, she still needed to try once. Thus, this pleasant surprise came too sudden, so she stood there frozen. Others were naturally astounded as well. They thought that this old man was only playing around, but now, he had just handed a treasure to this girl after a short comment. The girl quickly bowed towards him before leaving with haste, disappearing into the sea of people. "He's not messing around." Someone shouted with astonishment. Keep in mind that these treasures were amazing items. Just a short story and the girl had obtained one. Yes, this is for real. The crowd began to contemplate again, not wanting to give up. This is something else. Zhu Sijing felt that one of these treasures could be the defining artifact of Grand Sword for generations. Alas, the old man gave one away so easily. This broke her common sense and exceeded her imagination. Who in this world would casually hand a priceless item to a treasure? The guy must be crazy. One can't use common sense to judge a master. Li Chia smirked while looking at the old man. Senior, I come from Cemetery Mountain. Our clan view protecting the mortals as our responsibility, but recently, something evil is invading our estate. My uncles have fallen one by one. Please give me something to protect my clan. A quick-witted youth kneeled before the old man with tears dripping down. The old man simply took out another treasure and placed it in the middle of the other two as a replacement. He closed his eyes again, not giving a damn about the youth. He cried and lamented about his clan, but it all fell on deaf ears. Senior, my young sister has always been sick, bedridden. Recently, a nightmare ghost has been possessing her too. Please give me a treasure to protect her. People tried to copy the girl's sad story again. No one was able to replicate the same success despite the sad stories. Why only that girl? Not all of them are lying. Wang Han observed for a long time before wondering. It has nothing to do with tragedies or sad circumstances. Li Chia smiled. Too many people live terrible lives, you can't save them all. The sad story isn't the thing moving him but rather, the secret behind it. The secret? Wang Han carefully analyzed that girl earlier again but still couldn't come up with anything. Meanwhile, the old man continued to ignore the rest of the crowd. People eventually gave up on sad stories and tried something different. All were useless. Let me try. A confident voice came about. People looked over and saw an awe-inspiring youth walking forward. That's the young lord of the Peng clan. Someone immediately recognized him. This was the youth who sneered at Li Chia back at the palace. He heard something interesting was going on near the enterprise and came running. He slightly bowed at the old man before slowly taking out a bottle and opening it. A faint medicinal fragrance billowed. A longevity pill. An old cultivator recognized the scent immediately. People's eyes turned bright after hearing this, especially the older ones. Senior, this is a precious pill personally refined by Venerable Yi of our insane court. How about I trade this for a treasure of yours? He asked the old man. Venerable Yi, that's the most famous alchemist in insane court. The crowd gasped after hearing this. A pill from Venerable Yi is indeed priceless. The older cultivators could feel their heart beating faster since these pills were too necessary for them. That's a good pill for sure. Wang Han nodded. Venerable Yi is the best alchemist for our power. Any pill created by him can be considered priceless. I heard an ancestor from Chu camp couldn't even get one after asking her. Xingping had heard of Venerable Yi's fame as well. Of course, someone like him couldn't ask the alchemist for a pill either. Venerable Yi was from a tiny country but enjoyed great status in the court. All four powers wanted to recruit him. All eyes were on the old man now. Anyone who was old would want these pills. What was more important than prolonging one's life? They thought that Wei Jin's pill would be able to move him. Alas, this was not the case. How about another pill? Wei Jin made up his mind and took out another bottle. It took a lot of effort to get 2 pills, but he also really wanted the old man's treasures. Unfortunately, the old man had zero interest in these pills and ignored Wei Jin. Chapter 2146. Peng Wei Jin had no choice but to unwillingly back off. He didn't dare to do anything despite being quite annoyed because of Arrogant's enterprise. More people tried after him but the old man remained motionless, a bit interesting. Li Chia chuckled and led the group forward. It's you. Peng Weijin immediately recognized Li Qia and his expression soured. Nevertheless, he wasn't angry and only snorted, "You think you can move him? Stop daydreaming." In fact, that one girl was the only successful one so far. Li Qia ignored the youth and stood before the old man. Everyone was ready to watch Li Qia for fun despite the previous attempts. Maybe this guy could come up with a better idea. Li Qia wasn't in a rush to talk and simply stared at the old man. After a while, he chuckled and said, "A meeting is a type of fate." The old man slowly looked up and took a careful look at Li Qia, seemingly wanting to understand the guy completely. Everyone was surprised to see this little action from the old man because he has been ignoring everyone prior. In just a short time, they watched eagerly with bated breath. Li Qia smiled and said, "If it is fate, then a greeting gift is necessary in order to show our goodwill, right? The gift can be meager as long as the sentiment is there. Who do you think you are, the heaven? Wanting a greeting gift," Wei Jin said with disdain. It was indeed a little ridiculous, demanding a gift from the old man for this occasion. Everyone felt that was impossible, especially with his latter comment. The 3 treasures were all precious, yet they became meager gifts. This was their first time seeing someone so arrogant. Contrary to everyone's expectation, the old man coolly agreed, "That's fine, you can pick any of them." The crowd's mouth became agape from disbelief, big enough to fit a goose egg. Wei Jin had to swallow his words, not able to finish his entire train of thoughts. How? Everyone felt that the world had lost its logic. A meeting is fate? Demanding a greeting treasure right away? The guy actually got it? How could anyone be so lucky? Even Li Qia's people found this unbelievable. Xijing felt that she was only dreaming. He casually picked one treasure and threw it to Xingping, "A treasure for your long service." Xingping was stunned after catching the incredible treasure. This was indeed amazing, only king and queen level of existence in their system could have something like this. But now, Li Qia handed him one so easily. This wasn't a dream, it was really happening. He immediately got on the ground and said, "Thank you for your gift, young noble." He bowed his head 3 times, the treasure deserved this level of ceremony. Afterward, he also bowed at the old man. Of course, the old man's eyes were fixated on Li Qia. It must be nice having a master like that. The nonchalant exchange of gift as if the item couldn't be more ordinary made the crowd envious. Wei Jin was turning red. 2 longevity pills from his weren't enough to grab this treasure, yet this nobody gave it to Xingping without any hesitation. It was a fierce slap on his face. "Anything else you want to say?" The old man was the one initiating the conversation this time. The crowd gasped. Numerous have tried to talk to him, begging and flattering were all done before. But now, this old man was hoping for Li Qia to talk. Li Qia said, "I actually have a lot to say, but these ugly treasures can't get into my sight." The crowd took an audible, deep breath. These treasures were incredible, but now, they were ugly? That's too much. Someone murmured. However, they thought about it, and this guy earlier indeed gave one to a servant. His action matched his words. "What do you want?" the old man asked. The crowd was astonished once more, thinking that they had misheard. This old man was going along with the guy. Li Qia pointed at Zhu Xijing standing behind him and smiled. "Look at the little girl, I need 1 or 2 things nice to give to her, what do you think?" Xijing has never been in the spotlight like this, so she turned red, not daring to look at anyone else. A mute bane. Someone finally noticed the runes on her neck. Some were frightened and took one step back because there were some rumors about this particular race. Their reaction made her lower her head. Ultimately, she was very self-conscious about her background. There were people who treated her race like ferocious animals. The old man stared at her and took out a treasure, then placed it on the ground. "How about this?" It was a necklace with patterns quite similar to the runes on her neck, as if it was personally crafted for her or her race. It was made from some unknown metal with engraved gems. One wouldn't be surprised if these dazzling gems were stars taken down from the sky and added to the necklace. Only a goddess was qualified to wear such a necklace. Even a fool knew that it was an amazing treasure. This is a necklace from a goddess? Nobody could recognize the item or where it came from, but they certainly knew that it was much more valuable than the two items on the ground. Thus, people naturally started to salivate. Humph, not bad, but might as well give me another one. Good things come in pair. Li Chia looked at the necklace and nodded approvingly. People didn't know how big of a deal it was for Li Chia to praise an item. The crowd was stunned to hear his response. Isn't this too greedy? He wants more after getting one priceless treasure already? Some wanted to rush up and steal the necklace. It was too unreasonable for this guy to continue haggling. The old man wasn't angry at all. He took out another treasure and put it on the ground. What about this one? This was a red dress with pulsing radiance and auspicious energy. Others felt as if they were in a paradise with its emergence. It was majestic enough to be made from red mists. This was definitely something belonging on an immortal. Wearing it could make one comfortable enough to instantly ascend. No, just that one is enough. One person swallowed their saliva like crazy and murmured after seeing it. Chapter 2147. People naturally coveted the priceless necklace and red dress. Who wouldn't? All eyes were on Li Chia. Everyone wondered what he would do to move this old man and truly win this treasure. The old man also quietly stared at Li Chia and waited patiently. The atmosphere seemed to be frozen. Everyone wanted to see his next move in order to deserve these two treasures. Li Chia smiled and leisurely said, I shall create a new epoch and create a supreme Dao fruit. I shall be the ruler of all. When I exist, everything else is trivial. Everyone didn't think much of this particular statement. Some others thought that he was only boasting nonsense, but the old man slightly batted his eyes with an eternal glint. Alas, it was too ephemeral for people to notice. I see, well said. How amusing. The old man praised. The crowd was astounded. They felt that Li Chia was only bragging, something that anyone could do. The problem was that this had gained the old man's approval. Is he insane? This is a thing? Everyone found this whole thing crazy. Just one sentence was enough to trade for two treasures, something even more incredible than the popular adage, words are worth more than gold. The pity tales earlier failed completely, same with the begging. But now, the boast had won. No one understood what was going on. I've always been an eloquent fella. Li Chia smiled and took the two treasures. He handed it to Sijing and said, Little girl, store them carefully for they shall change your fate. Nothing is more suitable for a mute bane than them. She seemed to be thunderstruck and couldn't calm down. Not to mention these immortal-like artifacts, she wouldn't even dare to think about an ordinary treasure. She was a mute bane on top of being a regular disciple from Grand Sword. This could be said to be a very humble beginning. Just having someone taking her in was good enough, giving her treasures was simply unthinkable. Alas, this was actually happening. He did it in such a carefree manner as well. She knew that this wasn't just a dream since she wouldn't dare to dream of such a thing. Young noble. She couldn't say anything as her eyes moistened, basking in this warmth. He was the only one in the world who was nice enough to treat her like this. The myriad words were useless in this case for she was in no state to properly convey her feelings. People was at a loss for words. These two items were so much more precious than the item given to Yang Xingping. It wasn't something that could be actively searched for. Just one was enough for an entire lifetime, let alone two. But now, Li Chia gave it to his maid without any hesitation. Something is wrong with this world. A guy began to question his whole life. Just one boast was enough to obtain two immortal treasures and then he gave it to his maid on top of that? The world had gone crazy. Plenty of people wasted wealth like nothing, but no one else could replicate this task. Boss, you need a little brother? I can warm your bed or be your chair, whatever you want. Boss, you need a horsekeeper? I'm gifted in equestrianism since youth. Boss, does your thigh need another decorative trinket? I can hug it all day long, an even more thick-skinned person said. The crowd went crazy. To have a master like him might be the happiest thing in life. Of course, Wuxia didn't pay any attention. His eyes were fixated on the old man and vice versa. No one else was qualified to join in. Anything else to say? The old man said. Of course, but that depends on what you have to give me. Wuxia chuckled. How about giving me something good to celebrate this meeting? I will tell you an old tale for it. Really? The old man casually took out a wooden box and placed it on the ground. It was ancient in both style and scent. The entire thing was polished, seemingly caressed by someone so many times across the years. Perhaps an unbelievable treasure was inside to warrant such love. The old man didn't open it and Wuxia didn't request for that either. No one knew what was inside, but judging from the two previous artifacts, everyone could imagine that this thing was even more extraordinary. Alas, there was nothing they could do. These two had no intention of opening it. A courtyard existed a very long time ago. Sun rays permeated the place, but there were also dark rooms and iron nets sealing the entrance. There were a few old men and many children living there. When night came, these old men would grab the children and eat them. The young ones ran and hid in the dark rooms or behind the iron nets. Wuxia paused here. The old man waited patiently, not rushing the guy to finish. After a long time, he continued, of course, some of the children were still asleep. But there was one child who wanted to massacre all of the old men and escape. That was the end of the story. He stood there staring at the old man next. The old man didn't say anything, seemingly forgotten that Wuxia was standing in front of him. People became even more puzzled after hearing this story. Some were creeped out as well by the nature of the tale. Wuxia picked up the wooden box and put it away before leaving, while the old man continued to sit there in a daze. Some still haven't realized that Wuxia had left due to the terrifying atmosphere. Eventually, the old man sighed and leaned against the wall of the street and closed his eyes. People slowly calmed down and no longer thought about Wuxia's tale. Their focus was back on the treasures on the ground. I am the ruler of three immortals, the lord of the myriad Tao, the starter of the Tao source. Someone instantly copied Wuxia's style. The boast earlier had successfully moved the old man, so they wanted to replicate it. Unfortunately, the old man acted as if he didn't hear the person. Fellow Taoist, we were best friends in our previous life and we have met again in this one. How about giving me a treasure? Another tried the first method from Wuxia. This didn't work either. In a short time, everyone attempted different methods again, bragging, sincerity, and even trickeries. All of this was useless since the old man didn't open his eyes. In the end, he gathered the treasures and left. The crowd eventually dispersed as well. They thought that today was too irrational and beyond their imagination. Chapter 2148. After leaving the mysterious old man, Wuxia continued strolling around the ground of the Enterprise. Though there were numerous shops here with an unfathomable amount of treasures, few could pique his interest. The group finally entered a building named Treasure Pavilion. It contains some of the most precious artifacts in the entire store with sky-high prices, albeit warranted. A few were unique to immortal lineage world as well. The inexperienced Sijing was naturally astonished by the treasures in the pavilion. Even Yang Xingping wouldn't dare to enter this place normally. Though it allowed universal entry, the price was the real prohibiting factor. Only the lord of a region, such as Queen Wang Han, would be able to afford some of the items. The top ones were still out of her reach. She was in a pensive mood while following Wuxia. The enterprise was truly unfathomable. Just this particular building alone had treasures on the same level as their clan's treasury. Some were far superior. Remember that this treasury belonged to the entire clan, just not her alone. Though Insane Court had its own treasury as well, she wasn't in charge of this particular one. Too much paperwork required for the exchange and bestowment of treasures. Among the treasures were many at the true level or foreign Dao weapons. Strangely enough, some treasures were in the form of beasts. After entering, there was a crystal display with a tiny golden dragon swimming inside. It had 5 claws with a fiery glow on its scales. It was still a baby yet already had an incredible draconic aura. That's a real golden dragon? Wang Han was shocked, for she had never seen a true golden dragon. It's a crimson golden dragon, just a side branch. Li Qie answered before the workers here. A true golden dragon wouldn't need to grow in water. Well, it's still part of the branch, just not as precious. Once it matures, there's a chance of becoming a true one. Quite keen you are, fellow Daoist. A worker here was very impressed and surprised because this particular race was quite rare. Many people would mistake them for a golden dragon, but Li Qie was able to tell right away. His vast knowledge didn't match his ordinary experience. It made the workers here think that they shouldn't judge a book by the cover, or that an ocean couldn't be weighted. Li Qie calmly took his time looking at the different treasures. Arrogance Enterprise was indeed amazing. Just this one store could surpass many other stores in Imperial Lineage World. Judging from what they saw, Arrogance Enterprise was indeed mighty in both the commercial and military aspects. Any store that wanted to grow would need a powerful backing in the cultivator world. Otherwise, dreams of a successful business would only be a fool's wish. Having more resources and treasures without being able to defend them was akin to giving them out for free. Wang Han and Yang Xingping were knowledgeable enough to see the origin of these treasures. Si Jin, on the other hand, was just looking for fun. She couldn't make head or tail out of them. Isn't that Scattered Cloud True God's iron sword? That's his anima treasure. Xingping recognized a particular sword and became startled. Why is it here? Right, it is that clan's defining treasure. Wang Han was surprised as well. The Scattered Cloud was a side branch of Insane Court, a pillar in the system. Fellow Taoists, you're completely right. This sword is indeed from the Scattered Cloud clan, made from purified white steel, refined numerous times into true metal in order to become an anima sword. A worker explained, their clan master sold it to us, are you interested? In order to create an anima treasure, one would need to refine the base material into true metal first, then add anima. They were also called true treasures, the most suitable tools for anima energy. Anything outside of these was referred to as foreign Dao weapon by the rest of the world. Wang Han sighed after hearing this. Insane Court has been around for a long time, so it was quite normal for clans to rise and fall. So many pillars crumbled, even the leading authority. Declination was inevitable, perhaps even destruction. Nevertheless, solace was found in that the Dao system was still around. The Dao source left behind by Insane Ancestor remained strong. The Dao system was weaker now, but at least it still existed. Because of this, so many true emperors worked for a lifetime in order to open a Dao source to become a progenitor. In this manner, their Dao legacy would be able to pass on. Otherwise, regardless of how powerful and gifted they might be, they would one day disappear along the river of time without a Dao source. This was the reason why Insane Court had many emperors, but few were truly remembered by future generations. Many people didn't know of their founding emperors, but they were aware of one person, the progenitor, Insane Ancestor. Xingping sighed with a tinge of sentiment and sympathy. Just imagine, a clan resorting to selling their defining treasure. They must have been at their wits' end. This was also the case for Grand Sword, what used to be a pillar of the Dao system with wonderful contributions. Alas, they also had to pawn their treasures for money, hoping for a chance to rise again. Of course, this ended in failure. While the Queen and Xingping were deep in contemplation, Li Qie noticed a particular rock. It's shaped like a brick that could have been taken from a shrine. However, it wasn't a man-made shape, this was its form upon inception. He showed interest while staring at the rock. Where did you get this rock? The exact details aren't clear, pawned to us from an ancient clan. They said it was from immortal lineage and held by their ancestors with a shocking secret within. It's just that they can't open it. We have appraised it and found that it was indeed from immortal lineage, but as for the shocking secret? No guarantee from us. Thus, this is only a sale on consignment, not an actual item from our store. A worker responded. The rest of the group was startled. An item from immortal lineage world would certainly be amazing. They have read about its legends but have never been there before, not even imperial lineage. If Insane Court didn't falter, they would be in immortal lineage world right now. Unfortunately, this wasn't the case right now. They carefully stared at the rock as well, but this was useless since they couldn't figure anything out. However, Wuxia didn't pay attention to anything else but this particular rock. It certainly had to be special. He was moved while looking at the rock. Someone with a Tao heart like him wasn't easily affected, so something that was capable of doing so meant that it was either incredible or it was meant for him. Take it out so I can get a better look. Wuxia told the workers. They didn't discriminate against him and immediately took it out of the display. I want this rock, how much? But someone interrupted before the worker could hand it over to Wuxia. Chapter 2149. The workers paused after hearing this newcomer. After all, they had no reason not to sell, so they looked at Wuxia. It was young Lord Peng who already had 2 prior conflicts with Wuxia, so he was quite antagonistic. Right now, he saw that Wuxia was interested in the rock, so he wanted to buy it right away. Wang Han was not happy about this. Though the Peng was powerful, they were no match for the Wang. They were only relying on one of the other 4 great powers of Insane Court, the upper faction. Young Lord Peng, don't be so unreasonable. Take one step back and bask in the immensity of the heaven and earth. Wang Han said with a serious tone. A servant like you dares to talk to me? Peng Weijin snorted at Wang Han and told the workers, how much is this? Pack it up for me. Young noble, this rock is priced at 1,300,000 Saint True coins. The worker immediately said. That's fine, I want it even if it is only a useless piece of rock. Wei Jin was naturally pained after hearing this sky-high price, but he still bought it in order to keep up the facade. He thought that Wuxia wouldn't be able to beat this price, so the rock was his for sure. Though it was painful paying so much for one, he would feel much better after taking the guy down a notch. You all probably don't have that much spending money, but as for me, when I'm in the mood, spending several millions is no big deal. He sneered while looking at Wuxia. The guy looked so ordinary. What was he relying on to act like a hidden master earlier? Wuxia didn't bother giving him a single glance. He grabbed the rock from the hand of the worker and took a careful look. Back off with your dirty paw. That's mine now. Assistant, pack it up for me. 3 million. Wang Han's expression darkened. Being disrespectful towards Wuxia was the same as being disrespectful towards her. She told the worker, Assistant, I will pay 3 million. Pack it up for my young noble. Wei Jin turned ugly after hearing this because Wuxia didn't look at him at all, only his servant was naming this crazy price. It was as if he wasn't qualified to talk to Wuxia, only enough to talk to a servant. You. He glared angrily at Wang Han. He was at a difficult position and couldn't back off because of face. 3 million was a ridiculous price. If it was a precious item, then it would be more tolerable to gather this sum. But the problem was that it was only a rock. Spending more than 3 million was too wasteful. True coins were the currency of 3 immortals. They also had more uses, such as acting as the building blocks of a Tao lineage or as the fuel for a formation. This coin was created from the essence of a true stone. Each of them must adhere to a specific size, 3 inches long and 9 maces. Anyone in 3 immortals could refine these coins. However, the requirements were absolute or it wouldn't be usable in the market. The value of a true coin was predicated on its quality. For example, one at the saint level was created from a true stone of the equivalent level. One couldn't use a saint level stone to refine a god level true coin. They could be carved on supreme formations to act as the fuel, just like the stones. However, it was much more powerful and extravagant to the point of being wasteful. The pen was rich and Wei Jin never had a lack of money, but it wasn't worth it spending 3 million coins for one rock. 3,100,000. He gritted his teeth and went all out. If he was going to go big, then he would go all the way. Many people in life acted in this manner, unable to swallow their anger. 5 million. Wang Han said flatly. Li Qie didn't need to bother with such a trivial matter. The Peng was no match for the Wang in terms of wealth. As the queen of the system, Wang Han herself was quite wealthy. How could a young lord like Wei Jin match her in this regard? Wei Jin couldn't handle this exorbitant sum. 10 million. Wang Han ignored him and actually doubled the bid on herself. She could afford it easily, and just like him, she wasn't someone who could swallow this anger. Wei Jin was shuddering with rage due to the slap just now, leaving him no room to back down. He could still hang on at 5 million, but 10 million was simply too much, not to mention that they were bidding on a simple rock. It would have been better if it was Li Qie slapping him since he provoked the guy first. But now, a servant was doing so. The whole thing was utterly humiliating. Just a lowly servant daring to act like this. It's not the place for you to speak. Wei Jing directly scolded, no longer putting up a courteous act. Xingping and Wang Han naturally didn't like this. She was still the queen of the system, representing its authority and prestige. Thus, this insult was a big deal. It didn't matter who was going to rule in the future, but she was still representing the orthodox branch right now. No one would dare to address her in this manner, not even the ancestors who wanted to take over. Insulting her was the same as insulting the Tao system. This could go either way. If they decided to ignore it, then it wasn't a big deal. Or, they could pursue it to make a grand event. Peng Wei Jin, you are out of line. Xingping shouted and gripped his sword hilt, eager to fight. Wei Jin had no fear of Xingping. The guy might be stronger, but his clan was countless times stronger than Grand Sword. Plus, they had the upper faction behind them. Xingping, you think you're a big deal? Only a high-level hound at best. He snorted, killing you is akin to crushing an ant in our clan's eyes. So bold. Wang Han uttered coldly, you think your Peng clan can do whatever it wants in the royal court? And if I do? Wei Jin proudly said, we might not be able to do whatever we want, but killing a lowly servant like you is too easy. Bam! Wang Han slapped and made him flying with blood gushing out from his mouth. I will kill you. He cried out with a twisted expression after losing several teeth and lunged forward. Alas, he stopped in his track because he saw a royal badge in Wang Han's hand. He turned pale, understanding the significance of this particular badge. The queen of the system was here. He dropped to the ground and crazily bowed his head, Your Majesty. I was blind to have offended you, please spare me, please spare me. He was scared out of his mind, not expecting this servant in disguise was actually the queen of the system. His clan was powerful, but offending the queen meant death. Not even upper faction could save him. Wang Han maintained her death stare in response. 1. Chapter 2150. Wei Jin was deadly pale while kneeling on the ground and trembling with fear. Not in his dream would he expect that this little servant was the queen in disguise. Thinking about how he called her lowly earlier, she became even more afraid. This was a crime worthy of clan extermination. Even if the Peng could escape unscathed, his head would certainly be rolling on the floor. Your Majesty, please spare me. He continued hitting the ground with his head. Wang Han glared at him but focused on Li Qie's intent. Meanwhile, Li Qie was only looking at the rock in his hand. When the queen looked over, awaiting his command, he simply said, slap. Wang Han didn't need to do anything for Xingping rolled up his sleeve and coldly said, Young Lord Peng, the young noble and Her Majesty are quite merciful right now. You need to be grateful. Having said that, he raised the guy's chin. Bam! 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 A barrage of slaps continued, causing Wei Jin's cheeks to turn red with blood oozing out of the corner of his mouth. More slapping continued, but Wei Jin didn't dare to utter a single word of discontent. It was good that he gets to keep his head. Many didn't know what was going on and only saw the young lord kneeling on the ground for a slapping punishment. This was very humiliating for Wei Jin, but it was still better than losing his life. Eventually, the fierce slap made his teeth fall off, leaving gaps behind. Meanwhile, Li Qie only cared for the rock in his hand. Wang Han stood near him, too lazy to care for the punishment scene. People took a deep breath after seeing this, not daring to talk. I want it. Li Qie told the workers. The workers immediately packed it up for Li Qie and Wang Han handled the rest. She had named the price at 10 million earlier and stuck with it since it was no big deal to her. The guests here found the whole thing insane, paying so much for a rock. Even some of the workers shared this sentiment. It was rare for them to meet such a rich guest. Li Qie accepted the stone and didn't give it to anyone. He started leaving with Wang Han and sieging right behind him. Xingping gave several more dozen slaps before following the rest. Peng Wei Jin was humiliated kneeling there, wanting nothing more to hide in a hole. After a while, he clenched his fists tightly, even the fingernails were digging into his palms. He swore with a murderous glint to have revenge for today at all cost, to make those who have humiliated him pay a great price. Once they were back in their place, Li Qie told the rest of the group to leave. He sealed space and took out the rock with a solemn expression. Geezer, perhaps this is an inevitable part of fate. Having said that, he took a deep breath. His fate palace emerged along with the primordial will and 12 laws. Runes appeared in his brain. They were ancient, seemingly formed throughout the long years. Clank. These runes came together to form a tiny, silk-like law. It was profound and beautiful with pulsing light and swam out of his finger to enter the brick-like rock. Buzz. The rock lit up as well with immortal rays. Each ray seemed to have its own life. Poof. The rays wove together to form the figure of an old man. Despite the muddy nature of the image, his pair of eyes could still pierce through time itself. Li Qie stood there quietly since the figure was too familiar to him. This was Xiao Shi of Immortal Demon Grotto, a remnant intent left behind. Brat, if you are capable of opening this, then it is true. The figure spoke to him. I have read through many ancient scrolls and used a law from the 9 heavenly scriptures in order to see the future and understand the eras. Visual phenomena emerged before me, but not the truth just yet. Now, the two of us have met again through the long years. Who knows if this is real or not? If it is real, then I must have died. Death is inevitable anyway, no beings could escape from its grasp. One could have eternal life using the longevity grass or continue to hide in the shadows, but that's not real immortality, not real freedom. A true immortal is able to live forever without relying on external items. You have my stone of memories now, proving that my speculations and calculations were correct. Alas, this is not the reality I want. Why is immortality so unreachable? The old man spoke gently as if he was meeting an old friend or a close family member. Nevertheless, brat, I am proud to see you being able to take this step. I have no one close in this world, so I consider you as my only family regardless of your own feelings about it. Our past meeting is ultimately a stroke of fate, perhaps determined from a long time ago. He smiled and continued, I'm sure you have no lack of treasures right now, but I still left a legacy for you. Consider it a gift, a reparation perhaps, for refining you into the Dark Crow. These are my memories, not quite priceless, but will be very helpful in the future. Having said that, the old man stared at Li Qie for a long time before softly concluding, goodbye. The figure dispersed, leaving nothing behind as if it had never showed up in the first place. Buzz. The rock suddenly had pages flipping crazily now as if it was an ancient book. Next, obscured runes shot out. No one could see through their profundity. They also danced together to form tiny laws with a dark glow. These laws have weathered the temporal torture and contained unreachable secrets. Li Qie gently sighed and raised his hand to pull the laws closer. These laws were flowing quietly like a spring. Under the protection of the primordial will, he successfully refined these laws into his mind and became memories from the old man. This knowledge was massive, not inferior to the old man from Drystone at all. It contained informations and clues accumulated across the years. It wasn't as simple as the old man put it. In fact, it was certainly priceless. Back in the grotto, Li Qie learned many things not privy to others from the old man. Now, these memories reinforced his previous knowledge and filled in the gaps, especially about 3 immortals. Xiao Shi has been here before and left behind a Dao system as well. Chapter 2151. He didn't leave the room for the next several days while trying to digest these new memories. They included secrets that others wouldn't even realize were important. Only someone of Li Qie's level could see through the clues. It wasn't only due to his experience, but in this world, no one understood Xiao Shi more than him. He meditated on his bed, as still as a statue, with a momentum piercing through time. Suddenly, he opened his eyes as if something got his attention. He got up and went outside. "Young noble!" Zhu Sijing shouted, pleasantly surprised. She was worried that something had happened since he didn't leave the room at all. This was a huge relief for her. He didn't say anything outside of a command to Yang Xingping, "Prepare a carriage to leave the palace." Xingping went to carry it out right away. He didn't know what Li Qie wanted to do, but prying wasn't the right choice here. It didn't take long and he chose the driver position as well. They left the palace and eventually stopped by a mountain to the west. This place was blessed with lush vegetation and foliages. Many trees grew in this area, but for some reason, the leaves here all had a faint tinge of red to them. The entire mountain looked like it had a shade of red as a result. When the wind blew, these leaves would flutter and from the distance, creating a scene resembling waves of blood. Li Qie got off the carriage and looked at the mountain with a penetrating gaze. This place? Xingping was surprised to see the chosen destination. Sijing came along and felt something amiss. "This mountain is quite strange, I hear someone screaming." "None." Xingping shook his head and smiled. "You must be hearing the leaves unique to this area. Maybe the waves of blood make you think you are hearing angry shouting." "Maybe." Sijing replied. "No." Li Qie said, "She can hear something you can't, not because of a superior sense but rather her race and its innate talents. This is one of the reasons why people think this race is creepy. She's actually telling the truth." "There are screamings?" Xingping was startled and at the same time, curious about this innate talent. He was aware of the race's unpopularity. Rumor has it that a mutebane was unlucky. Nothing good would happen when one was around. But now, it sounded like there was something else going on. Sijing was surprised as well since she didn't know of this particular gift. After all, her race was few in number and scattered all over 3 immortals. She thought that she was only hearing things earlier. Li Qie was already climbing up the mountain while the other 2 were lost in thought, so they had to catch up. At the ridge, he saw a stone tablet. It was flat and old without any symbol or word. His gaze became penetrating once more. "The angry screaming is coming from below this place," Sijing said. There is a legend like that in this place. Maybe it is real." Xingping batted his eyes and said. "Well, what is this place?" Sijing became curious. Xingping smiled wryly. "This mountain is named Relinquished Bones. A very amazing forefather from Insane Court is buried here." Sijing became even more curious. "Ancestor, shouldn't the forefathers be buried in a shrine or cemetery? Why here? Is this his tablet?" Xingping didn't know how to answer because it was something people didn't want to talk about in Insane Court. "Because he's a sinner, not eligible for an official burial ceremony," Li Qie said flatly. Xingping forced a smile, not knowing what else to add. The girl's interest grew even more. Grand Sword was a tiny place, so she didn't know too much about the rest of Insane Court. She stared with anticipation at Xingping, wanting to know if it is true or not. He sighed, realizing that Li Qia wanted to help the girl, so she needed more knowledge about the system before earning a spot in the upper echelon. Yes, the young noble is right. Xingping had to reveal, the old ancestor buried here is very powerful, virtue true god. He was one of the most gifted ancestors and created a heaven-defying merit law. Alas, this method was sealed later on, no disciple is allowed to cultivate it. You must keep this in mind. He warned. Why is that? She inquired. Xingping wasn't in a position as a junior to criticize an old ancestor. The true god still contributed greatly to the Tao system before. Because he entered the heretical path. Li Qia helped him out. Yes, heretical blood devour is a forbidden art in our system. Anyone who is found in violation would either be banished or have their cultivation destroyed. Xingping warned again. So it turned out that the merit law created by Virtue True God was named Heretical Blood Devour, derived from the Mad Scripture. Mad Scripture was created by a true emperor with the title, Mad Blood. This particular emperor had quite an accomplishment on the path of insanity and madness, but Virtue took it even farther. Why is it a forbidden art? It was her first time hearing about this merit law. It requires directly drinking the enemy's blood, allowing the user to go crazy. The more blood, the more ferocious and crazy, which results in more power. Because of this, many in our system have cultivated it. Alas, it bred animosity from the other Tao systems due to its cruelty. Later on, we had no choice but to destroy it. Xingping was sentimental having to talk about this past that should be forgotten. Because of Insane Court's declination, Virtue was hellbent on taking this power back to its golden day. His merit law allowed him to have a virtually unstoppable eruption of power. Other members of the system followed his path later on. He and his group were unstoppable and defeated the enemies from the other systems, massacring them in the process. However, the cruel nature of this art was considered heretical by the other systems. Just like that, the reputation of Insane Court faltered. Many systems in Myriad lineage decided to form an alliance and attacked Insane Court. They declared their intention of destroying such a heretical lineage. Insane Court had no chance of stopping this alliance. A full-scale war would certainly meant destruction. Because of this, the previous protector of the Tao source, Azura Heaven Battler, had to kill Virtue. Chapter 2152. After taking down Virtue True God, Insane Court also took down many disciples who have cultivated the heretical art. Ultimately, it was an issue of survival, or it would only be a matter of time before someone else took down Insane Court. The entire system worked together and successfully overcame this disaster. From then on, the heretical blood devour merit law was banned with an iron order. No one in the system was allowed to cultivate it, or there would be grave consequences. From then on, the art was considered taboo. No one dared to talk about it, let alone participating in reigning. This particular storm was an existential crisis for Insane Court. Some members of the alliance were already attacking the court's borders. Through sheer effort, they managed to resolve the issue. They then isolated themselves from the rest of the world, not allowing any disciple to leave the system. It was a way to stop the remnant cultivators of this art from harming people from the other systems. It would be a great blow to their already damaged reputation. On the other side, these systems were quite unhappy. Some wanted to divide Insane Court. This ended up with complete isolation from Insane Court in order to prevent escalation. At the same time, this act served as a way for future generations to recuperate until the day where they could rise again. Ultimately, people didn't want to talk about this particular part of history, especially the tales of Virtue True God. This was the reason why Yang Xingping spoke so unwillingly. Virtue True God was killed here? Sijing spoke with reservation. That's right. Xingping was reminded of something else. When Virtue True God was killed by Forefather Heaven Battler, he screamed with indignation and declared an eventual return to this land. He stared at Sijing while saying this because she said that there was someone screaming in this place. Now that he thought about it, perhaps it was the scream of the true god. Furthermore, he didn't understand why the Mutebane race was special, but now, he knew why Li Chia was keeping her around. Juniors like them were indeed less insightful compared to a forefather like Li Chia. He felt quite good about it because they made the wisest move in following Li Chia. This place has been meddled with. Li Chia interrupted his rumination. Meddled? Xingping was shocked and quietly said, "Is that right? Few disciples rarely come here because the system doesn't allow for a ceremonial offering. The punishment is quite harsh." Virtue True God had done a lot for the system, so his branch was quite influential. Despite his death, his descendants would always remember such an invincible ancestor. Because of this, the system forbade worshipping, not wanting the repeat of the heretical path. Someone is cultivating the heretical blood devour art. Li Chia calmly said. Impossible. Xingping turned pale with his legs giving in. This art had tempted so many experts and ancestors, making them walk on the path of madness. Just imagine, cultivating for 10 years was not as effective as one blood-devouring session. This would certainly affect just about anyone. When there was a shortcut to reach success with the greatest speed and minimal effort, who wouldn't take it? Many would certainly do so, while a select few would be able to maintain their Tao heart. Xingping was in disbelief because the system had kept a tight watch on this merit law. Everything relating to it was destroyed or sealed. No one would dare to cross this line due to the potential consequences. If Li Chia was right about someone cultivating this art, the result would be terrifying. Madness and perils would engulf the system again. The authority in the system might change. Li Chia withdrew his gaze and commented. Xingping agreed with this statement, albeit reluctantly and with fear. These cultivators would certainly want to seize power and influence again. Thus, the Wang clan who was in charge right now would be the first to be attacked, same with Wang Han. The seal of authority was still in her hand. He finally sensed the surging undercurrent and potential problems. They were much worse than in his imagination. Can drinking blood really increase one's power by that much? Sijing had a more simple question. Of course. Li Chia smiled and said, "We use beasts to make pastes, medicines to make pills, the principles are all the same. Our body gestates the essences of the world just like the beasts, especially our blood, which is even more precious. Our longevity blood contains the seed of life and its power. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that after reaching a particular level, the blood is more precious than anything else. One drop of imperial blood is priceless. However, the law of this world is to not consume your own kind. Doing so would be considered falling into the heretical, or evil, path. Such a thing had happened many times in the past and is still happening now. Devouring the world and life will never go away." Li Chia's eyes became profound after stating this. Sijing didn't know what devouring blood was, only elementary at best. In the ancient eras, people have devoured the entire world and all existences, such as Samsara wild ancestor. Well said, how deep. Consuming your own kind is falling into the heretical path. A sigh came about, revealing that a newcomer was standing there. It was an old man with a simple robe and a sword hanging on his back. It was hard to determine his age despite his gray hair because his vitality was still exuberant. Xingping was shocked to see this. He was a true champion, yet he couldn't spot someone so close. This made his hair stand on end. "May I ask for your name, fellow Taoist?" The old man came forward and cupped his fist towards Li Chia. Li Chia gave him a glance and said, "Li Chia, but you haven't heard of it anyway." He carefully pondered and had never heard of this name before. On the other hand, Xingping and Sijing clearly looked like they were from insane court. Only Li Chia was unfathomable. It was impossible to sense his aura at all. Nevertheless, he remained prudent and had no disdain towards the guy. He looked at the tablet and gently sighed. Looks like someone still hasn't given up. His eyes turned sharp like a divine sword after stating this, capable of cutting through all things. He then shifted towards Li Chia and said, "Fellow Daoist, why did you come here? Only to sightseeing?" Chapter 2153. There was no doubt that the old man had doubts about Li Chia, viewing him as a potential source of trouble with nefarious intents. Li Chia returned the stare and said, "Just taking a look at the beautiful sceneries of Insane Court on a whim." The old man raised his eyes and spoke with a slight change in tone. "I see, how about visiting my humble abode and have a discussion about the Tao?" He maintained a polite tone, but in fact, this was a way to test Li Chia's power and identity since he couldn't see through the guy. "A Tao discussion?" Li Chia casually said, "Your insane god sword Tao is not a bad art, but your mastery of it is quite inferior." "Insane god sword Tao." Xingping blurted out before realizing the impropriety and covered his mouth. He didn't know who this old man was, but he was certainly aware of this particular sword Tao. This was a sword technique created by the progenitor, insane ancestor. It was also one of the strongest merit law in the entire system. The name itself already sounded heaven-defying. Few were qualified to learn this sword Tao, all were at the ancestor of ancestor level. Xingping wasn't someone who could meet this level of existence. Thus, it meant that this old man had a prestigious status in the entire system. At the same time, he was shocked by Li Chia's response even though it wasn't something out of character. In this system, all would be startled upon hearing the name of this sword Tao. Even if one didn't know who the user was, they would still be respectful because the guy must be an ancestor. But now, Li Chia directly called the old man's Tao as being terrible. But Xingping found solace in the fact that Li Chia was a reborn ancestor. If someone was qualified to make this assessment, it would be him. "Then you are quite proficient with the sword Tao?" The old man's expression changed. He took one step back with a fierce glare. He wasn't an imperious person that looked down on all. However, he believed that he was unmatched in this sword Tao in the entire system with the exception of his late master. But now, the reason for his pride was being insulted by Li Chia, such a young-looking man. No matter how he looked at it, this guy couldn't be older than him. It was understandable why he was annoyed, given the circumstances. "Not quite because I haven't cultivated it, so it will just be a casual slash, probably 30% weaker than insane ancestor," Li Chia nonchalantly said. The old man felt the urge to vomit blood. He wouldn't dare to claim to be the best with this sword Tao, but he was certainly matchless right now within this system. But now, Li Chia said a casual slash of his was only 30% weaker than their progenitor. His lifelong practice of this art wasn't on the same level as a casual slash from this confident youth. Luckily, the old man had a great temper and didn't become too angry. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, "I've become incapable and insufficient with old age. Please give me a pointer or two then." "No need for that," Li Chia leisurely said. "You won't be able to handle more than a few moves. It would be a great loss for the system to lose an ancestor for you." Of course, the old man felt his blood churning even more. He has met countless prideful and arrogant characters, but not to this level of showing contempt. He didn't believe there was someone stronger in the system than him right now, let alone taking him down in a few moves. Meanwhile, Xingping could only listen with his head lowered, not daring to interrupt the conversation of two ancestors. "Don't be unconvinced," Li Chia continued. "The insane god sword Tao focuses on a controlled craziness, mad yet not furious. There is domination in true insanity, one befitting of a king. Your sword Tao is crazy and wild, but there is a tinge of chaos. This is only the elementary level of this art. You still have a long way to go before grasping the true profundity." Li Chia took his time explaining the Tao, imparting the fundamentals. The old man was horrified to hear this and stared at him as if he was a ghost. There was no one in the system who knew more about the sword Tao than him, but Li Qie was completely spot on about his deficiencies. One needed to have a strong comprehension or perhaps total mastery of the sword art, becoming commenting so easily. Alas, this youth was able to do it. He didn't know where this person came from to understand the sword Dao so well. This was truly astounding. He took a deep breath and cupped his fist again. May I ask where you are from? Li Qie nonchalantly said, if you wish to know who I am, then go perform a worshipping ceremony at the palace. The old man was surprised once more. He was confident that no one in the system would talk to him like this. Even the older ancestors would treat him with respect, let alone demanding a ceremony. He became quite vexed at not knowing what was going on. Who the hell was this youth? What was giving him so much confidence? Suddenly, a bloody glow flashed and disappeared right away to the far south. This place was quite far from the royal court. Even strong masters wouldn't be able to detect it. However, Li Qie instantly turned around to glare at the southern region. The old man also felt something and did the same. In this blink of an eye, he knew that this youth was definitely stronger than him. The guy's awareness was greater, and awareness was built on strength. Alas, he didn't care about this matter at the moment, since that flash earlier got all of his attention. A bit interesting, Li Qie said with a smile. On the other hand, the old man was ready to kill and scowled. An insect with 100 legs never gives up. Humph, they simply won't give up. With that, he turned towards Li Qie and said, when I have time, I will certainly come to the palace to meet you, but I am preoccupied at the moment, goodbye for now. His tone became much more respectful versus prior. With that, he left in a hurry as if a big event was going to happen. This development wasn't something the juniors here could detect. We're heading south, Li Qie told the group. Where to, young noble? Xingping got the carriage ready and asked. Ivory Gap Mountain, Li Qie replied. Xingping was surprised to hear this. It's very far from the royal court. Should we let Her Majesty know? No need. Li Qie waved his sleeve. She's preoccupied right now. Just watch, a big event is unraveling. Xingping didn't say anything and was getting quite nervous. He wasn't a visionary, but he could feel a storm brewing. The system is about to get a new ruler? Xingping murmured. It won't be that simple. Something even worse will happen, Li Qie said. This made Xingping swing his reins to make the horses go even faster. Chapter 2154. Something big was already happening at Ivory Gap when the group made it there. Ivory Gap was a large mountain range with rolling hills everywhere. Towering peaks reached the sky while deep valleys entrenched themselves into the earth. It produced a large number of medicinal materials and grasses, a wild alchemy garden for the system of sort. Because of this, fierce beasts and poisonous insects frequented the area. This resulted in numerous casualties. For some unknown reasons, Insane Court didn't value this mountain range, leaving it in an essentially sealed-up state. There were periods where this containment was actually enforced. Even the main branch of the royal court wasn't allowed to enter. No one knew the reason for this either. On this day, a mist of blood suddenly billowed in this area. Some said that it started as a ray of blood from an unknown valley. It turned into smaller strands with crystallized refractions, quite beautiful. One could see a tiny figure with root tendrils rushing out of the valley, only the size of a palm. It then hid deeper into the mountain range. What is that? Many cultivators noticed this visual phenomenon right away. It's a blood ginseng, hurry up and chase after it. An older cultivator with keen eyesight shouted and leaped over like a dragon to give chase. The news of the blood ginseng traveled across the entire system. All the sects also heard about it. There's a million-year-old blood ginseng in Ivory Gap. In the beginning, the news was still very reasonable. But as it passed on, it became much more ridiculous. From 1 million to 100 million and even older. Then some said it was as old as the system or even older. This is a trillion-year-old ginseng. When it comes out, there would be crystallized blood rays and visual phenomena, golden stallions carrying the treasures, lingji growing fruits. This blood ginseng is the king of all medicines. Someone told a lively version of the story. Is it true? One this old is at the immortal level, only meant for true emperors. Some were skeptical. Absolutely, my master saw it in person. The speaker swore, this ginseng is as big as a fist with the shape of an old man. The tendrils are like gray beards. When it appeared, a golden spring gushed out with flowers fluttering down. So many old medicinal grasses prostrated after seeing it. The excited guy was spitting everywhere with exaggerated gesturing. People glanced at each other after seeing this. Disciples from all over the system naturally came to this mountain range. It was true that a blood ginseng has come out, but the validity of its age remained in question. No one could determine its true age, but this was a precious type of medicine. If it was truly a trillion-year-old ginseng, it would be too priceless. To Ivory Gap. No one could sit still, both the young and old. It had too many uses: recovery, power augmentation, and longevity purposes. It was a type of panacea, so its value was quite high. Everyone wanted it for this reason. The young wanted to become stronger, the old wanted to live longer. Yang Xingping also heard about this news and became surprised. Though he hasn't tried one, he was aware of its sky-high value. You're coming for the blood ginseng, young noble? Xingping felt that Li Qia was too heaven-defying, aware that a ginseng root was about to emerge before everyone else. Maybe nothing in this system could hide from him. Li Qia only smiled and didn't answer. Of course, he had a different reason for coming here. The ginseng didn't matter as much since he had no lack of medicinal material. He told Xingping to slow down as if he wasn't in a rush to make it to the mountain range. Young noble, we should get there first and seize the ginseng. Xingping became curious and mustered up the courage to ask. If they want it, let them try. It's more fun with a crowd. Li Qia chuckled and still didn't rush. Xingping found it quite strange. If he wasn't going there for the ginseng, then what? Rumble. Suddenly, loud detonations appeared in the sky with the cavalry running like crazy. It was fierce with an all-sweeping momentum and terrifying aura. The cultivators quickly made way for them. The leader of this cavalry was an armored woman. She gallantly rode her stallion in the front and traveled with lightning speed. Legion of the Chu. One expert was startled by their appearance. The Chu camp was one of the 4 great powers in this system. It had many legions made up of several sects in the clans, hence the general name, Chu camp. Chu Qingling is going herself. Xingping said with horror after seeing the girl in front. Sijing felt the same way. Though she was from a remote region, she had still heard of this name before, Grand Marshal of Insane Court, its most amazing genius. Yes, she's the one. Xingping spoke with a tinge of respect. She's the hope of our system. Her cultivation was even stronger than the late emperor. I heard she had finished cultivating the Dao legacy of true Emperor Chu and is getting ready for the progenitor's legacy. The number 1 of the young generation. Sijing added with envy. Chu Qingling was rumored to be a true saint, something even greater than the previous emperor who was only a true king. She cultivated the legacy of true Emperor Chu but was switching to insane ancestors' legacy. It could be said that not just Chu camp but the entire system placed their hope on her. They desperately needed a true emperor to prop them up once more. Because of this, she spent most of her time training and rarely asked about mundane matters. Nevertheless, she maintained her prestigious status, being the most gifted in the system. She wasn't only the leader of True Camp but also the Grand Marshal of Insane Court with numerous troops under her. The late emperor often relied on her when he was still alive. Thus, her appearance at this mountain range shocked many clans and lineages. Looks like it really is an old ginseng or she wouldn't come herself. Xingping murmured. Chapter 2155. In the next several days, Li Qie wasn't in a rush unlike everyone else. People kept on rushing and running across his path. They wanted nothing more than to be the first there in order to seize the blood ginseng. Upper factions Qin clan, sacred institutions Beijing, and Chu camps Chu Qingling. Xingping took note of these people and murmured, "The three great powers in Insane Court are all here, just not the Wang clan. Is this really a trillion-year-old ginseng? If there is such a thing, it wouldn't be their turn to have it. Nothing is that easy in this world." Li Qie chuckled. "Young noble, why are you heading there if not for the ginseng?" Xingping finally asked. "You'll find out when the people from Wang come. If Wang Han doesn't show up, then something big is going on." Li Qie closed his eyes and said leisurely. Xingping became afraid with an ominous foreboding. Will Her Majesty come? Xingping felt a chill running down his spine. Though he couldn't grasp the situation in whole, he could still see the surging waves. Who knows? Li Qie answered, "If she doesn't, it means that she has lost power, that the Wang no longer supports her, so her title will only be in name. If she can come, it shows that she has won the support of the clan and a revolution shall come to the system." He spoke as if this had nothing to do with him, but this was indeed the case. The Wang clan's support meant nothing. The result has already been determined the moment he set foot on this land. Otherwise, he wouldn't be going to this mountain range. His nonchalant attitude scared young Xingping. Keep in mind that the old man was betting everything on Wang Han and Li Qie. If Wang Han were to lose power, it would be terrible for Grand Sword. It took the group several more days before making it to Ivory Gap. The moment they got to a town right outside, there was already a sea of people waiting. The campers here were expert cultivators. Most came from the clans or the legions in the system. This was naturally an awe-inspiring sight. Was it worth it to maneuver so many people just for a single blood ginseng root? It looked as if a major battle was about to break out. Because of this, the big shots from the last generation could tell that something was amiss, that a storm was brewing. The legions from the great powers were all here with the exception of the Wang. The other influential clans also sent their armies. This resulted in the majority of the military force in the system being present. Alas, the Wang that was in control right now of the system was absent. This truly perplexed the crowd. Xingping knew that a change in power was going to happen after seeing this sight. The three other great powers wouldn't waste their time and energy on anything less. He spent a while finding an inn for the group. This was a great time of business for them. Cultivators from all over the place were resting and waiting to see the next development. Though some experts have entered the mountain range to look for the ginseng, the legions and clans were waiting outside. This made the rest a lot more cautious and they decided to stay out as well. No one knew what was going to happen. If the system were to undergo a revolution right now, the ones inside the mountain range would be trapped with no way of escaping. The group sat down in an inconspicuous corner, not attracting any attention. Ultimately, they weren't big shots or anything. As the servers brought food and wine to the table, a group of well-dressed people came into the inn. The leader was a youth that was quite familiar with the group, Peng Weijin. Young Lord Peng is here. Many experts recognized him. Though Weijin was no big deal, his clan was quite famous. Most importantly, it had the backing of upper faction. They were also close to the Qin clan through years of marriage alliances. The Qin clan was in control of upper faction right now. Many sects and powers in this faction were their allies, so one could easily imagine how powerful the Qin was. Because of this relationship, many knew who Peng Weijin was. Because the Peng was in the royal court, most needed to ask for their help eventually. Over here, young lord. A few disciples quickly rushed over to try and curry favor. Weijin was feeling quite good to see these people coming to greet him. It looked like his clan was still influential. He looked around and finally saw Li Qie's group in the corner. His expression naturally turned ugly. The slapping session back in Arrogance Enterprise was the most humiliating event in his life. Logically, He should be staying the hell away from Wuxia after the lessons earlier. But now, he didn't try to run but rather took a deep breath and headed for the group. Why? Because things have changed. Wei Jin wanted to make the guy pay 10 times the humiliation or he would never be rid of this anger. Xingping was surprised to see this. Wei Jin should be smart right now and run away. On the contrary, he was audacious enough to come closer. Wei Jin looked at the group and sneered, "I'm in a good mood right now and won't make it hard for you. Scram right now, don't appear before me again." Wuxia ignored him still and continued to drink. "Young Lord Peng, please mind your words." Xingping frowned. The guy knew that they had Wang Han as their backing yet still dared to act like this. "Shut your mouth." Wei Jin shouted, "Yang Xingping, you should be praising your fortune that I haven't come to deal with you, but now, you dare to speak to me like this?" The sudden outburst attracted everyone's attention. They didn't know why this guy was angry at the other three. "What do you want then?" Xingping grimaced, realizing that the guy had found some help. "What do I want?" Wei Jin smiled, "Xingping, don't think your backing is still around. Huh, you probably haven't heard the news, it's over for you too." Wei Jin was naturally talking about Wang Han because he had heard something from the royal court. The Wang clan wanted to change their representative. Xingping's expression changed after hearing this. He felt that something was wrong the moment the Wang clan was absent from this. It meant that something was changing in that power. Perhaps Wang Han has really lost control. Chapter 2156. Yang Xingping was indeed affected by the comments. Wang Han losing power was not good for Grand Sword at all since they have always been close with her branch. Realize it's too late now? Wei Jin was quite happy to see the change in Xingping's expression. "Your backing is done for, so who will help you now? Just wait, I will not only stomp on you but will also make your sect disappear from this world." Wei Jin didn't try to hide his excitement at all. He had heard some rumors in the Wang clan about a few high elders wanting to dismiss Wang Han and replacing her with a male disciple, perhaps to make him the next emperor. A better male disciple would be able to fare better against the other three powers candidates. The other experts also heard Wei Jin. They exchanged glances and quietly debated. "So that's Grand Sword's ancestor Yang Xingping. I heard that sect is quite close to the Wang clan. The Wang is really trying to change its representative?" A big shot from a different power was surprised to hear this news. Wei Jin was from the royal court, so his information route was faster than others. Given the current situation, this might indeed be the case because the Wang was not here right now, unlike the other three great powers. Such blatant threat left Xingping hot and bothered. Of course, he knew that animosity was inevitable after the slapping last time, and he certainly didn't regret it either. He turned over at Wuxia, waiting for all and any command. Alas, Wuxia didn't care for this guy and continued doing his own thing. Wei Jin wanted to threaten the group first because he was confident these were downtrodden dogs now. Despite their situation, Xingping was only looking at Wuxia without responding. His eyes turned cold with a murderous glint. He smirked deviously, "Brat, you won't be smiling for long. The Wang is no longer in control, so no one will be able to protect you. At that point, you'll suffer a fate worse than death. It's not too late to start begging now, maybe I'll feel merciful and might spare you." In his eyes, the Wang was occupied with internal strife, no time to even worry about themselves. It didn't matter who Wuxia was, without the Wang as the backing, he could toy with Wuxia till death like a fish on the platter. Because of this, he wanted to threaten them first so that their incoming days would be one of doom and gloom, so that they wouldn't have a good night rest. When everything settled down later, he would torture and kill them then. Thus, he was bold enough to spew these threats. This was a way for him to vent and enjoy the happiness of vengeance. All eyes were on Wuxia now. They didn't know how this young man had offended Wei Jin and the Peng clan. If he didn't have a strong backing and still provoked Wei Jin, that's indeed suicidal. Get on the ground and start kowtowing and I will spare your life. Li Chia suddenly uttered without even glancing at the youth. The air became frozen inside the inn as everyone stared at him in disbelief. Damn, who is this kid? Daring to speak to young Lord Peng like this. Someone was startled. A clan disciple wanted to curry favor and sneered, ignorant fool, you're seeking death. Bastard, I'm gonna make mincemeat out of you. Wei Jin only wanted to threaten the group first, but Li Chia had provoked him. He shouted and reached for Li Chia. Bam! Xingping quickly patted his hand away. He was only a true hero while Xingping was a true champion. The disparity in power was too great. Seventh uncle, you take down this young guy, the brat is mine. Peng Wei Jin decided to go all out while gritting his teeth. Very well. A voice answered. He didn't come along for there was an entourage from the Peng clan. Among them was an old sword wielder who began heading towards young Xingping. He was also a true champion, so this was not a development Xingping wanted to see. Bastard, kneel now or we'll break your legs. The rest of the clan members didn't need Wei Jin to say anything before surrounding Li Chia with a cruel expression. Yang Xingping, you shouldn't have messed with us, time to die now. The old man called seventh uncle slowly unsheathed his sword. Slap him again. Li Chia ordered Xingping while paying no mind to the rest. Xingping immediately reached for Wei Jin. The youth was shocked and shouted, "Don't you dare." He took out a short spear, wishing to resist. However, this was completely futile since he got suppressed right away. Seventh uncle immediately attacked with a thrust resembling the flow of a river in order to stop his junior from being bullied. Boom! His sword didn't reach its target before crumbling completely. Li Chia simply spread his palm to destroy the sword and pushing down on the old man with the weight of a mountain. On your knees. He commanded. How could the old man listen? He channeled all of his true energy in order to attack again, not realizing the futility of the situation. Bam! Li Chia lowered one finger and the old man's knees slammed on the ground, destroying several bricks in the process with blood gushing out. No! The old man cried out and mustered everything he got in order to stop the suppression. His legs slightly moved upward. But Li Chia simply smirked and added more force. The old man's entire frame got broken. Bam! He fell flat on the ground in his own pool of blood since all of his bones were broken now, unable to move even an inch. Die! The disciples from the Peng only wanted to save their superiors and lunged for Li Chia. He simply waved his sleeve and all of them got swept flying, also unable to get up. The spectators inside the inn gasped after seeing this. The elders from the various clans could see that seventh uncle was a true champion yet still lost to this guy doing nothing outside of raising his hand. Bam! Meanwhile, Wei Jin was also forced down on his knees by Xingping. Young Lord Peng, you have overstepped your bound. Xingping uttered coldly. Wei Jin was horrified. He brought a senior along, confident enough to never expect such an outcome. Xingping, if you dare to touch a hair of mine, my clan will massacre Grand Sword. Opposing our clan is the same as opposing upper faction, Wei Jin cried out. Bam! Xingping grabbed him by the hair and mercilessly slapped the guy. Excuse me then, young Lord Peng. Bam! 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 The same barrage occurred once more. Wei Jin's mouth was covered with blood. Can't remember a lesson. Li Chia shook his head and leisurely commented. Wei Jin was going crazy. At the very least, Wang Han was around the first time to suppress him. But now, he was being slapped in public again. Such unbearable humiliation. Chapter 2157, Bam! 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 The sharp and clear slapping resounded throughout the inn to the astonishment of the crowd. Isn't this too much, not sparing any face for the Peng clan, an irreconcilable feud? It might even antagonize upper faction. Someone took a deep breath and murmured. The Peng and the Chen from upper faction were extremely close due to their marriage alliances. Thus, Xingping's action was also a direct insult towards the Chen. Who is he? No one recognized Li Qie here, but someone this bold couldn't be a nobody. However, his background remained unknown to the crowd. Well done. Clapping suddenly interrupted the slapping. A person came in and laughed. A dog threatens based on its master's influence. He thinks he can do whatever he wants after sucking up to upper faction. Yes, keep on teaching this ignorant brat a lesson. The newcomer looked quite young. He was well dressed with a silver cloak. Strangely enough, his hair was white, draping over his shoulders. This color made him quite unique. His eyes were sharp like an eagle looking at a prey. Silver fox. Everyone, whether it be clan disciples or sect elders, came up to greet this young man. Silver Fox of Northern Territory from Sacred Institution. Everyone shuddered after seeing him. Sacred Institution was one of the 4 great powers, while Northern Border was one of its 2 sections. It was quite powerful with many sects and clans beneath its banner. This youth was quite famous, a great genius and the representative of Northern Territory, Su Jijia. He was in charge of a legion, acting as the pillar of Sacred Institution and a supervisor in Insane Court. The guy had quite a prestigious role, so everyone gave him face. Moreover, he was good at socializing on top of possessing a keen view on everything. Because of this, these powers wanted to maintain a good relationship with him. This was why everyone in the inn got up to greet him. After the death of the previous emperor, the important players have been wanting to seize power. Though Wang Han was temporarily in charge, a new emperor would be appointed in due time. There were a few potential candidates right now, and Jijia was one of them. Thus, it was crucial to be on his good side, just in case. Li Qie flicked his finger at this time and the suppressed old man got blown flying. He then waved his sleeve at Xingping. Xingping finally stopped and let go of Wei Jin. Young Lord Peng, people only live once, you need to be more careful. He was actually speaking with good intent in order to stop the kid from provoking Li Qie. It wouldn't just be a slapping session next time. But now, the only thing on Wei Jin's mind was hatred and a thirst for vengeance. Yang. Remember this, I will not only destroy Grand Sword but will also torture all of its members, flaying your flesh, piece by piece. Just you wait. He struggled to run out of the inn but still uttered these vicious words before leaving. Silver Fox Jijia only shook his head and said, "What a fool," throwing away his clan's face. He then walked over to Li Qie and bowed. "My name is Su Jijia, a disciple of Insane Court. You must be Dao brother Li." It looked like he has figured out a little about Li Qie, just not his exact identity. The Wang clan has been keeping a tight lid on this. Li Qie nodded and continued drinking his wine. "This inn has too many ears so it is hard to talk. Are you interested in visiting my camp? Give me a chance to be a good host." Jijia smiled and said. Seeing this polite attitude from someone as influential as Jijia surprised the people here. They all looked at Li Qie with curiosity regarding his background. "Not interested," Li Qie flatly answered. The straight refusal made Jijia look a little awkward. He cupped his fist and continued, "Brotherly, this is a tempestuous and unpredictable period. Stay at my camp and enjoy your time there while watching everything unravels." Jijia had his reasons for doing so. He had heard information from the palace that the queen viewed this brat very highly. She naturally had reasons for doing so as well because she wasn't an incapable person. She had done a fine job helping her husband keep the throne and there was no chance for her to be so respectful towards an unknown person. Perhaps the guy had some secrets to him. Thus, Jijia wanted to win Li Qie over and use him as a way to defeat the Wang. The power struggle was reaching the apex. Everyone was going all out despite keeping a false facade of civility. Hoping to be the next emperor, he tried to keep a calm expression but his emotion was running amok. The Wang clan was definitely a powerful rival in his way towards the throne. He must either defeat them or win them over. However, They were isolating themselves, stopping all information from leaking out. Thus, Jijie truly needed Li Qie to figure out what was going on. This was a chess piece necessary to make the next move. He wanted to see if this guy was worthy of Wang Han's respect. Don't disturb my drinking. Li Qie didn't bat an eye, not giving a damn about the guy. Jijie didn't give up and was still smiling. That's fine then. Is it alright if I have a drink with you here? Not just anyone is qualified to drink with me. Li Qie responded. The atmosphere became frozen again and Jijie could no longer keep a straight face. Who was Jijie? This was a leader in insane court with the cultivation of a minor true king, powerful and influential. For some sect elders, to be able to drink with him was an honor. But now, Li Qie said that the guy wasn't qualified to drink with him. This was no different from slapping the guy's face. Jijie was good at socializing, but this situation made it quite difficult. He was riding a tiger and couldn't back down. Maintaining politeness after being slapped before everyone was no longer the right course of action. It would diminish his authority and prestige. Boom! The sound of an approaching army interrupted his dilemma. A group rushed inside, led by a youth who pointed straight at Li Qie. Imperial tutor, it's this brat, please avenge me. This youth was, of course, Peng Weijin. No one expected him to find reinforcements so quickly. Chapter 2158. Many were actually impressed at Peng Weijin for coming back with capable reinforcement after being ruthlessly slapped by Yang Xingping earlier. His haughty attitude was commendable as well, whether it be from pride or foolishness. He definitely had a tough heart. Anyone else would be traumatized by the slapping period and would run away from Li Qie's group. Brat, you're done for. Wei Jin was even more aggressive than before. Grand Tutor, that brat is the Wang's hound, kill him. Wei Jin haughtily said. All eyes were on the young man standing next to Wei Jin. He wore an embroidered robe with a great aura of nobility. Handsome he was, but his aura was even more attractive. People couldn't help wanting to respect him. The Qin young lord, grand tutor of the court, Qin Shuwei. An elder shuddered after seeing this noble youth. The Qin clan was the pillar of upper faction. Though this faction had many powerful men, the majority came from the Qin, including multiple true emperors. As the current grand tutor of the court, Qin Shuwei had many troops under his belt. He wasn't weaker than Silver Fox either, the two of them were at the minor true king level. Moreover, he was also a candidate to become the next emperor. Some members of the crowd also stood up to come and greet him. Wei Jin, don't be disrespectful. Shu Wei calmly said while Wei Jin was pointing and shouting at Li Qie. Albeit unwillingly, Wei Jin still stood to the side while glaring hatefully at Li Qie's group. He was no longer afraid because he was confident that his backing was stronger than the Wang clan. Brother Su is also here? What a coincidence. Shu Wei saw Silver Fox and smiled. Jijie smiled back and said, indeed, but this town is quite small. Not too strange to run into each other. He was at a predicament due to Li Qie's rudeness, but now, Wei Jin's outburst earlier allowed him to get out of that position. After greeting Jijie, Shu Wei turned to Li Qie and cupped his fist. This little brother is named Qin Shu Wei. I have heard of your fame long ago, Brother Li. Please excuse me for not being a good host during your visit to the capital. My apology. The people here were stunned again at this polite comment. They couldn't imagine it at all. The truth was that Shu Wei had the same idea as Jijie. He also heard some news about the Wang. Wang Han had been reprimanded by the high elders and could even be forced to step down. One of the reasons was because of this fella. Wang Han wanted her clan to fully support him. Shu Wei was very curious. Why did an outsider earn the queen's trust? What kind of charisma or abilities did he have? Or did he possess some incredible secrets? Because of this, he wanted to recruit Li Qie, whether by force or not. After all, the queen was not a simple character. In the past, The dead emperor was a nobody, but Wang Han still married him and helped him become an emperor. Her intelligence and abilities were without question. There must have been reasons for why he valued this brat. Li Qiye ignored the flowery words and continued to drink and eat his snack with Chu Sijin serving him. She poured more wine while intimately feeding him dishes. The elders and disciples all glanced at each other after seeing Li Qiye's attitude. He was imperious even against these two and would only eat with a maid doing everything for him. Such style was unreal, as if he didn't care for these two at all. No youth from Insane Court would be able to replicate this feat, since they would be kicked out of the system so fast. Isn't this too much? One disciple said, not giving people face at all. Even if he wants to act cool, there's a limit to that. The clan members felt that his arrogance would be his downfall eventually. Shu Wei was placed in the same awkward situation as Silver Fox earlier. He smiled wryly and said, "Since I have failed as a host in the royal court, I do have a good banquet prepared here. Will you come to my camp for a taste? Don't disturb my mood. Return from whence you came, I will not repeat myself again." Li Qiye finally stared at the two of them and coldly said. The crowd gasped after hearing this. No one could comment since they were horrified by this situation. First, this brat had offended Silver Fox and now the Grand Tutor as well. That's two overlords in the system that he had antagonized. Does he not want to hang around in this area? He must be either crazy or have the power to not give a damn about anyone. Shu Wei's expression became slightly ugly. As the Grand Tutor, he was used to people accommodating to his wishes. Today, he only wanted to act polite first, then take action later in order to avoid unnecessary gossips. But now, Li Qiye didn't give them any face at all. He naturally became angry, unable to handle the contempt from this nobody. Meanwhile, Silver Fox Su Jijia was smiling while watching this, since he had experienced it a while ago. He wanted to see how Shu Wei will get out of this. Wei Jin was a fool, but he could still read people. He knew his chance was here after seeing Shu Wei's expression. Ignorant brat. Only want it the hard way. Grand Tutor, let me teach him a lesson. He stood up and shouted before unleashing his spear straight for Li Qiye's throat. Of course, he was only doing this for show, understanding that he wasn't a match for the guy. This didn't matter because Shu Wei was right there. If Li Qiye dared to retaliate, this would give Shu Wei an excuse to punish or even kill the guy. Pop. The spear didn't make contact with Li Qiye's throat because it was broken by Li Qiye. It resembled a weak tree branch, easily broken. Ugh. Li Qiye was now gripping the youth by his throat. He looked at the youth and said, "You are so foolish, not understanding the lessons repeatedly. This is you courting death, don't blame me for being cruel. Jiran Tutor, save me." Wei Jin was scared out of his mind. Stop it. Shu Wei was waiting for this moment. Right now, he had all the reasons to capture Li Qiye so that he wouldn't fall into the hands of the other factions. Because of this, he assisted right away and unleashed a palm strike. But it was too late. Li Qiye strengthened his grip and broke Wei Jin's neck. Chapter 2159. Chen Shuwei failed to save Peng Wei Jin, but his attack was still coming. Li Qiye casually flipped his palm as if he was swatting a fly and successfully repelled the attack. Thump. 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 The casual swatting made Shu Wei staggered several steps backward while gasping for air. His energy was churning uncontrollably. There was no doubt that he had lost this first exchange. Bam! Wei Jin's lifeless body dropped to the ground with his eyes wide open in astonishment. He didn't expect to die when his biggest backing was next to him. It was certainly an indignant and unwilling death. Shu Wei's expression became even uglier. First, killing Wei Jin in front of him was another showing of disrespect, a declaration of war. At the same time, he knew that he had met a master. Nevertheless, he remained undaunted. He was strong enough to have the position of Grand Tutor, and his clan has never been afraid of anyone inside Insane Court. The atmosphere became tense as everyone stood up to watch this scene. Wei Jin's death was not a small deal. Even though the Peng was not comparable to the Qin, but it was still mighty enough. More importantly, Wei Jin was still Shu Wei's little brother of sorts. Killing the guy in front of Shu Wei was a clear slap to the face to both Shu Wei and the Qin. All eyes were on Li Qie. This guy was not only arrogant but also had the strength to back it up. However, no one in Insane Court could treat the Qin and upper faction in this manner. This brat could survive today but not this year. An elder murmured. Everyone understood that upper faction would kill him eventually. The Peng would not let this go, same with the Qin. His death was only a matter of time. Brotherly, you have crossed the line. Insane Court is a place with laws, wanton murders are not allowed. Shu Wei said with a cold expression. Silver Fox sneered after seeing this. This Shu Wei guy probably was hoping for Wei Jin's death the entire time in order to have an excuse to capture Li Qie. I am the law. Li Qie said, then finished his entire cup of wine in one gulp. The crowd was astounded, same with Jijie. This arrogant comment had crossed all lines. What was the ruling authority in Insane Court? It was certainly the Tao system and its ancestral teachings. Even an emperor wouldn't dare to call themselves the law. A comment like this showed utter contempt for the ancestral teachings and the Tao system itself. The truth was that from the bottom of the heart, it wasn't really a big deal. Some people were above the laws in each generation, but stating it publicly was a different issue. It was a massive showing of disrespect. Everyone else would band together to take down someone who had said this. Such a big tone. Shu Wei smiled. The more arrogant Li Qie was, the more excuses he had to punish him. The moral high ground was on his side right now. You dare to revolt against the system? He continued, I don't care where you are from, but I and upper faction will not allow for someone like you to exist. Stop blabbering. Li Qie waved his sleeve. Upper faction? Provoke me and I'll kill you all. Scram now. The crowd was shocked. This guy was insane with this bold declaration. Upper faction was one of the four great powers and the Qin clan was an imperial lineage. No one would dare to make this comment unless they were a true emperor. Thus, everyone stared at him as if he was a madman. Ignorance is courage. Shu Wei coldly said, surrender willingly or I will break all of your bones and drag you out like a dead dog. He then gestured and the experts behind him surrounded Li Qie's table. Now, the crowd was eagerly watching for Li Qie's next move. He was still as leisure and comfortable as ever, waiting for Sijing to feed him. Why is the official army here? A chilling voice interrupted the tense situation. A girl came in, her presence brightened up the place like a dragon visiting the humble abode of a shrimp. Everyone's eyes became bright. She had a battle regalia on, but this didn't hide her figure, full breasts and long legs on top of snow-white skin. People could fall in love at first sight after seeing her face. She was perfect from top to bottom. The thing catching people's attention even more than her beauty was her aura. She was as cold as ice, stately and commanding respect without needing to be stern. No one dared to look straight at her eyes. She also had energy resembling the roars of dragons and phoenixes. Soaring Phoenix General, the Grand Marshal is here. An elder quietly reminded his people. Even Shu Wei and Jijie became alarmed by this newcomer. She was the Grand Marshal of Insane Court, Chu Qingling, also the leader of Chu Camp and the most amazing genius in Insane Court on top of controlling its army. All of her titles were famous across the system. The disciples here might not know who the current emperor was but would definitely know about her. It's one thing to bring your personal troops to Ivory Gap, but you all want to fight on the street like hoodlums now? She glared at Shu Wei and Jijie. General, it is a misunderstanding. Jijie was in a better spot because he came alone, unlike Shu Wei. As the current Grand Marshal, she could order all the troops in the system, at least on paper. For example, the other great powers had their own troops who wouldn't necessarily listen to her command. Nevertheless, she still had more power and authority compared to the other two. Xu Wei's court army and Jijia's troops from Sacred Institution were actually under her supervision. Most importantly, she was the only one in the young generation that had exceeded political constraints. All the ancestors in the system supported her. It meant that she didn't need to form her camp and ask for more followers, unlike the others. She was the seed to be cultivated, the most hopeful to become a true emperor. The entire system mustered all of their effort into her, so it gave her all military command. Her authority was guaranteed by the ancestors. These ancestors came from different clans and powers, including the two youths' own. Chapter 2160. In just a short time, everyone inside the inn didn't dare to do anything. The elders and the clan members all held their breath. Grand Tutor Chen Xu Wei and Silver Fox Su Jijia were shown proper respect via greeting by these people. This wasn't the case for Chu Qingling. They didn't dare to breathe loudly, let alone come up and greet her. They treated the other two with respect but had nothing but awe and reverence for her. Her authority far exceeded the other two. If one day, one of these two men were to become emperor, their prestige wouldn't necessarily overcome her own. Ultimately, the court was treating her as a potential true emperor. This was something recognized by the powers everywhere. If she could actually succeed one day, then even without any official role, she would have a supreme status in Insane Court and her words would be the final verdict. After insane ancestors, the system had produced many true emperors. However, they didn't officially take reign of the system but were acting as de facto leaders. Because of this, even the late emperor was very respectful toward her. This alone was enough to show her status in the system. A misunderstanding? She turned her focus on the group of experts surrounding Li Qia. Then what are they doing? Xu Wei had no response and the experts instantly backed off. Even their clan master needed to be considerate towards her, let alone them. Silver Fox found this to be increasingly amusing. He crossed his hands across his chest and maintained calm. General, this person killed young Lord Peng, so I wish to maintain the order of the system by capturing him for interrogation. Xu Wei immediately came up with an excuse. He gives wanton regards about our laws and killed at will. Such a man must pay for his crime. Please give your judgment, General. Xu Wei blamed everything on Li Qia so that Chu Qingling couldn't actually refuse. The laws of the royal court apply only within its boundary. This is not the royal court, no need to talk about the laws. Jianghu has its own rules. There are too many lineages in Insane with few in power at the court. The laws are not over-encompassing and unreasonable. She coldly retorted. Many elders and disciples quietly praised this response. She was speaking from an angle of justice. After all, only a few lineages were actually in charge of the court and had military power. Representing this orthodox branch didn't mean that they could control all the lineages under the system. This was the way for all systems in the three worlds, not just Insane Court. The ones in charge didn't interfere with other sects' internal affairs, as long as they didn't rebel or participate in the political struggle. Otherwise, the ones in charge could just come up with any reason to destroy a sect they didn't like by mobilizing the army, resulting in utter tyranny. If that was the case, the Dao system would eventually fall. Any sect could decline, so having a great number of them flourishing was crucial to find the next capable successor. Because of this, the crowd ate up her comment. After all, not everyone wanted to compete for the royal court. If Xu Wei were to take reign and have the power to punish any cultivator or sect, there would be no safe place in the court. Chu Qingling and her foresight relieved them all. At the very least, the royal court wouldn't be unreasonably tyrannical if she were to become a true emperor. She glared at Xu Wei and continued, since young Lord Peng was killed, the Peng will naturally try and avenge him. Using the military improperly here will only make a fool out of yourself. Xu Wei didn't know what to do. The people he brought here were part of his private army, members from the Qin. However, They were under the banner of the court right now, so he couldn't quite refute her scolding. Meanwhile, Li Chia, the star of the show, has been doing the same thing, drinking and letting Xijing feed him. Shengping was standing behind Li Chia with his head lowered. He didn't dare to breathe loudly. This was a conflict between the big shots of the court. A small character like him had no room to speak up here. Qingling finally looked over at Li Chia and found no clues despite a careful inspection. She snorted after seeing his enviable state. A storm is brewing, so stay out of trouble, she uttered. Even a fool could tell that this was a warning towards Li Chia. Everyone wanted to see how this ridiculous fella would react. Shu Wei and Jijia were interested as well, with a smirk on their face. They couldn't handle this brat, but Qingling should be able to. Li Chia finally looked up and met her eyes. He smiled and said, "Little girl, no need to act cool before me, come, pour me a drink." Gasps could be heard across the inn. Everyone was slack-jawed, thinking that they have misheard. It was one thing for him to be arrogant towards Shu Wei and Jijia, but telling Qingling to pour him a drink was too much. Just think about it, no one in the entire system would dare to make this demand. If she were to become a true emperor in the future, everyone would need to look up at her in the future. But now, this fella went against all logic and reasons. This was domineering and ignorant at the same time. No words could describe his insanity. No need to be angry. Li Chia finished chewing a piece of beef, then said, "Being able to pour wine for me is a type of blessing that others could only pray for, unable to get." "Come. Is he crazy?" an elder murmured. Only a madman would say something like this. Chu Qingling was naturally furious, with her eyes becoming stern and sharp like a blade. She was here to actually help him, yet not only did this brat not thank her but even acted so unreasonable and shamelessly. This was a challenge to her prestige. She wanted nothing more than to break his teeth right now. Boom! True energy surged around her. The fiery sparks horrified everyone here. People knew that this was the storm. Li Chia had enraged Chu Qingling. They were smart enough to start retreating, realizing that once Chu Qingling attacked, everyone would be implicated into this mess. They didn't want to be close to this mess since they weren't suicidal. As the number one genius of the system, she was qualified to be arrogant. Rumor has it that she was already a true saint, or even perhaps taking the first step into the true saint realm. Chapter 2161. Both Silver Fox and Grand Tutor were actually older than Chu Qingling, but they were only minor young kings. Nevertheless, they were considered experts among the young generation. This was the reason why they were candidates for the emperor position. Even the late emperor was only a grand saint back then. However, she was a true saint, or even stronger, at such a young age. This was indicative of her wonderful Tao, power, and talents. No wonder why the ancestors all viewed her with such high regards and thought that she could become a true emperor. This was indeed the truth. The only thing she was lacking was experience and time. The fury of a true saint was naturally terrifying. That's why everyone backed off and maintained a safe distance. "You're not my opponent," Li Chia leisurely said without looking at her. This only made people think that he was even crazier. She was strong enough to beat many members of the older generations. Only ancestors could take her on. "Leave," she uttered coldly with a frightening aura. The weaker disciples felt their legs growing weak. The doors were pushed open as everyone ran out. Some even rolled on the ground, knowing that this place was about to be a battlefield. If they didn't make it out in time, they could be rendered to mists of blood. Boom! The windows and doors were shut tight after everyone left. The entire inn seemed to be sealed now. "Don't worry, I'll give you some face by keeping the beating behind closed doors," she asserted. If it wasn't for Wang Han asking her to take care of this brat, she would have beaten him into submission, unable to leave his bed for months. Few knew that she had a good relationship with Wang Han. However, One was from the Wang clan while the other from the Chu camp. Moreover, Wang Han was in charge of the secular institution while Qingling focused on becoming a true emperor. Thus, these two rarely had opportunities to meet. Nevertheless, their relationship remained tight. Wang Han was accused of misconduct by the high elders and was in danger of being deposed. She managed to get a maid to bring a letter to Qingling, telling her to take good care of Li Qie. Of course, this letter didn't include information about Li Qie's identity. Qingling was being nice enough to help Li Qie out this time so that he wouldn't fall under the combined siege from upper faction and sacred institution. So I should be thanking you? What an interesting little girl. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. However, your skills right now aren't enough to beat me. Even if you become a true emperor, it still isn't possible, unless you were to have the same fortunes and creations as insane ancestor. That might be challenging. Qingling herself finally thought the guy was crazy. She didn't think that she could take anyone on in this world. Furthermore, she even believed when the guy said that she wasn't his match right now. But the consecutive boasting was too much. Even a true emperor wasn't his match. Only someone like insane ancestor was qualified to take him on. The guy must have a bad case of delusional grandeur. Not to mention insane court, but even in all of three immortals, how many would look down on true emperors like this? As for a progenitor, no one would dare to challenge one. Progenitors were untouchable existences. Only at the highest realm would one truly understand how strong a progenitor was. But now, this nobody was doing so. He must be tired of living. So ignorant. She couldn't understand his confidence and said coldly, "Your words alone are deserving of death. If it wasn't for Her Majesty's request, you would have died here today." She couldn't get why Wang Han respected this guy at all. The queen was smart enough to know better. How did this brat convince her otherwise? Li Qie wasn't surprised by her response and said, "If it wasn't for Wang Han, you wouldn't have the fortune of today. Come, pour my drink already." She nearly vomited blood from anger, especially because of his lazy and relaxed demeanor. Everyone would want to punch this annoying face. "General Chu, please do it." Yang Xingping handed her the pot and blinked at her repeatedly. This wasn't an attempt at pleasing Li Qie or to take her down a notch. He did it because he was aware of Li Qie's true identity. Xingping wasn't a big shot at insane court, but he was aware of her potential and wanted for her to become a true emperor. After all, as a member, he wanted the court to grow stronger. That would only make the future more promising for Grand Sword. Xingping didn't want a seed like her to be destroyed here. That might be the result if she were to anger Li Qie. This was why he handed her the cup. It was a signal, an attempt to help the court's future. Li Qie naturally understood this and only smiled. She had an illusion while holding the wine pot. This feeling was too strange, it all felt so natural as if this was how it should be. Her pouring the wine for Li Qie wasn't something out of the ordinary at all. Meanwhile, Li Qie continued to do his thing over there with sieging. Qingling stared at him and asked herself, "Is this guy mad?" But he certainly wasn't crazy. That relaxed demeanor couldn't be from a madman. What else could he be though? He had the composure of someone who wasn't afraid of Mount Tai falling down. A madman wouldn't be respected by the queen whose abilities she knew too well. Wang Han must have reasons for doing so. Li Qie tapped on the table and ordered, interrupting her train of thoughts, to the brim. The girl seemed to be possessed and actually walked up next to him, pouring wine into his cup. Every action felt so natural. She was no different from a maid serving him, and he was fully deserving of this blessing. The atmosphere resembled the flow of water, in accordance to the order of this world. No one should be surprised by this scene. Anyone else would find this treatment from her a supreme honor, but not Li Qie. His presence here made the unreasonable reasonable, the illogical logical. After pouring several more cups, she finally escaped from this stupor and gritted her teeth from anger. Since when did she follow orders like a maid? His attitude as if this was completely normal infuriated her even more. She was ready to take this anger out on someone. Chapter 2162. Chu Qingling was quite vexed after regaining her wits. For better or worse, she was still a true saint. How could she feel good after being led by the nose like this? She put the wine pot down on the table and coldly stared at him. Her Majesty is under fire from the elders because of you, on the verge of being removed from her position. But look at you now, running to this place and enjoying yourself while the Queen is still worried about you. She wouldn't give a damn about this arrogant madman if the Queen didn't ask for a favor. The Queen's motive remained unknown. Li Qie only smirked at her dissatisfaction. There's a price for everything, no one gets something from doing nothing. For example, flattering one's master, bowing their head and bending their back, all necessary in life. He took another sip before continuing. This logic is amplified when one vies for great power. If Wang Han can't even handle dealing with her clan, then how can she rule the system and its lineages? Such incapability would only waste any further investment from me on her. Because of this, she needs to prove herself first. He then gave her a quick glance. You think Wang Han told you to take care of me, but I'm afraid you have misunderstood her. She actually wants you to serve me well. You? Since when did she need to serve anyone in insane court? Who would dare to accept such treatment? He ignored her again and said, You should be thanking Wang Han. This act of her clearly shows how much she likes you. Otherwise, she wouldn't give such a godsend opportunity to someone else. She hopes that with this, you would be better equipped to help her in the future. Unfortunately, she needs more time to hone her people skill, too used to being in the backstage, so she lacks decisiveness and toughness. If she can make the necessary change, she'll definitely be able to become the next empress. He claimed. With that, he put down his cup and tapped the table with an order, Fill it up. You. Despite her anger and unwillingness, she still filled the cup for him, seemingly possessed. Don't push it. She gritted her teeth while seeing his punchable face. This was too much contempt to take. Sijing saw her unwillingly poured the drink and had to contain her laughter by covering her mouth. If you're going to do it well. Li Qie said, Don't waste Wang Han's goodwill. She could have done this herself and do a better job, but she's hoping for a strong supporter in the future that can help her revitalize the Dao system. You speak as if you can make her the next empress. Qingling scowled. There are numerous underlying currents and schemes. Eyes are everywhere, all fixated on the royal authority. Plenty of candidates are waiting for their chance to seize the throne. They're quite capable with strong backing too, such as Su Jijia. It's easier said than done, to have Wang Han become the next leader. She was speaking from the heart and her own deep understanding of the current situation. Though there have been empresses before in the system, Wang Han was a queen to start. Going from queen to empress was much harder even if she was from the Wang clan. She would face opposition from all over the place. Both sacred institution and upper faction would not be on her side. Even her clan might not condone this either. Thus, she was in a difficult situation. Only the throne of insane court, not even grooming a true emperor or a progenitor. Not hard at all, I can just pick anyone and they will get the role. Of course, we'll wait to see if she can handle the current problems first. He nonchalantly replied. Qingling stared at him in a daze, thinking that he had turned crazy at this moment to be able to make such a comment. Who do you think you are? A true emperor, or a progenitor? She snorted while revealing the realities of things. The throne of the system can't be decided by one person alone. Even if the external powers choose not to participate, the ones in the court will struggle to the very end. The four great powers will balance out each other before deciding the next emperor through negotiation. The four great powers themselves had to reach an internal consensus through deliberation. For example, Sacred Institution was divided into the Northern Territory and Southern Courtyard. If Silver Fox from Northern Territory wanted the entire institution to help him, he must convince the Southern Courtyard to back him up as well. Otherwise, Southern Courtyard could have their own candidates, and the power of the institution would be divided. That's because you're not me. Li Qie smiled and said, Your rules are meaningless to me, I can appoint whoever I want as the new emperor. Sacred institution? Upper faction? Feudal. There are countless clans and sects in this system, but only one Tao source. As long as it is around, I am the lord of this place, understand? She stood there, confused and befuddled while staring at him in a daze. She was now confident that this was not an ignorant or an insane man. The problem was the content coming out of his mouth. She didn't know how this ordinary-looking fella was going to take care of the great powers and suppressing all the other clans and sects so that Wang Han can take the throne. If someone were to be capable of this feat, it would be a true emperor produced by the system. This was the only being who could be above the laws and force all other powers into submission. Otherwise, it would only be a fool's daydreaming. That's why you should be cherishing this opportunity and seize it. Li Qia raised another empty cup. She inadvertently followed his command in a natural and instinctive manner as if she was his maid. Humph, egomaniac. Her wits returned and she realized what had just happened. I don't know about that, but I do know that without training, you will not become a true emperor regardless of your great talents and comprehension. There exists a tribulation, all will be for naught if you can't overcome it. He said slowly. Nonsense. She disagreed. You don't think I know my own situation better than anyone? Is that so? He smiled in response. I know that your two Tao from true Emperor Chu and insane ancestor are not meshing well. The merit law from the emperor, regardless of how amazing and powerful it is, still originated from the grand Tao of the progenitor. Thus, in order to go further, the most suitable merit law is still from the progenitor's foundational methods. Unfortunately, there are too many fools in this world, only seeing what's in front of them. Instead of cultivating these foundational pillars, they chose to pick the high-level imperial laws. But if the foundational methods were useless, the progenitor wouldn't have used them to create the Tao land here, shaping them into the very foundation of this place. He looked at her and said. She was certainly shocked because he had aptly revealed her current situation. In fact, many ancestors were aware that the merit laws from true Emperor Chu were no match for the progenitor. However, a few thought that she was too gifted. Cultivating these foundational methods would only be a waste of time. Chapter 2163. The start of her cultivation consisted of the most profound mental law from true Emperor Chu. She didn't let these ancestors from Chu camp down at all because her talents were indeed wondrous. She exceeded her peers and became the #1 disciple. Perhaps it was harsh to criticize the Chu ancestors for picking this route. In fact, many Tao systems also did this. Not many wanted to start from the foundational methods. After all, who would want to use a pair of gloves made of jade to move some bricks? Only an insightful senior would demand such a thing. She could be viewed as a mine. Many knew that it could be refined and built to produce more gold ores. However, the effort might be too great and some would rather just pick up the random gold nuggets scattered about. In the beginning, the ancestors of the Chu wanted to take the easy way out, letting her cultivate the most profound merit law from true Emperor Chu. Alas, after reaching a certain level, the ancestors had an even bigger goal for her, wanting to excavate the mine completely. Ultimately, there was a great disparity between true Emperor Chu and insane ancestor. Thus, they wanted her to swap Tao. This shouldn't be a problem considering her talents and comprehension. After all, true Emperor Chu's Tao was derived from insane ancestors' Tao. These two should be able to harmonize perfectly, like rivers branching into the ocean, a natural flow of the world. The problem was the difficulties in actual implementation. Nothing was perfect in this world, but the process was not smooth at all. If Qingling's goal was to become a powerful true god, this wouldn't be a problem. However, as for becoming a true emperor or even a progenitor, this was much more difficult. Just one tiny crack on this path could eventually become a full-blown chasm. This was a great secret known only by her and the highest-level ancestors from the Chu camp. Thus, she was rightfully astonished at this moment. How do you know? She stared at him in disbelief. Li Qie chuckled in response. There's no secret in my eyes. As for connecting Grand Tao, it is hard to be perfect. Your problem is neither big or small, just requiring a state of relaxation and rest. With this, the tiny injury in your Grand Tao will close, but what can accelerate this? The blood ginseng, the best and oldest. This is why you came to Ivory Gap. She suddenly felt as if she was bare naked before him with no secrets or privacy to speak of. This made her instinctively take several steps back from fear. Everyone is here for the ginseng. She retorted weakly, knowing that this wasn't a good excuse. Li Qie smiled and nodded. That's correct, the elders and disciples from all around the system are here for that ginseng, same with you. The only difference is the goal. But some are here for something else. Why did the three great powers bring their legions here? Is such fanfare necessary for one single ginseng root? Not for the ginseng? The quiet Xingping was startled. He felt that something was amiss because the atmosphere looked like the start of a war. Everyone seemed to be on guard. Both upper faction and sacred institution were camping their private armies here. These armies were their own disciples, so loyalty was assured. The legions that they couldn't absolutely trust weren't brought here. This indeed smelled like war. What were they planning in Ivory Gap? You're here for the ginseng, but upper faction and sacred institution are here for one of insane ancestors' true treasure. A primordial treasure. Xingping felt a chill after hearing this. A primordial treasure was a shocking artifact. The system right now had many imperial treasures from the emperors, but these primordial treasures were much rarer. Someone as weak as Xingping had no idea about them outside of rumors. Completely baseless. She denied this right away. Pop. He slapped her pretty buttocks and said, "Little girl, it is unwise, lying to me." You. She jumped like a cat that had its tail stepped on with a flushed complexion. Lie to me again and I will strip you naked then throw you on the street. He said with a deadpan tone. This was the first time someone dared to talk like this to her. He was even doing it so openly and leisurely. I'm serious. Li Qie said, ignoring her anger. Insane ancestor did indeed leave behind a heaven-defying treasure for the future generations. Unfortunately, you all lost it later. I won't speak on the circumstances behind this, but the weapon is still inside Ivory Gap. Because of this, the blood ginseng isn't the main focus this time around. She was aware that very few knew this event, only the top echelon of the four great powers. But now, Li Qie was so certain of it. She stared at him and asked, "The queen told you?" Wang Han certainly knew about this. Maybe she was the one who divulged this information to him. When I was aware of this matter, all of you didn't even know what was going on with Ivory Gap. Li Qie chuckled. He was certainly one of the first to know about this, no need for Wang Han to tell him. Meanwhile, Xingping was shocked by this new information about a primordial treasure located inside Ivory Gap. A primordial treasure was too tempting and could drive people crazy. The old man knew why these great powers would mobilize their legions to Ivory Gap. A big event was going to happen. The emergence of this treasure would certainly be accompanied by blood. Ivory Gap was about to become a terrible battlefield. Whether it be upper faction, sacred institution, or Chu camp, just grabbing this primordial treasure would completely change the political landscape of the Tao system. It wouldn't be hard for its master to take over. Just the Wang clan was missing now to Xingping's dismay. The situation was indeed grave if the Wang didn't get involved and if Wang Han had lost control. Qingling was also astonished, but not because of the primordial treasure. She was startled because Li Qie seemed to know everything. She felt as if the entire system was under his grasp, that he was a supreme existence in this Tao land. Chapter 2164. The spectators outside were holding their breath, waiting for Chu Qingling to do something. They could imagine the inn being rendered to dust after her first destructive attack, too curious about how she would take down this arrogant youth. Grand Tutor Chen Shuwei had a cold smile on his face since he had a feud with Li Qia now. Even if he couldn't personally make mincemeat out of this madman, seeing him beaten mercilessly by Chu Qingling was good enough. Silver Fox Su Jijia had more of a faint smirk. Nothing good would come from those who provoked Qingling, but he was feeling a tinge of regrets, not being able to dig anything useful out of Li Qia for the purpose of taking down the Wang clan. During the torturous wait, the inn was quiet without any sound, no storm like their expectation. She didn't seem to be angry enough to knock his teeth all over the ground and crush the inn. They exchanged confused glances with each other. No one knew what was going on in the inn. In theory, she should be able to sweep through anyone in the system, especially someone as young and unknown as Li Qia. However, there was no sign of battle at all, let alone some earth-shattering attacks. After a while, the main entrance finally opened. People couldn't wait and took a look inside. Someone was finally coming out, Chu Qingling. Her expression looked normal and her aura hidden. She didn't look like she has been in a fight, still as proud and beautiful as an apricot flower amidst winter. One couldn't read anything from her appearance, except that it was only a fast meeting. She didn't say anything and only glanced briefly at the crowd before leaving in a cool manner. They became even more confused. How did her anger subside so easily? What the hell happened here? 3 more came out, Li Qia with Xingping and Xijing behind him. Li Qia was nonchalant and relaxed as always. The 3 of them got on their carriage and headed for Ivory Gap. The ones outside finally regained their wits while watching the departing carriage. They took a deep breath, completely astonished. What the hell happened? Even the sect elders couldn't speculate the events. The Grand Marshal of Insane Court was unstoppable, possessing both military authority and the backing of many ancestors. Moreover, she was strong enough herself to take on anyone, at least in the system. But now, even in her fury, she chose to spare the guy. Who would actually believe this? If Silver Fox and Grand Tutor were to provoke her, she would beat them to the verge of death. But now, Li Qia was completely fine without a single wound. Everyone became curious and wondered what he did in order to appease her. Silver Fox and Grand Tutor were naturally alarmed as well. They came from the central court and understood Chu Qingling's power more than anyone else. Only the heavyweight ancestors would able to affect Chu Camp and Qingling. There were only a few ancestors of this level, and Li Qia was definitely not one of them. Alas, the outcome of this event meant that she couldn't do anything to him. It didn't matter what he did, it showed that she had qualms against attacking him. Otherwise, his parents wouldn't be able to recognize his swollen face right now. First, Wang Han had his back. Now, Qingling was apprehensive about him as well. There must be reasons and secrets behind all of this. The 2 rivals glanced at each other and had the same thought, they must have Li Qia on their side. Whether it be by force or by tempting him with games, they must recruit him. His background and abilities were surely amazing. Furthermore, if they couldn't have him, then they must kill him at all cost. He was now a potential danger in their eyes since if he wasn't on their side, it meant that he would be with the Wang. Just like that, he would be a great obstacle in their path towards the throne. Sweeping him away first was necessary. Their murderous intent was invoked at the same time. Ivory Gap was a mountain range spanning like a gigantic dragon. Hills towered to the clouds, covered with snow. It had deep valleys and unfathomable abysses, capable of containing an entire world. People normally wouldn't visit this place. Furthermore, the system had sealed it many times for unknown reasons. Rumor has it that when Insane Ancestor created the system, Ivory Gap was a great vein with amazing fortunes in myriad lineage. During his creation, he dragged the entire vein into the system, making it part of his territory. Xingping continued driving the carriage deeper into the mountain range under Li Qia's guidance. They were impressed at the majestic sceneries of these monstrous mountains. From the distance, these mountains looked like a full set of teeth with one missing in the center. Xingping and Xijing saw this for the first time and finally realized why it was named Ivory Gap. The carriage went through the gap and saw a massive valley, seemingly dug out by someone, wide above and narrower below. Someone did this? Xingping asked. Though the signs were against it with no shreds of evidence of human contact, he still felt that someone had tried to dig a mine in this place. This was once a treasure ground, so invincible masters have searched all around it before Insane Ancestor moved it here during the inception of Insane Court. Li Qie said flatly. There is a treasury inside? Sijing asked. Such a massive abyss must have taken a long time to dig out. She wondered if there was even a bottom. Even more precious than any treasure. Even the oldest blood ginseng is nothing compared to this. Li Qie smiled and said. The two took a deep breath. In their mind, that blood ginseng was priceless, something rarely seen in the current Insane Court. But now, the thing here was even more impressive. Chapter 2165. While the two were still amazed by the abyss, Li Qie got on the mountain to their left. They continued on this passage before stopping on a ridge. Li Qie found a cave facing the very center of the abyss. The two looked over and realized that this cave was not a natural creation. Someone had created it with carvings in the entrance, making it much more homely. The two of them found several rooms inside with chairs and tables made of rocks. It has been a long time since people last occupied this place. Here then. Li Qie looked around and said. The two instantly swept and cleaned through the cave without needing instruction from him. It didn't take long before the cave was filled with the scent of people, a home once more. What are we doing here? Are we looking for the blood ginseng? Sijing eventually asked. Li Qie chuckled and said, a 10-million-year-old ginseng is not worth my time coming here. Plus, I wouldn't need to look for it since there are ways to make one come to me. Sijing's eyes widened in disbelief. Young noble, I heard a ginseng root this old has its own spirituality and intelligence, capable of traveling through the sky and earth. It would really come to you? If I wanted it, even one at a trillion-year-old is no problem. It'll come like an obedient child for me to eat. Li Qie smiled, but that would be too much of a waste, only a fool would consume it in that manner. Why is that? She became a curious child and asked again. He said, if you have a hen, would you make a meal out of it right away or let it lay eggs? A ginseng like this is best to be used as an incubator, leaving it by your side. Only a short-sighted genius would consume it. Sijing understood the logic despite never seeing a blood ginseng before, let alone such an old one. Nevertheless, she thought it would be incredible to have one around. Li Qie sat down in one of the room and told the two, go outside, don't disturb me. The two left, thinking that he wanted to cultivate, so they stood guard outside the cave. Li Qie casually sealed off space and sat down to meditate. His fate palace emerged with a flashing sea of memories. Strands of laws emerged in his brain. They were unique, preserved from the ancient ages. They drilled into the ground like serpents and disappeared. After a long time, a formation appeared beneath his feet. They were also created from strands of laws and pulsed with a flashing, ancient light. Buzz. As the formation became brighter, runes appeared to form a portal. This particular portal was different from the rest. It was directly on top of the formation below in the form of a silver maelstrom. It rotated and seemed to be ready to suck Li Qie in at any moment. He took one step in and sure enough, he instantly disappeared into the maelstrom. When he appeared again, he was in a different world made of intersecting runes and Tao energy, just like a boundless ocean. Of course, it was filled with runes instead of water. The waves were made out of runes as well. Furthermore, ancient symbols were around everywhere. Some were as large as mountains of varying size and shape. In fact, this place was made of the Tao instead of earthly characteristics. The Tao foundation here was strong enough to shoulder the 9 firmaments and everything else. Li Qie murmured sentimentally while inside, the old man is too crazy, so many insane deeds across his life, but he still loves his own world too much. He wanted to wait for its destruction then rebuild the entire thing. Alas, this crazy idea couldn't be done. This world of ruin was actually the Tao foundation of Insane Court. Insane Ancestor opened the Tao source first, then created a supreme foundation before the actual physical territory. Outsiders couldn't come to this place, not even a true emperor via force. This wasn't the case for Wuxia. He had all the memories from insane ancestors, so he had information about the laws necessary to create the key. He was fixated in a particular location resembling a reflection of Ivory Gap. There was no doubt that this place could take one there. In fact, Wuxia was able to control the Tao foundation and the Tao source of the system. However, this alone wasn't enough because the item inside Ivory Gap was very crafty. The legends about Ivory Gap were correct. There was indeed something in there. Some said that it was a supreme medicinal root, others said that it was a treasure with its own spirituality, or a young divine beast. Because of this, people have searched this land before it became part of Insane Court. Unfortunately, they all failed and had to give up. Later on, Insane Ancestor found out about the thing here as well, deep in the mountains. Because of this, he brought the entire vein here to be part of his system. He once captured it but also failed to truly grasp it before having to leave 3 immortals. Thus, he left it behind for the fateful ones. Interesting, let's see how you run away. Wuxia chuckled, finding out more about the item after the ancestors' failures. He took out an item, a dazzling gourd of a yellow shade as if it was made from gold. Thunderous rumbling came about as if the gourd was filled with lightning bolts. This gourd had a great origin. Wuxia got it back in Stone Medicine World after destroying Heaven Hoof and got a young vine out of it. The gourd came from this vine. It took a long time and a lot of effort from Wuxia before maturing. When it was ripe, he took it off the vine and named it, First Young Gourd. It had many uses or he wouldn't have wasted so much effort in cultivating it. He opened it and a golden liquid poured out, like melted gold, beautiful and enchanting. It flowed across the ruins of the Tao Foundation and seemed to have its own mind. It didn't take long before all the runes in Ivory Gap were permeated. As time passed, the liquid condensed into yellow strands fusing into the runes. Next, they disappeared completely as if nothing has happened. After preparing this trap, he put away the gourd and smiled. I want to see just how much space you can traverse. As long as you're in this area, you won't be able to escape my grasp. You shall be mine. Chapter 2166. While Wuxia was preparing a trap inside the Tao Foundation of Insane Court, Ivory Gap became quite lively as well due to another appearance from the ginseng. On a particular mountain in the range, a poofing noise came about with auspicious clouds and an ocean of blood churning in the sky. Visual phenomena appeared all around the vegetation in the area. Flowers blossomed and withered at a rapid rate, even the fruits crazily ripened. These visual spectacles attracted the attention of the cultivators. Among the clouds and blood ocean was a shadow around the size of a fist. It was emitting everything and looked a bit impish. Blood ginseng. The ones closest to this mountain shouted and rushed for it. Whoosh! The ginseng root jumped into the mountain range and disappeared among the gaps instantly. After it. How could the elders and disciples give up so easily? They all headed for the same direction. The news of its appearance spreaded across the entire place. Ever since its previous spotting, it stopped showing up, so despite the mass effort, no one could find anything. Right when they wanted to give up, the ginseng appeared again and caused quite a stir. The ones hanging outside the mountain range lost patience and all joined in. Where do you think you're going? The fastest one was Chu Qingling. She needed it more than anyone else in order to cure her deficiency. Otherwise, her future would remain a mystery. The rest of the crowd quickly chased after her. It didn't take long before Silver Fox and Grand Tutor all brought their legions inside as well. In fact, these two and the people behind them weren't here just for the blood ginseng but rather the primordial treasure of Insane Ancestor. The latter warranted such a massive mobilization. Alas, there was no sign of that treasure and their ancestors had no clue where it was. Thus, they remained static all along. The ginseng stirred them into action right now. If they could get it, they would gain enough cultivation power to be like a tiger with wings. In their mind, getting the ginseng was a good consolation prize if they couldn't obtain the primordial treasure. The easily excited all rushed into Ivory Gap, but a small minority stay outside to watch. A few ancestors were actually around in the shadows. The system didn't only have the 4 great powers. There were many lineages outside of the royal court with some extremely powerful ones. Their ancestors were very famous characters. Some of them were naturally happy to see this blood ginseng. The system is about to have a new ruler. One ancestor commented, "The rumor of this ginseng has been around for a while, but it has never actually showed up, way too elusive. Something is changing here now, this might be a sign of the events to come." A different ancestor said with worries, "It might not be appearing on its own volition. Something evil must be disturbing it. Could it be that the disaster of the mountain is still around?" Their sects weren't inside the royal court, so they didn't participate in the internal struggle, but if something bad were to happen, they wouldn't be able to escape either. The disaster back then, the beings of their level still became moved after bringing this up. The blood ginseng instantly disappeared after running deeper into the mountain. Someone as powerful as Chu Qingling couldn't spot it any longer. Its movement was too swift for true saints to spot. Not far from there on top of a peak was a middle-aged man, adorned with a fluttering white robe. He held a mirror with one hand, it emitted a pillar of light straight for the mountains, seemingly capable of peering into the ground. Elder Han from Ancient Temple. Someone immediately recognized him. Han Feng is here too. Is the seclusive temple choosing to join into the competition too? An ancestor from upper faction was startled. Though people have never seen this man before, just his position was scary enough. Ancient Temple was a lineage meant to worship the forefathers and ancestors of the system. It started with a group of tomb watchers who eventually went on to create this lineage. It had produced an extraordinary character, Ancient True Emperor. Rumor has it that his talents were heaven-defying, able to bring the system back to its height for a short time. There were other true emperors in 3 immortals during his generation, but he was able to suppress all of them. Thus, later generations believed that he was the number 1 in the system outside of Insane Ancestor. The system has produced many emperors, such as True Emperor Chu or Blood True Emperor, but they still believed that Ancient was the best. He was terrifying enough despite not being able to become a progenitor. The Ancient Temple was mighty during his era, standing at the very top of Insane Court. However, after this era, it retired from the spotlight. Its amazing disciples went back to the temple and willingly spent the rest of their days just watching the temple itself in the outskirt. After many generations, it didn't in the competition for the royal court. The dynasties and clans rose and fell, but Ancient Temple remained standing as one of the strongest lineages in Insane Court and presided over the major ceremonies and worshipping events for the ancestors. An elder appearing here was indeed shocking, especially the great powers who wanted to take over the royal court. After all, no one would dare to look down on Ancient Temple. If they were to join, then all bets were off. Han Feng's mirror continued to search the entire area. After a long time, a strand of blood appeared under the ray from the mirror. After being spotted, it instantly escaped towards the north. "North, General Chu!" Han Feng guided with a shout. On it. Chu Qingling immediately gave chase. The ray from the mirror was able to detect the blood ginseng, preventing it from hiding. The rest of the crowd also followed her northward. Though unlikely it was for them to get the ginseng, just getting 1 or 2 tendrils from the root would be good enough. Plus, if there was a chance to help Chu Qingling, it would be a great contribution. The ginseng was incredible at escaping, but Han Feng had a good vantage point to shine his mirror. Because of this, it was found continuously. Chu Qingling didn't let up chasing the ginseng under Han Feng's instructions while the rest was also right behind her, hoping for a little cup of soup. A few ancestors from upper faction sacred institution heaved a sigh of relief. It looked like ancient temple wasn't here for the primordial treasure. This Han Feng fella must have been asked by Qingling to come help her capture the ginseng. Chapter 2167. Going northward was useless for the ginseng while being under the ray of the mirror. No, it's going for the abyss. An older expert was startled after this realization. It'll be problematic if it hides there. Come, we'll cut it off, let's surround Ivory Gap Mountain first. Silver Fox and Grand Tutor stopped chasing behind the ginseng and decided to lead their legions ahead. In just a short time, many legions appeared right after the set of mountains. Silver Fox and Grand Tutor's groups were blocking the entrance resembling the missing tooth, waiting for the ginseng to come. Not even water could get through this blockade. Some sects were placing traps for the ginseng to come in. It's here. People could see the ray of the mirror following something in the distance. A strand of blood would occasionally flash. Their speculation was correct. The ginseng was indeed heading for the abyss with Chu Qingling right behind it, hell-bent for a successful capture. The troops outside became tense. They focused up, ready to capture it. Buzz. Suddenly, the strand of blood disappeared altogether. Even Han Feng, who has been watching it the entire time, was surprised. He swept his ray across the area again but finally failed this time around. Something is strange, a more powerful entity is blocking my mirror, way too mighty. Han Feng told Chu Qingling, this mirror is left behind by ancient true emperor, not too many things in this world can stop it. The speaker was nonchalant about the statement but the listeners were astounded. Han Feng was only casually telling Chu Qingling but this shocked the ancestors from the great powers. Who was ancient true emperor? The number 2 in the system outside of insane ancestor. This could only mean one thing, something even more powerful than him was stopping his artifact. There was only one person in history that matches this description, insane ancestor. The lost primordial treasure. These ancestors all thought about this item. This was their goal for coming here. Set up camp. They gave the order to Grand Tutor and Silver Fox in order to seize the best locations first. Once the treasure showed up, they would use any means necessary to take it. On the other hand, Chu Qingling wasn't that interested in the primordial treasure and remained focused on finding the ginseng. It must be hiding around here, set up camp then go search. The other legions also followed suit. However, unlike these legions, the troops from upper faction sacred institution remained in waiting. Their goal was the primordial treasure, the ginseng was just the icing on top if possible. Bam! Suddenly, a person leading a group jumped to a particular mountain and broke its side, revealing a cave inside. It's the Peng clan master. The troops occupying this mountain immediately recognized this group. So it turned out that Xingping, who was guarding the cave, became scared after seeing so many legions. He secretly used a method to hide it. He was afraid that any disturbance might risk Li Qia to Qi deviation. However, his method was not enough to fool a few people, especially those who were purposely trying to find Li Qia. The Peng clan was certainly one of them. Their young lord died to Li Qia, so they swore to never give up, especially the clan master. He wanted nothing more than to kill Li Qia, then sacrifice his corpse to his dead son. His hatred made sense since he only had one son, and the boy was conceived during his later years. Thus, he pampered the boy, but now, his son had died to a nobody. How could he not seek out revenge? After destroying the illusion, everyone could see the cave now. Disciples from the Pengs surrounded the cave, not even a mosquito could get out now. Xingping and Sijing were naturally alarmed after seeing the barricade. Xingping immediately touched the hilt of his sword. Meanwhile, the legions outside were quietly watching. The Peng wants revenge for their young lord. An elder murmured. Everyone could sympathize with the clan. After all, their young lord got his neck snapped by Li Qia in public. If the Peng didn't do anything about it, they would lose all their prestige and reputation, unable to stay in the royal court any longer. Thus, whether it be to establish their domination or for revenge, the clan master needed to do something instead of being a cowardly turtle. Silver Fox revealed a smile after seeing this. Nothing could be better than this development for him. He wanted to use the Peng to figure out Li Qia's real power and identity, to see why Chu Qingling was afraid of him. Grand Tutor was naturally sneering with a murderous glint. The Peng was a branch of the upper faction. If they could capture him, then in a sense, upper faction would also have access of him. However, if Li Qia were to kill the Peng, then their upper faction would have a legitimate excuse to attack him as revenge for their fallen comrades. Yang Xingping. Tell that bastard to come out or your dog head will be rolling on the ground. Peng Chujun had a murderous look on his old face. Xingping was ready to fight and powerfully answered, Clan Master Peng, don't make a mistake. I might be a nobody, but I will still warn you now, this action of yours will bring disaster to your clan. Everything will be destroyed in one day, you will be a sinner, unable to face your ancestors. Yang Xingping, who do you think you are, to actually give me a warning? You are only an insignificant hound, I'll capture you first then kill your master later. Chujun snorted and uttered coldly. He raised his hand and the disciples behind him immediately rushed over to capture Xingping. Let's go. Xingping was ready to die protecting this cave, not allowing anyone to take half a step forward. Pluff. 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 Xingping managed to repel a dozen disciples with one swing. He wasn't famous, but a true champion still had power beyond ordinary experts. Peng Chujun scowled and instantly took action. His Grand Dao rushed out with true energy like an ocean. 5 moves were instantly unleashed. Xingping was subdued right away while spewing blood. Chujun was a Grand True King, an old official of the dynasty. This was someone on the same level as the late emperor. It was the difference of an entire realm, that's why Xingping immediately lost after 5 moves. The disciples from the Peng tightened the ropes on him. Needless to say about Sijing, she got captured in the very beginning. Nevertheless, Xingping still shouted at the cave despite his captivity, young noble, be careful, enemies are here. Go. Chujun ordered again. The disciples began entering the cave. Clan Master, there's no one inside. They eventually came out and reported. After hearing this, even Xingping and Sijing were surprised. Li Qia was clearly in there, how could they not see him? Chapter 2168, Nobody? Peng Chujun had a scary glare and said chillingly, looks like he got afraid and ran. Humph, a monk can run but not the temple. Take them in. Xingping and Sijing were then taken to the Peng's camp. It occupied a large region outside of Ivory Gap with more than 1,000 disciples. The discipline was strict here with an oppressive atmosphere. Each of the guards had murderous intent, causing anyone and everyone to be on guard. They sent all of their elites to this place. This was definitely their strongest legion. Outside of obtaining revenge for his dead son, the clan master also wanted to build up prestige for upper faction. The atmosphere was tense since this could change the current political landscape and future direction of Insane Court. After this event, perhaps a new emperor would come out. The Peng was under upper faction and needed to do something in this event. If upper faction were in control later, they would be more respected with more given benefits. That's why the Peng virtually gambled their entire clan for this maneuver. The other clans didn't dare to come close to their camp. This was an active volcano that could erupt at any moment. Messing with it would only bring unnecessary trouble. After Xingping and Sijing were taken to the camp, they were tied up in the entrance with executioners standing to the sides, grinding their sharp blades. Clearly, the Peng wanted to make a show out of decapitating them. All the experts nearby held their breath, realizing that these two were Li Qia's followers. Peng Chujun wanted to make an example out of them then kill Li Qia for the previously mentioned reasons. He wanted to let all the sects and cultivators in the system know that the Peng was not one to be trifled with. Where is Li Chia? Someone murmured while looking at the two captives. Probably ran for his life already. A clan member laughed and said, most would be afraid when the Peng goes all out. Not many would want an all-out war with them. But it doesn't look like that Li Chia guy is afraid of trouble. He'll provoke just about anyone. Someone else said, thinking that Li Chia couldn't have run away. The clan member sneered, that's not true. A few people act quite fierce until the going gets tough, then they run right away. This is opposing the entire Peng clan with more than 10,000 experts and mighty ancestors. Can he take on all of them? I highly doubt that. The crowd agreed with this statement. Li Chia might be fierce enough to not worry about one or two geniuses, but having the courage to face an entire clan was a different story. Peng Chujun was standing in his camp, ready to kill. He coldly uttered, little brat, you can run for now but not forever. We will hunt you down all the way to the corners of the world, letting you taste despair and hopelessness. His voice echoed across the mountain range and even farther. Silver Fox was enjoying this, thinking that there were cannon fodders testing out Li Chia for him. As for Grand Tutor, he actually hoped for Peng Chujun's success. Capturing him alive would be best so they could use him to take down the Wang clan. Alas, Li Chia didn't appear even after the taunt. People glanced at each other, thinking that not just anyone could ignore this taunt. Looks like the guy is scared. What was the point of acting cool earlier, just a coward now? The clan member snorted. Right, boasted his ass off 2 days ago, but now, running faster than anyone else when trouble comes. A cultivator from upper faction said with contempt. Numerous people here came from upper faction or had ties with it. The Peng was their ally, so they naturally would speak up for the clan. Alright, little brat, we'll see how long you can run. I'll kill your followers one by one and see if you can keep on being a turtle. Chujun uttered coldly. People took a deep breath after hearing this, knowing that Xingping and Sijing were quite unlucky. Li Chia still didn't show up after this declaration. Little brat, I know you're close. I'll count to 5, if you don't show up, I'll start flaying them. The clan master shouted again. He wanted to use these two to force Li Chia out. In his eyes, the kid was afraid and would only continue to hide if he truly didn't care about his followers. He raised his hand and the executioner close to Xingping ripped off Xingping's shirt. Yang, we'll cut off your flesh now, don't worry, I'm quite skilled. You'll be alive for 3 days just fine after I slice off everything. The executioner said with a sinister tone. Come then, show me what you got, my last name won't be Yang if I even frown in the slightest. This ancestor from Grand Sword was quite determined and didn't want to throw away his sex face. We'll see how long you can last. The executioner laughed. 1, 2, 3, Chujun began counting down. Each word was chilling with an intent to kill. 5, the last number was said, but Li Chia was still nowhere to be found. People shook their head after seeing this. Following a master like this is the misfortune of 3 lives. Causing trouble yet not daring to take responsibility. An old expert commented. Pa. Just a coward, only know how to boast. A clan member said with disdain. In a short time, everyone was sympathetic towards the 2 unlucky victims. So be it, time to start on your followers. Chujun raised his hand once more, telling the executioner to begin. Don't blame me for being merciless, it's your fault for picking a coward for a master. The executioner said while grinding his blade again. Right when he was about to position his blade, a leisure voice came about. Oh, so lively here? Li Chia. Someone cried out after seeing him coming out of the cave. Peng Chujun's eyes became even scarier after spotting his enemy. Grand Tutor and Silver Fox were signaling with their eyes, wanting to capture Li Chia at all cost. He was an important piece for their next move. I was gone only for a moment and people want to rebel already? Li Chia took one step and suddenly appeared before the Peng's camp. Clank. The elites from the clan rushed out with their weapons drawn, then formed a battle formation in order to stop all of his paths. Chapter 2169. There was a clear contrast between the aggressive Peng and the nonchalant Li Qie in this standoff. The third party was the anticipating crowd. Ha ha ha, time's over, it's too late for you to beg. Peng Chujun intimidated. You're overthinking it. Li Qie interrupted him with a smile. Someone like you wants me to beg? That's akin to an ant asking an elephant to kneel. You think too highly of yourself and your clan. You. Chujun turned red while trembling with rage. Unfortunately, you don't even know who you have offended. I won't just kill your son now, but also you, and everyone else from your clan. But, if you commit suicide now, I can forgive the rest. If I have to do it myself, then your clan will cease to exist after today. Everyone was stunned to hear this, feeling that he was being ridiculous. Destroying the Peng was not something that could be said trivially. It had the Chen and upper faction backing it. I see. Chujun was angry to the point of laughing. Little brat, I actually want to see what you can do. Lose and I'll torture your followers in front of you. Seize him. He gestured for his men to attack. The elites in their battle formations surrounded Li Qie with walls of shields. In the middle of the shields were an opening for blades to come out of. Anyone would be pierced completely while standing in the center of this onslaught. They were battle-hardened, experienced in contests of life and death. None of them were weak, so this killing formation could make others smell the stench of blood. Everyone held their breath. There was no doubt that Chujun's conduct frightened the crowd. Flaying these two in front of Li Qie? If he couldn't break through the barricade to save them, this would leave a lasting psychological scar. Plus, he was at a disadvantage due to the hostages. Peng Chujun had an absolute advantage right now. Who knows if he could even survive? Let's go. The elites began in a thunderous fashion. Numerous blades aimed for him, seemingly coming out of the ground in order to dismember him. Huh, my turn too. The executioner grinned and stood before Yang Xingping. Clank. The flashing blades intertwined together, on the verge of making mincemeat out of Li Qie. Ants. Li Qie smiled. His body quaked a bit and suddenly, a wind vortex appeared beneath his feet. Even the ground shook in response. Boom. A loud impact akin to two armies colliding resounded. Everyone became dazzled, unable to see his action. Where should I start? Hee, don't blame me for this. The executioner waved his blade in front of Xingping's chest, but he abruptly stopped. Boom. Li Qie had a speed surpassing everything while everyone was still hearing the previous loud blast. The elites blocking his path were all blown flying to the sky. Their blades, shields, and armors all crumbled. Next were their bones. Something seemed to have pierced through their body. It wasn't a sharp object but rather, an unstoppable force that crushed every fiber of their being. Blood gushed out like blossoming flowers. The world came to a still in this magnificent yet grisly scene. The executioner stopped because a hand was gripping his throat, lifting him to the air. He couldn't resist from the start to the end. Help me. He was scared out of his mind, but it was too late. Crack. The hand broke his neck, leaving him dead with wide-open eyes. Bam. 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 The elites knocked to the air finally fell to the ground in waves. The few hundred men didn't move at all, paralyzed on the ground like mud. Though their skin and flesh looked unharmed, their internal organs and bone structures were pulverized. Blood filled the ground as these elites didn't even realize that they had died. They only felt a massive force penetrating through their body, like an invisible man drilling through all. The stench of blood was no longer an illusion or feeling. Insane force. An ancestor from one clan could recognize this particular technique. All eyes were on Li Qie now in astonishment. This was a merit law left behind by the progenitor under the watch of several great powers, such as the main four. Other clans didn't have a chance to cultivate it. Everyone began guessing about his identity. Grand Tutor and Silver Fox were alarmed because Li Chia was definitely not from upper faction or sacred institution. The only possibility was that he was from the Wang clan. In the beginning, they thought he was an outsider, not an actual disciple from that clan. Suddenly, they came up with the same speculation: perhaps the Wang clan's new candidate for the throne was him. No, something is wrong. Han Feng from Ancient Temple had a weird expression as he murmured. He felt that the power of insane force earlier didn't come from Li Chia himself. But in the territory of a system, if it didn't come from a user, it meant that the system itself was the culprit. This power came from its Tao source. As members of a system, after reaching a certain level, they would be able to grasp the power of the grand Tao within the system or even borrow the majestic might of the Tao source. However, even true gods could only borrow a tiny part of this power. In Han Feng's eyes, this wasn't the case here. Li Chia didn't exert any of his own power, all of that technique earlier came from the Tao system. He found this impossible. To be able to completely control the power of the Tao source? There were only two possibilities: the progenitor or a future true emperor of the system standing at the apex. Well, this youth definitely couldn't be insane ancestor or a true emperor. How could he completely borrow the power of their system? That's why he was completely aghast but couldn't explain it at all. The whole thing was too bizarre. Han Feng's observation was perfect. Li Chia only used the power of the Tao source indeed. Remember, he had all the laws of insane ancestor. It was too easy for him to control the power of insane court. Chapter 2170. The entire scene was quiet, only gasps could be heard. Li Chia was unbelievably swift in his massacre of several hundred experts from the Peng clan. Furthermore, these experts were relatively renowned too. The crowd felt a chill by their neck after seeing the dead executioner, especially the clan members who had badmouthed Li Chia earlier. They instinctively touched their neck, making sure that it was just fine. Not to mention Grand Tutor or Silver Fox, even the hidden ancestors from upper faction and sacred institution were shocked. Insane force was not considered a top merit law among the ones left by insane ancestor, but a junior like Li Chia using it to such a perfect level? No one from their faction would dare to say that they could use insane force better than him. He casually threw down the executioner like trash before looking over at Peng Chujun. Did you get a good look? That's how I killed your son. You. Chujun almost vomited blood after hearing this, as if a hammer has just struck his chest. He took several steps back to compose himself. Li Chia casually waved his hand and the shackles and chains on Xingping and Xijing crumbled. The two quickly got behind him. People say that I am merciless and cruel. Li Chia said, that can't be further from the truth. So now, I will give you one chance. Commit suicide and I will spare your clan. A while ago, the crowd would sneer at him for making this declaration, but no more. All eyes were on Peng Chujun now. His pale expression wasn't so pretty. He naturally couldn't commit suicide because his clan could still go for an all-out attack. He didn't believe that a nameless junior could destroy the clan. Let's go. He shouted. Metal plates rushed out of the ground and formed a prison, trapping the three of Li Chia. Inferno cage, huh? Looks like the Peng came prepared. Silver Fox was surprised to see this. He glanced at Chujun before telling Grand Tutor. This is a treasure created by a true god from their clan, quite mighty. An elder said with surprise. Chujun snorted and said, little brat, I'll kill you today to avenge my son. I'm afraid you will never have the chance, wanting to trap me with these scraps. Li Chia smiled and said. Go. Chujun gave the order after being looked down upon. The experts from the clan ignited the flame in the cage. It didn't take long for a fire to come from all over the cage. It carried green rays resembling sharp blades, capable of flaying the flesh. The flame of a true god. The older experts instantly knew what was going on. This level of flame was capable of instantly rendering a weaker cultivator to ashes. "You're dead," Peng Chujun declared while staring at the endless flame engulfing the group. He was eager to watch this grisly scene in order to satiate his thirst for revenge. "So weak." A leisure voice came from inside. People looked at the cage and saw Li Chia standing there nonchalantly. There was a faint glow exuded from him and enveloped Xijing and Xingping as well. None of them was touched by this flame. Chu Jun was aghast and gave an order, "Add more power, kill them." Several hundred more disciples joined the ranks and poured in their true energy like a flood into the cage. The flame became empowered as a result after a loud boom. This massive flame once again surged at the group and drowned them out completely. The howl of the flame resembled a raging fiery dragon, wishing to incinerate everything inside the cage to ashes. No longer seeing anything but the fire let Peng Chujun heave a sigh of relief. Same for Grand Tutor and Silver Fox. They have considered Li Chia to be the representative of the Wang clan, a strong rival for them. His death would mean one less powerful enemy. "Little animal, your ashes now." Peng Chujun was ecstatic. The joy of successful revenge permeated his very core. Boom! After he finished speaking, the cage suddenly started flying. The disciples empowering it were smashed to a pulp without the chance to scream. Some were rendered to mists of blood with haste. "Deactivate it." The shocked Chu Jun gave the order. The experts from the back retreated, then leaped to the sky in order to avoid the flying cage. However, it was flying with an unstoppable momentum just like a meteor. Bam! 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 Rains of blood ensued after the initial impact. The ones that jumped into the sky weren't spared at all. It was a scene similar to a boulder rolling over mud statues. They had zero chance to resist. Bam! The cage finally slammed into the ground inches away from Peng Chujun. The frightened guy rolled back and escaped with the fastest speed. The plates finally came apart and fell on the ground. Li Chia and his two followers were standing there, not even a single hair of his was burnt. The crowd took a deep breath, some nearly dropped to the ground. Those who thought Li Chia was only boasting had the biggest reaction. "We can't let him live." Both the young geniuses had a murderous glint in their eyes. Li Chia's power had exceeded their imagination. He was too big of a threat now. If he were to leave Ivory Gap alive, he could really become the future emperor. This was the best time for them to strike before the army of the Wang came along. "Take him down." Several elders roared after seeing Li Chia so close to their clan master. They led the remaining disciples to kill Li Chia, not giving him a chance to breathe. Clank! 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 Two massive formations were formed, one in the shape of a spear and the other a saber. These were elite disciples instead. They have fought numerous battles for the court and showed their merciless prowess on the battlefield. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.